welcome to all of you joining us for this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Once again, the best players in the world are here to battle it out over the chessboard. World number one Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his title against an elite field of challengers. Among them is reigning world chess champion Gukesh, whose unforgettable clash against Carlsen last year captured the attention of far more than the chess world. Will we see more drama, more brilliance, and perhaps even more table slam moments? Over the next days, the intensity, the pressure, and the stakes will continue to rise. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live for the first time from the heart of Oslo in Norway. Let the battle begin.
The scenic views are from this beautiful public library in the heart of Oslo that's hosting Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and let me introduce you to our wonderful panel here to cover day one. We have, representing the audience here, chess content creator Simon Belanger.
It's a pleasure, Anna. Thank you.
Our chess expert for the day is Grandmaster Arjan Tari.
Very happy to be here.
And we are, of course, joined by the founder and director of Norway Chess, Kjell Madland.
Thank you.
Guys, this is it. It's happening. This is the 14th time that Norway Chess is being organized. First time in Oslo. Kjell, I need to ask you about the move from Stavanger. Now we are in the capital of Norway, conquering the world soon.
Yeah, it was time for it now. We have been in Stavanger in 13 years, and we felt it was a good time to move. We are always trying to develop the tournament from year to year. And there have been questions about that many times to move to Oslo, but we felt it was good to stay in Stavanger. But now we have done it and we are very happy, and it's also a very good training for the team because we have this total chess tournament going on for next year. So yeah, we are very happy, and to be here in Deichman, that's beautiful.
We are just as thrilled, and you can breathe in the air, the chess. Even the people that are not here for the chess event are talking about the chess that's going on, whether they have played chess, they learned as a kid, they want to learn it now. Every single person in the building is talking about Norway Chess. Simon, Arjan, your first impressions. Let me talk to you first, Simon. This is your first time in Norway.
Yeah, for first time, and hopefully not the last time. And yeah, I'm really excited. I'm what we want here is just to help people at home learn more about chess. So I'm gonna ask questions, and hopefully, Arjan, you can answer them, and we can learn together. And hopefully, I get better at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to it, and I'm amazed by the beautiful building here at Deichman, in the heart of Oslo. So I think it's a great move, and so many fans around.
So many fans here in the building and so many fans watching from home. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are here to bring you all the excitement of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women and break it down to the final details. Also to those who don't play chess, because we want to make sure that chess is accessible and inclusive to every single person around the globe. And one of the reasons why Norway Chess is so special, by the way, is this innovative format. Arjan, I think we need to break it down how unique this format is for the tournament.
It is truly unique because it is the only tournament where you have the Armageddon format, which means that if the classical game ends in a draw, they do play another game right after. And there, as you can see on the screen, the Armageddon win gets 1.5 points, Armageddon loss gets 1 point. So there's going to be so much chess these 2 weeks, and I played here a couple years ago, and it's definitely the favorite format I've played in my career.
And what's exceptional about this tournament is the prize equality for women and men in chess. So it's clearly a step in the right direction from Norway Chess. I love to see it. And we have a total prize of close to $200,000 US. So yeah, it's amazing. There's a lot on the line.
So much money on the line, and the field that's competing for that huge prize fund. Arjan, let's take a look at this stellar lineup of the 2026 Norway Chess field, because oh boy, there's a man called Magnus Carlsen that we all know, but his competition is also a very fierce and very strong opposition.
It's really a young lineup. If you look at the average age, actually Magnus is the oldest player in the field. Last year, I believe it was Hikaru Nakamura. Probably the first time ever in Norway Chess where Magnus is the oldest, and then you have the super talents, the youngsters, Gukesh, the current world champion, Alireza, Firouzja, huge star, #1 from France, Wesley So, top player for many years, Praggnanandhaa, another star from India, and then Vincent Keymer coming off from a fresh tournament win in Bucharest, Romania, been in really good form recently.
And for the women's section, we have amazing players. We have a clash of generation here because Wenjun and Divya is clearly two different generation, and same for Anna and Muzychuk and Bibisara, Assaubayeva. Same for Humpy, Koneru and Jiner. So it's going to be clearly a clash of styles, and that's going to be really entertaining.
Both lineups are incredibly packed with the top chess players in the world, and that of course will bring every single day all the drama, all the action that we need, that we want to see for day one. Shell, let's bring up what we have on the menu for today. Our main clash of the day, we believe, is going to be the French #1 Alireza Firouzja against the local superstar Magnus Carlsen. How do you see that matchup, and what do you predict for today?
Well, it's very exciting, and of course it's a special situation for Alireza because he have to enter the building in the wheelchair because of his foot. So it's a special thing, and of course all the games here are very well. It's equal in all of them. It's not possible to say who can win the different games because all the players are so good. And yeah, so it's very exciting, and I think they are ready to start the race, I will say. Yeah.
They are so ready, and the women are also ready. The top female chess players in the world are here in Oslo. Arjan, when you look at these pairings, which match would you highlight for today?
I mean, all of these matchups are very interesting. We have Anna Muzychuk against Jiner. I believe Anna won the match last month in the candidates tournament in Cyprus. So Jiner looking to take revenge there. Wenjun against Divya Deshmukh. Divya making her first appearance in the Norway Chess, her first time in Norway. And then we have Koneru Humpy, a legend, of course. She's been women's world champion and been a top player for many years. And Bibisara, also playing Norway Chess for the first time, and recently became a grandmaster. Very, very strong player.
And I believe we have caught Anna Muzychuk on the way to the playing hall. So let's listen to the defending champion of Norway Chess Women, how she's feeling about the tournament.
Anna, you're playing against a player who has never played this format of Norway Chess with Armageddon. What do you think? Do you have extra advantage in this case?
I don't know, but first we have to survive the classical game, and then we will see.
Best of luck.
Good luck to Anna, of course, in her conquest of defending her title. And someone who will try to take the title from Magnus Carlsen is the French #1, Alireza Firouzja. Simon, let's take a look at his achievements up to now. He's still only 22 years old.
22 years old, and he reached his peak at 18 years old, I believe, and he reached 2,800 FIDE rating, which for people who don't know, it's only like, I think 15 players in the world have achieved that. And for him to achieve that at the really like early stage of his career is truly remarkable.
His opponent, of course, is someone who probably needs not much introduction. That's why we have only 2 lines for the poor man. This is the Norwegian superstar Magnus Carlsen. Arjan, you know him so well.
Yeah, this man really needs no introduction. In my opinion, he's the GOAT, greatest of all time. 21-time world champion. It's never been done before, of course. And 7-time Norway chess champion. He's hungry for his 8th title.
Very hungry. Let's have a look at that head-to-head score. How did they fare in their previous matches so far? Simon, when you look at this, also the age gap, that's quite significant.
Yeah, once again, it's a clash of generation from the pairing, and we know that Magnus loves to play younger players because it's refreshing. You know, he's been playing with the same players for 20 years. I mean, now Alireza is coming up. He's a rising star. So he had a tough tournament recently in Romania, but I'm sure he has something well prepared for this tournament.
And that tournament for Alireza was tough for so many reasons. One of them being something that we don't usually hear about at chess events. Firouzja got injured at the chess tournament in Romania and continued to play some of the rounds while having the sprained ankle. I think it's quite brave that he tried to continue the tournament. This is a classical chess tournament. Top chess players of the world. And Alireza lying on a bed because he is injured. He also made it to Norway while being injured. He's in a wheelchair now, being escorted into the playing hall. So it's going to be quite a challenge for him to sit comfortably, having to have his leg up next to the table. But I wonder, this is now a live footage from the playing venue. Alireza is ready, his ankle is ready. How will that impact the match, I wonder? And for Magnus, Shell, do you think this is a bit of a different psychology? You see your opponent physically injured at the board.
Well, we have to see, but it's definitely much better that he is sitting in a chair than lying in a bed. So I think that's it's a good way to do it, I will say. We have tried this out today to let this be comfortable for Alireza, and it's important for him because it's important that he not have pain. So he have to have the leg high up. So we have also one man ready to escort him if he need to go to the toilet and everything. So we have tried to do the best for him. And for Magnus, I hope it's okay because he's sitting on the table. So yeah, hopefully. But maybe Arian can say something about that because you have played on this level. So
yeah, I've actually played against both of these players, Alireza and Magnus, a couple times. As I played in Norway Chess 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. This was a really cool experience, of course. But I've never played against the injured player.
No.
So I think that's new for Magnus as well.
Yeah.
I'm curious how he's gonna be handling that psychologically, playing against an opponent who has his leg high up.
Yeah, yeah.
And luckily, we have some insights from the players. Both Alireza and Magnus talked to our reporters just on their way to the playing venue. So let's listen to Alireza Firouzja first.
Alireza, it was always exciting.
Alireza, how do you feel? How's everything?
Okay, good, not bad.
Do you find it comfortable to reach the venue? And what do you say also about today's game?
Comfortable is a strong word, but yeah, you managed to make it, and yeah, I hope it will be a good game.
We have the confession booths, but probably you cannot go there. Do you think you'll be watching some of your opponent's confessions?
Afterwards, maybe, yeah. But during the game, I cannot, unfortunately.
Best of the luck.
Thank you.
It was always exciting to see your matches. What can we expect?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of shape Alireza is in, but since he's playing the tournament, I'm assuming he's all right. But I guess I just want to be prepared for a sharp battle because that's often what you get with him.
You also played the classical tournament not so long ago. Are you feeling prepared for classical chess?
No, I mean, it's a few weeks ago, so I'm back to like being a little bit rusty, but hopefully I'll be back to my normal self within a couple of games.
Wishing best of luck to you.
Thank you.
An aggressive battle is what Magnus Carlsen is expecting for today against Alireza Firouzja. We see the players arriving at the venue. It's only a few seconds until the games begin. We will be witnessing the first move, I believe, on this crucial board. Alireza Firouzja waiting for Magnus to make it to the venue as well. As usual, Magnus likes to be fashionably slightly late, a little bit late, on the verge of being late. But there's the handshake. Alireza Firouzja representing France, and his opponent is the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, defending the Norway Chess title. Simon, this is it. This is happening. In just a few seconds, these two players will start the game. What can you tell about the body language and what we have heard from the two in their interviews?
Right now, I don't see much. Alireza seems a bit looking around, not too serious. But I'm sure he's well prepared. I'm sure he worked a lot on his opening. So yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see what he plays first. I would guess maybe E4. Would you say?
Historically, E4 has been Alireza's choice in his career. He's naturally an E4 player. However, he likes to explore with different moves as well. Alireza's body language looks surprisingly relaxing for playing against the best player on the planet. Yeah. But
and
yeah,
let's remember the people at home. E4 is like a pawn in the center, in front of the king, right?
Yes, it's the pawn in front of the king, 2 squares forward. It's actually my favorite move as well. I think we are seeing something else though.
The English, no?
I don't know if that's Alireza's choice or it's the person that's making the move for him.
The ceremonial first move has been made.
Is the CEO of Fard.
Yes, that's correct.
C4 is this is called the English opening. Let's see if Alireza keeps the pawn there or takes it back and makes another move.
Looks like he was about to reach for the pawn. He might change his mind. So to our viewers, the ceremonial first move is always a special guest that makes that special first moment move on one of the boards, but the players can choose to play something else. And I think that's going to be the case here. The handshake shows the beginning of game 1 between Alireza and Magnus here, and I believe that's a queen pawn that has been pushed in the middle of the board. So neither what our special guest chose nor the usual king pawn opening. Simon, what are your thoughts on this choice that he's trying to surprise Magnus maybe?
Yeah, I suppose, but it's always a great idea to Magnus looks confused here, but okay. So we have another pawn push. Next, on the left side, on the queen side, we say. So Arian, can you tell me what's happening here? What is this called?
Yeah, so Magnus defends the pawn in the center. He plays the pawn 1 square in front of the. Are we going to see a queen's gambit? It's called if Magnus now decides to develop the knight. So for those of you guys who are watching, in the opening stage, it is very normal that the players make their moves pretty fast because this is something that they have prepared beforehand, and both of the players have had this position many times in the past. So they're trying to get the opponent into a preparation that they have not looked at. I believe they're gonna keep playing their moves really quickly.
And what we can also witness is that Magnus was looking up because there's also boards that they can see, the digital boards, the projectors showing his game and also the rest of the games. The Magnus might be looking at what are the openings in the other games. And he himself said in his interview that we will be listening to later that he's actually a fan of Norway Chess women. He likes to watch the women's tournament as a fan. He always thinks that there's really aggressive and entertaining games to follow, a lot that we can learn from that fighting spirit that the female players bring to this event. Shell, I would like to ask you about that because Simon highlighted something really important when we talked about the prize fund, that this is something that Norway Chess is setting as a standard. You're thriving for equality and fairness in the sport, and this is the one and only top event in the world that is matching the prize fund for both men and women. Can you talk us through how did you come up with that initiative and how important that is for the rest of the event and total chess as well in the future?
Yeah, of course. In my opinion, it's very important for women and for chess and for everything that we try to have everything equal, and of course it's important to bring more, let more women could live out of chess, because the difference is very big, and there is many more very good players, grandmasters. There is like maybe 2% of the grandmasters are women. So to get more women on the top, that's important, and also to show the world that it's important to have equal system for everything, and the prize fund is very important. So we choose to do this 3 years ago, and of course we was thinking about it for some years, but yeah, and we are very happy when we succeed to do it, because yeah, it's very important. And for the women who are here, they are talking about it, and they are very, very happy about it. So I think it's good, and it's a very important signal to the world.
Simon, I can see you are impressed.
Yeah, no, I'm. You said it, and it's really. Magnus said the woman playing is quite amazing to see, because they're taking a risk. This is we saw this at the candidates, and there were really impressive games happening. In the men there was all draws, but the women they like to fight, and it's I like to see it. And also the prize equality, I think it's amazing. And yeah, I hope we see more of that coming up with more tournaments.
We definitely hope that Norway Chess will be followed by other events. It's showing the right way into the future. And when it comes to Norway Chess itself, you were saying, Kjell, that this is the first time in Oslo, and this is a good test for what's to come for Total Chess, because Total Chess is going to be a World Championship tour starting next year with a pilot event later this year. Can you tell our viewers more about Total Chess, if they haven't heard the news yet, that this is a big deal?
Yeah, it's a very big deal. So yeah, we have developed a new World Championship. So it is Total Chess World Championship Tour. So there will be 4 tournaments, and it will include all the formats: Blitz, Rapid, and also a faster Classic. So we have tried to build something we think is the future in chess, because after many discussion with the good players and the media people and fans and journalists, we have picked up that maybe there is many people hope for some changing, and for the future we think this is the way to do it. So in November we will have a pilot and to test everything, because there will be 24 players playing, and they will play all the formats, and from next year there will be 4 tournaments. So and the winner after the 4th tournament will be the world champion in Total Chess. So it's it's very important and exciting for us, and we have a very long agreement with FIDE. We have discussed this with them for a long time, and we have agreement to is 16 plus 8 years. So we want to build this like a very huge thing. So hopefully we will succeed to get global media deals and things like that. So that's what we hope for. So we have a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do, but it's for a good reason. And I think what's also fascinating about Total Chess, and why all of us fans should be excited, is that on our camera we have the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, but he's not the world champion because he walked away from the title a few years ago. He decided he's no longer interested in the classical world championship cycle. But Total Chess will bring him back, and he will want that title. He has won 21 world titles already, but the combined world champions title, that's still new, even for Magnus. So thank you, Kjell, for bringing back Magnus Carlsen into the world championship cycle too.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Arjan, when you heard about the Total Chess news and how there will be a combined world champion, how how motivated do you think Magnus will be to get that title? That is classical chess, rapid and blitz, all combined, and prove that he's the best across all time controls?
I feel like Magnus is always extremely hungry for every title, especially if it's a world championship. We know that Magnus likes to play faster time controls, and the total world championship format is exactly going to bring him that. He likes to have a mix of classical, rapid, and blitz, and it's going to be very exciting to follow a bit of everything.
Simon, your thoughts on the new World Championship cycle that will come, and how excited are you to see Magnus fighting for that role? And will we see you interpreting Magnus's excitement for a new world title, perhaps?
Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, some people, not all of people knows, but I like to impersonate GMs, and I appreciate more watching them play and how their body moves, how they talk, how they behave. Outside or while playing the game. So, you know, to have another tournament, to see all of that, and to have more footage, to maybe doing more videos, that's always great.
We are all very excited, and we're also excited to see how long will Magnus think about his next decision, because Alireza pushed his pawn on the left side of the board, which seemingly came as a bit of a surprise to Magnus. He's been thinking here for a while. Arjan, can you talk us through what might be going on in Magnus's mind? Of course, this is not a brand new move. This is not a completely new idea, but what do you think he's considering in this moment, and why he's pausing?
This is certainly a bit of an unusual move, the pawn push to the side. I would say he probably expected white to develop the bishop here to f4, which is a more common move, or, for instance, playing the pawn on the side of the board here to g3 for being able to develop the bishop to g2.
We don't see the arrow on screen. It's unfortunate.
Anyway, in the current position, Magnus has different moves, and this position is not new to him. I think I've seen Magnus having this position before in some online games. I personally have played the move pawn to c6 here,
which is the pawn in front of the bishop on the left side of the board, right?
Yes, the pawn in front of the bishop, just supporting the black center. And later he will focus on developing his bishop so he can castle and get the king to safety. There's the reason Magnus is taking a pause here is he's just choosing which path he's going to go for, as black has some different options in this position.
Would you say it's great to have the central pawn of black to take on the left side, the pawn on the left side, the c4 pawn? Would you say it's playable?
Yeah, so currently black can capture a pawn in the center. It's actually not recommended, because if you take that pawn, white will advance his pawn in front of his king 2 squares. I wish we could get that on the board. I don't know if white doesn't, why it's not showing, but they're working on it.
Yeah, working on it. Okay.
So actually taking the pawn on the sides allows white to push the pawn 2 squares and get a really nice center.
Yeah.
So that's not something Magnus is going to go for. I really suspect that he's gonna support his center by pushing the pawn in front of the bishop 1 square up.
Okay.
Since Magnus is taking here a bit of a longer thing, we have a chance to also observe some of the other games in action. And one game in particular that I'm really interested in is the reigning women's world champion, Wenjun, facing the youngest participant of the field at Norway Chess Women, Divya Deshmukh. It's the first time that Divya plays in Norway, while her opponent is the reigning women's world champion and also the winner of the 2024 edition of Norway Chess Women. It's really, again, this clash of generations that we see here. Wenjun with the experience. She already played here as well. She's the women's world champion, while Divya is the rising star, only 20 years old and already part of the Olympic team of India that won a gold medal in 2024. Shell, when you look at this battle, what are your thoughts? And how do you decide who to invite? Because always, every year, the lineup is stellar. You're bringing the best players in the world to Norway.
Yeah, we are trying to find the most interesting field in total. And of course, we need to have, we are looking for different nations, of course. We want to have China and India and United States represented. And we want to have, well, the world champions and also the new racing stars. And Divya is new for us. And but she have been, she have been very popular in India, and also she's a very good player. And looking at this match with Wenjun is of course exciting, and all of them like that this is tough battles, and we are looking forward to have all the matches like this.
We are definitely looking forward to that. And when we look at this position, the current position, even without discussing any variations or moves, I think, Simon, what stands out to you the most when you look at what's on the board?
Yeah, this is what we talked about before, about how women take risk, and now they like chaotic position. And right now we can see, like, it's really different. Like, men like to I mean, we've only seen Magnus and Alireza's board, but it's pretty practical. I'm sure this is all theory, Ariane, but it seems like the center is exploding. Like, right?
I have to say, I've actually not seen this position before.
Oh.
It seems like something Wenjun has prepared before the game. She has been playing all her moves really fast up to this point. She has only spent 3 minutes, while Divya Deshmukh, who is currently thinking in this position, has spent 12 minutes. So this is a sign that Wenjun's preparation has been paying off. And here, I think Black has some different choices. Probably it makes a lot of sense to develop the bishop here. And
in front of the queen?
In front of the, next to the king.
Okay.
Put it on the center, and here it supports the pawn in the center.
When it comes to king safety, Ariane, what would you say to anyone watching and wanting to learn chess? If someone wants to improve and sees that White's king is already castled, castling is this really fancy move where you get to move the king and the rook at the same time. So White's king is safer, supposedly, tucked away on the right side of the board, while the black king is still in the middle of the board and the position is opening up. So there's not much defense in front of the king. Is this going to be very risky and dangerous? And would you recommend people to not do this at home, to try not to not castle?
We finally got the moves. I'm very happy that the board is working. So the move I was talking about is developing the bishop to the center of the board. A very natural move, defending the pawn that was attacked in the center.
Now we can see the arrows, so it's beautiful.
Yeah, and if Divya plays this move, I still think that Wenjun is prepared. But there is other moves that Divya is thinking about here. She could, for instance, maybe develop the bishop all the way here to...
Oh, and attack the rook.
To this square while it attacks the white rook. The rook probably has to move to one square forward. I have to say I like White's chances so far. I feel like White is putting some pressure in the center here, and Divya has to play precise to solve her opening issues.
And that opening issue being also the king's safety, and that she needs to try to castle as soon as possible, from what I understand, moving either the light squared bishop or the dark squared bishop, and try to get that king into safety on the right side of the board. This is definitely a critical moment, and that's why Divya is spending longer on her decision. While she's thinking about how to continue in this moment, we also caught up with both of them actually before the round. So let's listen to both Wenjun and Divya Deshmukh. What were their thoughts like heading into game one of Norway Chess Women?
Divya, your first game at Norway Chess. How's your mood?
I feel very excited. I've never played this time control before, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Do you believe that your opponent, who has played all the editions of Norway Chess, might know some of these tricks, how to survive in Armageddon games? Or what is your also experience? Have you played yourself Armageddon game?
I have never actually, so I think maybe like online events, but not really. Definitely her experience helps, but I think it's going to be fun anyway.
Best of the luck.
Playing against a very young and the youngest participant in Norway Chess. How are you excited about the game?
I think this is the first classical game for me and Divya. Before we had some rapid and blitz, and yeah, I mean she's quite strong, and I'm really looking forward to play against her.
And final question, you had so much experience at Norway Chess Women. She's first time participating. Do you think it's going to play a role in this match?
Well, I think yeah, I had played two times Norway Chess in the past, and but this is the first game, so I think it's a new start for both of us.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Wenjun, with the experience of having played both previous events of Norway Chess Women, while for Divya, this is her first time. And she's also being surprised in the opening. So big and a difficult decision for Divya Deshmukh over the board. She also mentioned something that I want to ask you about, Shell. She has said, Divya, saying that she has not played any Armageddon before, because this is not your usual tournament chess format. How did you come up with Armageddon for Norway Chess, and why do you think it's important to have a winner of each game and each match?
Well, before we changed to this format, it was in 2018. We had some years, it was, what happened was that there was more and more draws in the games. And it could, in my opinion, it could kill the interest, because people was thinking it's boring, because they could sit and look at the matches and it end with a draw. So 85% of the games end with a draw. So I was trying to figure out a system who could help us to do something with this. So so the first thing we did was to make a system with the format, so it was just 2 hours per player and just 10 seconds per move after move 40. Then you had a lot of pressure in the game on the clock and everything. And then after, it was like, okay, if we find a solution to have a new game, if it's end with a draw. And it was not like, didn't want to just have a blitz game after, because then it could end with a draw again. So that was the reason that we figure out a system. There we find a new time control for Armageddon, who could be like fair after a main game, so they should get extra points. And then we couldn't just have 5 and 4 minutes, so we find a solution that we should use 10 and 7 minutes. And what happened after was that over 50% of the games ended with a victory. So it was very fast changing. And also what happened was that people think before it was very boring with a draw. And after they was hoping for a draw, because then they get new game. So it pushed a lot for victory. And I think it's so important for the sport, for chess. If we should build something for the TV sports and like that, we need to do something who is exciting for viewers. So this was the reason. And many players have never played Armageddon before. So, but now they are used to think about it, but some have never played it. So it's interesting to see what happened with Divya when she is trying this.
It's definitely going to be a test for the young Indian star. And Simon, I see you nodding along, because this is such an exciting innovation that there are draws, as as it happens in chess, it's the most common result, but we are actually rooting for the draws because we want to see more chess. We want to see Armageddon. We want to see blood over the chessboard and also always a winner in each match. What is that like from the chess fan perspective? You're representing here the audience. What are your thoughts on this format?
Yeah, I was before I was thinking I didn't know what was the purpose, but now I understand, and it makes a lot of sense to have this, and I think, yeah, it makes the game way more exciting. So hopefully at home, now you know, that's why we do it. We do it to keep the game alive. So yeah.
Also, the point system, which rewards playing for a win, like you get 3 points, which is huge, and our Armageddon win gives you 1.5 points. But taking some risks and getting that win can be huge for the tournament standings.
Yeah.
Very true, very true. That as we see on the left side, a 3-point win, if you win in classical chess, is twice as many points as in comparison to an Armageddon win. So huge incentive for the players to go and use that fighting spirit to create dynamic, combative positions. And also what you mentioned, Shell, about the time control, because in classical chess, we are used to seeing the games being really long, but with the digital clocks, there's always an increment of 30 seconds, usually, at tournaments, which is, for those of you who may not have competed, imagine it as every time you make a move, you get extra time. So your time is actually forever and ever going. You don't have much time to think, but you're also not at risk of losing the game on time. But in chess, we like to see that there is some finish line, that there's an end, that there is pressure on the players, and that's what the time control creates. The famous table slam moment from last year between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh happened in a classical chess game, but they didn't have time because there is no increment before move 40. So that's thanks to the time control and the format here in Norway that it creates moments like that viral table slam moment. I think, Simon, you can talk more about that viral moment because you know yourself how it feels from the inside as well, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. I was not creating content before, but back when that happened last year. But clearly, I'm waiting this year to see something happen. And yeah, that's. I wonder who's gonna be the first one, like, you know, doing. Maybe it's not gonna be a table slam. Maybe it's gonna just be a funny interview. Who knows? You know. So I'm curious about what's gonna happen.
And when it comes to the board, Aryan, I see that you are ready to show us what Divya has gone for and what is her idea in the position here.
Meanwhile, Divya has made her decision. She pushes the pawn 2 squares, forcing this bishop in the center of the board to go back home, goes to this square, and she follows up with the move I was talking about, developing the bishop and centralizing it. A really natural square for the bishop, supporting the center here. And here we'll see if Wenjun is still in preparation or if she's finally gonna take some time. I believe she can, for instance, eliminate the pawn in the center by capturing it.
If I was white in this position, I think I would lose my focus. Like, there's so much happening. I don't know where to start. Where would you start because black seems to have a really great position now, no?
Black has these pawns in the center, but at the same time, let's say if white trades here by capturing the pawn in the center, Divya captures with the bishop. White can, for instance, maybe develop the queen here, centralize it, put it on this square. Like the goal is eventually to improve the pieces. You put the pawn here because if you develop the bishop too early, this pawn is hanging here, as we can see. So it'll be very natural to defend the pawn and then develop the bishop. But the position looks pretty balanced. So I don't think Divya has handled this in a bad way. And
yeah, from a pro perspective, maybe it's balanced, but for a human perspective, that can be really psychological, and you think like everything's falling apart, but you just need to, you know, to relax. How do you you deal in this situation when something is clearly chaotic in the position? How do you keep your calm and because you've done many tournaments, so
at this level, these players are so used to it. They're so experienced. They've been under pressure, having these hard games, especially at this point when they still have a lot of time on the clock. It's easier to handle, but in time pressure, you do get really, really nervous. I've been there many times myself, especially the clock is ticking, the position is critical. It can be really tough to make a decision. But now they're just kind of like still settling in, getting used to the playing hall and the air and just everything about the playing environment.
And someone who is also settling in is the French #1, Alireza Firouzja. We already mentioned that he came to the tournament with an ankle injury. I would love to check back in on the game of Firouzja against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And we see here on the left side of the screen, Alireza. He's still such a young player, but he was only 18 when he crossed 2,800, which is a gigantic mark of a rating score in chess. Only a handful of people in history have achieved what Alireza did at the age of 18. But today his challenge is to deal with that ankle injury. He's got that chair next to him so that he can support his leg on something. And his opponent is the defending champion of Norway Chess, Magnus Carlsen. We are catching up here with the moves. And when it comes to the current position, Arjan, could you please describe what we see on the board?
So currently both sides are developing their pieces. So I will say Magnus here most probably will develop his bishop and put it on this square so he can finally get his king to safety by castling. So in the beginning stage of the game, it is very important to get your king to safety, think about castling as early as possible, ideally. And we see here Alireza on the last move developed his bishop so he can also get his king to safety. I have to say I like Alireza's position a bit more so far. And he does look very relaxed. His body language is looking a bit in the air and sitting very comfortably in his chair with his leg up.
Why would you say White is you like his position better?
I do like the bishop on this f4 square where it just controls many dark squares. And well, if you look at Black's pieces, still he's a bit behind in development for now. The bishop next to the queen is still not developed, and the bishop next to the king still has to decide which square to go for. I like White's piece coordination a bit more, and also it seems like Alireza is quite a bit up on the clock here. So he's currently 23 minutes more than Magnus. Which is a sign that he's in preparation, while Magnus is very unsure about the position.
Yeah. And I wonder, I'm looking at Alireza right now, just sitting on his chair. And I wonder, because every time I see him play in tournaments, he always have his hand to his forehead like this, you know? He's always holding his head. So I wonder if his position like influence the way he plays, you know? It can be really subtle like this, but impact the whole game just by the way you're sitting. You know, you're not at the same state of mind. So I wonder, what do you think? Do you think it could impact him in a way?
I think it's pros and cons. Like, he's certainly giving off a relaxed energy to his opponent, and I think personally, if I see my opponent is very relaxed, I would probably also be a bit relaxed, but it depends on the position. And some players actually do it a bit as a poker face, like trying to pretend that they're very calm and relaxed, but deep. I mean, we don't know what's going on the inside. He can actually be nervous.
Yeah,
But,
and what we can witness here also is that Alireza has called for help, if I'm correct, because he has assistance in case he needs to leave the playing venue, and he's going to be escorted to the refreshment area. He can go to the bathroom as well. Of course, it's in his right, but he has this physical disadvantage of not being able to do it on his own. So shout out to the Norway Chess volunteers who are ready to help Alireza immediately. He's ready to go. Shell, what can you tell about this situation in general, and what was it like to get Alireza participate even like this, that he was ready to fight regardless of his injury?
Yeah, and for us, the most important thing that he is comfortable with everything, and that he have a good position when he's sitting there and playing, not lying in the bed. That's not a good position for no one. So it was good. So we have one person there helping him to be ready, so he can relax. He know that if he need to go to the toilet or to get some coffee or something, he will get help very, very fast. So that's very important, and I think the solution is good. And after the match today, we will see what he felt about everything. So, but I think it's good for him, and hopefully it's also good for Magnus.
We definitely hope so. It's quite a unique situation to see one of the top grandmasters in the world fighting while also battling with his physical health with this ankle. And huge shout out, of course, to Alireza and his team, and to the Norway Chess team for making it happen regardless of the obstacles in the way. When it comes to Magnus, we have already talked about this, that he really wants fairness. He wants a fair playground. He wants a fair battle. But in this case, it's his opponent that is injured. You can't just go and give up a pawn or do something over the board in order to compensate for it. So would you say that this is something that he should try to not think about at all, the physical condition of his opponent, Arjen? You know him so well, you know Magnus very well, and what would you say is his approach to this game?
Magnus is indeed a very fair player. We had a situation, I believe 6 years ago, where he was playing an online match against the Chinese Ding Liren. And what happened was that Ding actually disconnected during one of the games because the internet connection in China was a bit unstable. So Ding lost the game because he disconnected, and then the next game Magnus gave away the point. He gave away his queen in the beginning of the game and resigned because he wanted to play on fair terms. But this is a bit different. They're playing such a serious classical tournament over the board. I really think Magnus is not going to give Alireza an easy time because he's injured his knee. So Magnus is always going to give his best. But
I wonder, looking at Magnus right now, he probably knows what to play. You know, he's a really good blitz player. He probably know what move to play, but I feel like he's waiting to give, like, Alireza is just left, and he might get more time at the bathroom and stuff, and I feel like he's waiting just to give Alireza a chance. Do you think?
No, I really don't think so. That would be nice for Alireza, but I mean, these guys at this level, they really have to be merciless. You always have to maximize your chances. I mean, there's different moves Magnus is thinking about. I really think he's actually considering to push this pawn one square forward.
Okay.
But at the same time, it is a big decision. So every pawn move has to be really well taught, because you have to remember that pawns can never go back. So when you push a pawn, you have to always be very sure about that decision. But the good thing about pushing the pawn one square forward is that you can follow up by supporting it by pushing the pawn on the side here, and if you don't do it right now, White can capture this pawn. Let's say if Magnus were to develop his bishop here, Alireza might capture it, so it can get too late. Because let's say Magnus captures back and Alireza castles. If we end up in a position like this, the character of the position is very often a bit better for White, and the reason for that is that this pawn in the center here is called an isolated pawn. An isolated pawn is when there is no pawns next to it to support it. And it's very often considered a bit of a weakness, like white will eventually put his pieces around it, maybe double his rooks, and it can become a weakness. So I really suspect Magnus, in the current position, maybe he will push the pawn forward to not give Alireza the chance to eliminate it.
I mean, what I saw is that he nearly blundered which water bottle to choose, because we have also the same ones, a blue and a white one, and one is sparkling, the other is still. He almost touched the wrong bottle. Like, wouldn't that be terrible if he's suddenly drinking still instead of sparkling, or sparkling instead of still?
Yeah, I think we've seen in the past drinking 2 bottles at the same time, just choosing like what is better. How do I feel like today? Do you want to drink this bottle? So
I think it's understandable though, because intuitively I also thought the white one was the still water, but the still water is actually the blue one. So you have to read on the bottle to see. I've played against Magnus so many times, and he drinks so much water during the game. I think easily 3-4 bottles at least. He always drinks a lot of water. Alireza not as much.
stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
Really important.
This is a very important message here, I agree. For Alireza, I guess it's good news that he doesn't drink as much as Magnus, the water, now with the physical obstacles to the bathroom.
Magnus really takes the physical part very seriously. He always cares a lot about getting a lot of sleep when he's playing tournaments. Ideally 10, 11 hours. I've played many team tournaments with Magnus, and he always sleeps a lot, which is great for bringing the sharp mind, I guess.
Sharp mind and also fit body, because he always tries to make sure to exercise as well. Lately, he has been playing a lot of paddle and golf. I saw his second, Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen, making it back to the hotel yesterday at about 10 p.m., coming from the golf course. So we know that Magnus is ready over the chessboard, and he's also ready physically with getting that golf match in before the rounds, in between the rounds, whenever he can. So how important is that? He also went today?
Yeah, he has
Every
also
day.
playing golf today. Yeah, so yeah, but I think it's a good way for him to relax and think about something else. I think that's important for him, because I think that he is thinking about chess all the time and try to find some ways to not think about it, to be like, it's also some of the preparation, I think. So, but he have used a lot of time now, and Ariane, how much time is when you know what to do? You normally maybe do it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually set on the top level that if you spend more than 15 minutes, you usually make a mistake.
Yeah.
Like spending too much time is, I would say, generally not a good idea. You kind of start overthinking. Well, here, still in the opening stage, so he does have many choices, but certainly with this time control, you do pay a price when you're spending this much time in the opening, because we have to remember that the players don't get any extra time after every move before move 41. So if you get into a time trouble situation, we saw a lot of that last year. It's really like no escape.
And we're only on move 8.
Yeah.
So on each side, so 8 move from black, 8 move from white, right?
Yeah.
So
that being said, it looked like Magnus was about to make a move there. He did take his hand back, hesitating a bit.
What does that hesitation tell us? That he has made a decision, he was ready to play the move, but then he chooses to pause and think about it again.
I will say though that historically it's been very typical Magnus to take more time on the first game. It's kind of settling in, trying to fight the rust a bit. I mean, he got asked that he's coming fresh from a tournament in Sweden, but he said like he hasn't still been a couple weeks ago. He still feels a bit rusty. But I have seen Magnus a lot of times in the past spending more time in the first game. He's just kind of getting used to everything. But that being said, I still think the thing is that here he either plays the pawn one square forward here, but it's a bit of a more ambitious choice. And if he doesn't do that, let's say he decides to develop the bishop instead, it's more solid, I would say. The position I showed here, this is a position where Black doesn't have a lot of winning chances because of this pawn in the center, which is often a bit weak, but at the same time, Black doesn't have any major weaknesses. It's a very solid position. While in the current position, if he decides to, I really hope he pushes the pawn one square here. It usually leads to very fighting positions where Black kind of focuses on the queen side. When I'm talking about the queen side, it means on the left side, while the king side is on the right side. So sort of Black focus on the queen side, while White will try to focus on taking some advantage on the king side, pushes knight in the center. These are some kind of positions that I've seen before. Magnus is kind of deciding what he wants about the position.
And while he is taking, again, a bit of a longer think, I think we also have time to move on to the other defending champions game, because Magnus Carlsen is here to fight for another win at Norway Chess. He has done it 7 times already. He's going to try to win for the 8th time. And at Norway Chess Women, the defending champion is Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk. Her game today is not an easy one. She does have the white pieces, but her opponent is one of the rising stars from China, Jiner, who has done a fantastic job at climbing up to the very top, almost the very, very top of the female standings when it comes to ratings in the world of chess. Let's take a look at their current position and how the game has evolved so far in this game, because I think for Anna especially, this would be a great start if she can show why she's the one with the more experience and trying to get yet another win here in Norway. She really likes Norway Chess. She's always so grateful for being invited, and I think she wants to show that by, again, finishing on the podium. She was 2nd at the first year of Norway Chess Women. Last year she won it, so she's clearly always in top shape whenever it comes to the event here in Norway Shell.
Yeah, she likes a lot to be here. She tells us that she is very happy, and yeah, it's nice when Anna is so happy about this. And also it's interesting with Jiner, because she was asking for playing Norway Chess Women last year, but then it was already 2 women from China, so we couldn't let there be 3. That could be too much. So we told her that if she wanted, she could play in the open tournament, and she did. And then I think she was number 13, 14 in the world for women, and now is number 2. So she have climbed the whole way up, and she's very, very good.
Very good player, and quite the story that she played in the Open tournament, which anyone can play, by the way. Those of you watching at home, if you want to play here at Norway Chess, you can, because there is an Open tournament where Jiner played also last year. It clearly shows how important this event is for all the top female chess players, that she was hoping for an invite, but there's so many strong players from China. You cannot make the whole tournament be representing China. There needs to be, of course, all the other countries included as well.
Yeah, and there is many of the players have been playing the Open. Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa. Vaishali, she's not here now, but all of them have been in this Open tournament. So this is also something who is very important.
Simon, something for next year as well? Although I'm hoping that you will be here in the studio, but you know, plan B, you can always play in the Open tournament.
Yeah, that would be great. But yeah, I think they have the decent chance, and Jiner is really one I love watching her play. I think she's as you say, she's rising. She's really good. She has the kind of she's so chill. Like she's like a Dinglerin. Like to me, the way she walks, she's always so polite, always so. She don't say something for like granted, or she's a good person.
And also, Magnus's last tournament was the Sigeman chess in Sweden 2 weeks ago, where Jiner also played. And I remember Magnus said his hardest game was against Jiner. It was a very complicated battle where Magnus was in some trouble at some point. He ended up winning that game, but I remember the interview afterwards. He was very stressed about it, and she gave him a very hard time.
That's always a great preparation to face Magnus Carlsen as part of your tournament training for Norway Chess Women, because I guess the good thing about playing against the strongest player there is on the planet, that everyone else from there on is an easier opponent, isn't it? So the whole field of Norway Chess Women, even though they are the top chess players in the world, but they are not as strong as Magnus. So great, of course, for Jiner that she has given such a good fight to Magnus, and now she's ready to also show that fighting spirit in the women's tournament. We see a pawn push there, Arjan on the left side of the board, creating an interesting pattern with the pawns. Could you explain why Black is going for this setup?
It does look like a bit of a mysterious move there, the pawn push, but the idea is actually that it creates a square for this bishop to tuck it in on this square, so Jiner can support the pawn push in the center. So I actually quite like this move from first glance. So far, Anna Muzychuk is way ahead on the clock, though. We see a 20-minute time advantage. I don't know if she's still in preparation. Usually, I would say if you've spent more than 10 minutes, you're probably outside of book. Well, let's see how much time she takes on this move. But I do see an interesting opportunity for Anna here by putting the knight on this square, which does attack the bishop and the pawn at the same time. So I'm curious what Jiner has planned here. Maybe she wants to sacrifice the pawn by moving the bishop, and if Anna takes it, she just doesn't care about this pawn and decides to open up the position. We have to remember that Black has castle here, so her king is very safe while the white king is open. And as a general rule, if your opponent's king is open, you do want to open up the position.
Yeah, you want to bring the pieces towards the king as much as possible.
If the king side opens up and your king is not in safety, you can be in a lot of danger. So it's an interesting...
And right now we see from the evaluation bar that white is leading right now. Maybe it's that pawn push that that just made Black position worse, would you say?
It's possible. I mean, Black also had other opportunities. They could push the pawn two squares, threatening the bishop, and also developing this bishop to the side of the board. That was also an option, but I don't think the bar has too much. It's too much of a factor here. It looks like it's a bit on the white side, but this early, it's doesn't matter too much. I think Black is not doing too badly here. At least her moves are not too difficult to play. She's gonna put the bishop here on the next move and push this pawn.
How many moves is possible to plan? I mean, in preparation, how many moves can be in the preparation?
That's a good question. It really it varies. I'd say I have had games where I had a preparation that lasted 25 moves, and then you can really say that you hit with the preparation. But I would say it would often be the case that it's maybe around 10 moves, and then you would be on your own. But I would say at this level, the players, they play so many different openings, so it's very hard to predict what your opponent is going to play. But this opening in this game has been a very standard one. This is actually called the Berlin. It's called the Roy Lopez, and here Anna chose a bit of an unusual move, the knight developing to c3. It looks very natural, but usually white actually castles here very quickly. But after Anna's move, it seems like Jiner started to think a bit and eventually was on her own.
I'm really curious if what Simon was also pointing at, that the evaluation bar there at the very bottom of our screen showing that it's slightly above the halfway mark, meaning that white has a better position. I'm curious if that's going to be because of that knight jump that you highlighted, Aryan, and will it be because white should go and grab that pawn in the center of the board? Usually it's a good thing, you know, you want to have more pieces than your opponent. I think for anyone playing chess, even if you only know the rules on how the pieces move, usually it's a good sign that you're doing well if you have more pieces than your opponent. But will there be enough compensation is the question in that position. Compensation would be something of a dynamic factor. It wouldn't be material. It could be an attack. It could be some aggressive approach, some dynamic factors. I'm looking at what you said as well, Aryan, about how white still needs to take the time to castle. We know how important castling is to place your king in a safer position. So while white would be up in material, it is a lot of knight moves to capture that pawn.
I would personally be very scared to take that pawn, especially because you cannot really castle in this position. Because now black has a very strong move, playing this pawn one square forward, and this actually traps the knight in the center of the board. We see that this knight suddenly doesn't have any available squares. So white does need to take some care here. I actually think Anna will just castle here, get the king to safety, and after Jiner moves the bishop, maybe Anna will just grab the center here with pushing the pawn one square forward. So it's very wise in the opening to try to put as many pawns as possible in the center. It is very important to control the center because then you're controlling a lot of squares.
Yeah, and Magnus said in interviews about where should you put your pieces, and think about your pieces. Are they happy? Like they give them names and stuff like that. And is my piece happy? And right now, when I'm looking at on the black side, on the left side of the board, I see the bishop. The bishop is not happy. No, it's blocked by its own pawn, and the
bishop is currently
pretty stuck.
Pretty stuck, not doing much on the side of the board. Usually, this bishop goes back to this square while supporting this pawn push, and later it can find life on this diagonal. But yeah, currently I'd say this bishop is not great, but it has to be said that the black bishop is not,
the black bishop, yeah,
not
that's
great either.
Yeah.
So black will have to think about moving this pawn forward to be able to breed with the bishop on.
Yeah, now the bishop is in front, so I guess it's... but it can always go back. You know, pawns cannot go back, but bishop... Yeah,
but anyway, I really like to see this position because both players really seem to be out of their preparation right now. They've been taking a bit of time, and we really have brain against brain, and that gives a lot of.
We just saw a move from Jiner.
Yeah, she played this pawn push immediately. Anna takes the center, and Jiner actually responds very quickly by capturing it. I believe Anna is going to capture back. And what is interesting about this is that now Jiner could give a check to the white king on this square.
Oh.
And usually, if your king gets checked in the beginning of the game, it might appear risky. Especially here, let's say if you have to move the king, you do lose the castling rights. But
I would move the knight. You know, the knight from the right side of the board, I would bring it in front of the queen, block the check. Is that good?
And that looks natural to stop the check, but at the same time, I don't really like the knight on this square. I would be afraid of black opening up the position here. Let's say you go one square forward, maybe black will try to open up again. And I have to say, I really like black's chances if this would happen. So now black will try to open up, and this pin is annoying. So Anna has to think about if she wants to allow that check, or if she wants to. Maybe she will capture with the queen.
Oh, she didn't capture it yet.
She didn't capture it yet. She's taking her taking her time here. But I believe she's gonna capture with the queen or capture with the pawn. Capturing with the queen also makes a lot of sense. Centralizing the queen and putting pressure on the bishop. Maybe Anna will be very ambitious and castle long.
Oh.
What do you think about that, Anna?
I would love to see that. I mean, fellow Anna, I'm rooting for Anna as always, as much as I am a fan of Jiner as well. So I think this could be it. I think she might be heading toward that queen capture, not allow the check, and castle on opposite sides of the board that could lead to a very fighting, aggressive middle game position. And while Anna is thinking about this critical decision, we have a great first moment of the day. One of the extremely popular features of Norway Chess is called the confessional booth. The players can go to a room during the tournament where they can talk about their feelings, their thoughts. How is everything going? And guess who is the first person to visit the confessional booth this year at Norway Chess? It's none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Over to you, Magnus.
So back in the days, I used to be worried about playing the Queen's Gambit with Knight f3 and Knight c3 as white. One of the reasons was that I think there are about 8 moves that are playable. There's c6, c5, d takes c4, bishop e7, knight pd7. There's a6, there's h6. What am I forgetting? Well, there's at least there's them. And knight e4 is, I think, like semi-playable as well. I might have. Oh, bishop b4 as well. Bishop b4 was the 8. And so I decided to try one of them, h6 today, which is also, of course, also what Hikaru did in the candidates. With some success, like he kind of needed wins, but they at least gave him easy draws. And then a3 is what Bluebond did as well. And then I don't know, I just decided to start thinking over the board and like not repeat what Hikaru did. And I was just thinking like a3, how dangerous can it be? And then something else should be playable as well. I feel like my position is quite okay, but it might come to life a little bit here with some queen a4 stuff. I don't know, maybe there's queen c7. Otherwise, if not queen c7, I can maybe also go bishop d7, allow knight f7, and then if knight f7, king f7, bishop d6, I at least have knight d4, and then I don't know if knight b3 is playable after that, but I can at least take on e2, and I'm not like lost or anything. Maybe just slightly worse. Or otherwise, maybe queen c7 is possible after queen a4, and then knight b5, and so on. But yeah, otherwise, I think if he castles, takes on c6 at some point trades on d6, and then plays b3, I take bishop f5. My bishop is really, really good, and I think that generally compensates for my slight structural defects there. So we'll see, but I think generally the margin is big enough in the openings that the most you will get in these positions is like a bit worse.
Those have been the thoughts of Magnus Carlsen during his game against Alireza Firouzja, and that explains why he was spending so much time in the opening. He knows these positions, he knows these variations, and he was pondering which one to choose. He literally listed all the options he had and why he spent such a long think. Simon, when you hear Magnus, and this is during the game, he's playing and then he goes into the booth to talk through his thoughts. What is that like for you as a fan of Magnus, as a fan of chess, to listen to the man himself talk about the game as it's being played out?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for me to understand what's happening in his brain when he gives all these annotation. I don't follow, but I'm having a good time still and smiling just at looking at him explaining his thoughts. It's really entertaining for me.
Very entertaining indeed, and also for me to understand and for everyone to understand, we have our chess expert here, Arjan Tari, to explain some of the thoughts that Magnus mentioned in his confession. Arjan.
It's very interesting to get Magnus's thought there, and he's a big fan of using the confessional booth. Every year, he's the player that uses it the most. And here he explains his thought process. In this position after move 4, he wasn't sure which opening to exactly go for. There's so many different choices, like you can play the bishop here, he said, you can put the pawn here, you can put the pawn here. There's many choices, and he mentioned that he played this move as Hikaru Nakamura played it in the recent candidates tournament, which where he made a draw against the German top player, bid number 2 in Germany, Matthias Blubaum. Matthias Blubaum also played a move that Alireza Firouzja played, but in that game, Hikaru Nakamura pushed the pawn 1 square forward, and it ended up in an eventually draw. Well, Magnus at the board decided to be creative. He was like, why should this move be bad? And that's what we like, that the players get creative. It brings a lot of spice to the position, and it was just on his own, and we got some trades, and he did say in this current position that he thinks he's fine. He doesn't see a problem. So I'd say a confident Magnus, and it's interesting what we're going to see in the next moves.
Shell, what are your thoughts on Magnus's confession and his body language before we let you go? We know that you're a busy man directing the tournament, but we would love to hear your final thoughts on this game.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see, because we are looking at the time going down and all these things, and think what is he thinking, and he's sitting there for a long time, and he's going into the confession, he's so relaxed and talking about all the options he have. So it's very interesting, and it seems like he is very happy with his position.
And the happy Magnus is a dangerous Magnus, I would say.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, Shell, and for all the insights on Norway Chess and the Total Chess World Championship Tour that will be coming up later this year as a pilot, and next year as a full-on World Championship Tour. It's going to be a thrilling event to follow. We will be back after a short break, so do not go anywhere. This is day 1 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, live from the heart of Oslo in Norway. And oh boy, the drama is just coming. The time scrambles will be approaching. We will be back after a few minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day one, and the action is heating up. Before, though, we head back to the playing hall, I do want to introduce you to our special guest for the next hour. All the way from India with us is the senior partner of Wordswork, the leading PR sports firm of India, Nandini Kumar. Thank you so much, Nandini, for joining us.
Thanks, Anna. Absolute pleasure to be here.
Chess in India is absolutely huge, so we will have so much to talk about during the show. But I want to start with, you're not from the chess world as we are. You're not a chess player.
Yeah.
What is your relation to chess and Norway Chess?
So we've had this great opportunity to promote Norway Chess in India. We've been working with them over the last 3 years. We've also worked with other chess events, global chess events in, that happen in London, that happens in India. We also work closely with the All India Chess Federation as well. So I think it was a natural sync to have Norway Chess on board. And we've been here in Stavanger last year. We had a lot of journalists travel here from India last year. We have a lot of journalists traveling this year from India as well. Yeah.
What is it like to connect these two worlds? We are here in the heart of Europe, and you traveled all the way from India, as well as many of the players, because in both fields, we have the rising stars from the Indian generation. What is that like for Indian fans, that some of the top chess players in the world, both among the open tournament and the women's section, are from India?
There's a huge interest in Norway Chess, actually, mainly because of the lineup of players that are here. And this year, of course, Pragg is here and Gukesh is playing, Humpy and Divya. These players are hugely followed back in India. And while Norway Chess was always followed from young fans from across the globe. In fact, last year, I remember a 6-year-old boy all the way in Sydney was following how Gukesh was playing Norway Chess here, So that's the kind of interest these youngsters are bringing into the sport. It is the top 5 most watched, most covered sport in the country. Of course, India is known for cricket, right? We have huge cricket stars, but now I think what Gukesh has done to the sport, or what Divya is doing to the sport, or Arjun, Pragg, they've brought in a lot of interest, amongst new set of audience from India. I think that's the emphasis I'd like to lay here. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's hugely important. And I'm looking at Simon because he recreated that viral table slam moment between Gukesh and Magnus from last year's Norway Chess.
Yes.
Simon, if you want to talk to Nandini about that moment, because I feel like it went viral, but I just cannot imagine what it was like in India, that viral table slam moment.
Yeah, you mean with Arjun? Because I did the one with Arjun.
Yeah.
The Blitz.
Obviously, I need to correct myself because there were more than one table slam moment. Somehow the protagonist is always Magnus Carlsen. So we're happy to see that Magnus is in his element, and both opponents were from India, the top generation of India.
Yeah, and what is really nice about India is the way they support their people.
Yeah.
And they support them so much, and I find it beautiful. I wish, players from the American players were supported more by their people, but it seems like it's not the case. But maybe one day. But India is setting this example of huge supporters, and I think it's beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. About the table slam, in fact, Anna, it became like a household move, If a wife is angry with her husband for something, I need this to be done, It became a huge, like a movement in India. And we had Bollywood stars, do that, table slam, saying, oh, I'm not okay with the script this time, so, make a better one. So it really became an iconic move. We had our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, tweeting about that win. It was a huge, huge sporting moment. It's not just chess moment, but it was a huge sporting moment in the country. Never before PSG, such a popular football club, tweeting and congratulating Gukesh. They compared that victory to one of their title victories. I think it was huge. It was a huge celebratory moment. And I think that's why Norway Chess is followed so much, in our country, because this is probably one of those few platforms where Indian players get to play Magnus Carlsen, like in classical format. That opportunity doesn't arise too often in the calendar year. And I think that's what makes this so unique for Indian fans.
That's such an important point that you highlighted, and I'm just so excited for this year as well with all the field that we have mentioned, the Indian stars facing again Magnus at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women with two of the top players of India from the gold Olympic winning team of India. And also mentioning that gold, now I was just pondering about that. It's not usual to win both at the open section and in the women's section the same country. Like the Olympiad in chess is the same as Summer Olympics, Winter Olympics. It's a big deal. And India won both tournaments, both among the open section and among women. What was the year like for India, and how was that celebrated back at home?
Huge. It was huge. I mean, for us, it was the 1983 Cricket World Cup winning moment. It was the same feeling like how the Cricket World Cup, was won by India beating the West Indies. It was the same feeling back home when these guys won the gold and brought the gold medal back home. It was huge celebrations. The entire team was invited by the Prime Minister. He got to meet them one-on-one. Spent a lot of time with them, and I think that created a whole new buzz around the sport, attracted a lot of new followers. Of course, Vishy, after he became the Grandmaster in '88. Of course, there was that niche followers of the sport. They're probably 50 years old, 60 years old and stuff. But once the Olympiad gold medal happened, I think it's created a revolution in the sport. It's not just following, even a small chess tournament attracts more than 500, 600 kids to play. And that's a huge number. And it is a sort of revolution that these guys have created back home in India. Yeah.
Huge revolution. Do you think it's also huge pressure on the players, or is it more the positive impact of this so much support, so many fans? What do you think it's like for the players?
Yeah, I think, of course there's a huge following, but there is pressure. Definitely there's pressure. Like yesterday in the press conference when we spoke to Gukesh, and, he's been critiqued so much as well, of his form in the recent months. And he understands the pressure, and he actually acknowledged that he's probably not handled that pressure very well over the last couple of months. But at the same time, I think, every time there's a former world champion who probably critiques one of these players, there's a huge social media army of fans, who come and back them and say, back off a little bit, because he's still, 19? He's going to turn 20 this week here in Oslo. And he's very young, and I'm sure he has a lot of chess left in him, So yeah, I think they will do well. Yeah.
Heavy is the crown, isn't it? Arjan, I'm looking at you as well, since you have been a teammate of Magnus, and then, of course, you witnessed the new world champions bearing that crown, but feeling the heaviness of that crown, because after Magnus, it wasn't the same anymore. Every time we had a new world champion, Dingliran himself, he couldn't really deal with that pressure that a world champion needs to deal with, and now it's on Gukesh. It's Gukesh's turn to try to manage. Well, you have mentioned Nandini, all the eyes on you, and they're expecting you to perform at your best chess all the time, but they are humans.
Yeah, certainly a lot of pressure, and we saw Magnus stepped away from the World Championship title because he didn't like that pressure so much. Every World Championship match he played, he didn't really enjoy it. It was more of a hassle, and that pressure really got to him, and at the end of the day, he wants chess to be fun, and he stepped away from the crown. So we see Ding struggle a lot. Obviously, I really hope he can get back in shape. And Gukesh has been some tough last months, but he's so young as you pointed out. So he's for sure gonna come back.
Yeah. And hopefully he'll also be cheered up by some of the news and media that continuously covers his events. Here's some of the snapshots from the daily reports in India. Nandini, would you highlight any of these, or is this just another day in on any Indian day.
Yeah.
It's always a lot of chess in the news.
It is actually any Indian day, but this was all from last year, in fact, and huge media coverage last year. And not just chess, in fact, I try and tell these players sometimes that, look, it's not just about your game, but the media wants to know about you, about your personality. What are you doing in Oslo? What are you eating in Stavanger? That sort of a thing. And Pragg is like, what? Why do they want to know what I eat? Because I eat normal South Indian food. I like to order that. And you're like, exactly. We like to know. People want to read these kind of things. We want to know, how you take your mind off the sport and things like that. So one of the fun things that they did last year in Stavanger was the cowboy outing, and that got huge traction all over social media and, across the newspapers. You never see Gukesh in this avatar, right? Wearing a cowboy hat, dressed like a cowboy, posing with horses and stuff. I think this really shows, how much chess is being watched and covered wherever these guys travel, actually across the globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think we need more of these moments where we see them outside of the chess scene? We see the real humans, their emotions, having fun as being cowboys and competing in different activities?
Absolutely. I think so. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw the Norway Chess Games last year, and it's going to be this year as well. But it's always a secret what the games will consist. It's going to happen on the free day, so we're going to see a lot of content from that this year as well.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see so many Indians in the Norway Chess tournament last year.
Yeah.
Last year, I believe we had three players.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they won the Olympiad in 2024 as well. So chess has really been taking off in India. I went to the World Cup in Goa a couple of months ago, and it's really amazing to see all the fans.
Yeah. In fact, it's not just the players, Anna. I was telling Simon that even he's very popular in India. They love the content he puts out.
I didn't know about this, but I'm happy to hear it. And then if I can, I wish I could make more content about Indian players, and that's going to be on my list for sure.
Yeah.
I got you.
Simon being popular in India, I am not surprised. I'm a fan myself. And while we have been chatting about the culture in India, chess over the world, we have actually had 2 visits in the confessional booth by none other than Divya Deshmukh. So let's hear the youngster here, the youngest participant of Norway Chess Women, all the way from India, Divya Deshmukh, going to the confessional twice to talk to you, dear viewers.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do this while sitting or standing, but okay, so my game, I think it's very interesting. I think she has c5, which I'm a bit worried about because it looks very unclear there. I think I can go maybe like bishop c5, fe5. I really hope she cannot hear me, but I was thinking I could go castle, and there are some d3 threats, but it looks quite murky to me. I'm just happy that the opening wasn't that bad, and also I have managed to equalize on the time now. I saw that there are some people who are sleeping in the first row, but honestly I don't blame them. I think it's what I would have done too. I'm just waiting for her to make a move. I don't see many moves for white, but for me c5 is what is annoying me. And maybe to some extent e3, but I think I'll be fine there. And yeah, I'm actually getting a bit hungry, and there's a packet of dried mango kept on the table, but I'm unsure if we can eat it because it might be for promotional causes, and I want to find that out, but I have no idea how. Right now I'm just waiting for her to make a move. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen if c5 happens on the board, but I think if she doesn't play very actively, I think I have a fine position, should have a fine position. Okay, so I think I spent way too much time than I should have on d3 and e4. I was calculating. I don't know if it's right, but it looks so interesting. Instead of d3, you go d3 and then you just give up the pawn. But both of both of whites' bishops are not really doing good. And then if you go in d3, e4, I found that very interesting. But yeah, I'm not very sure about the position right now. After c5, again, c5 is my problem. Bishop e7, bishop d4. And I'm considering if I should sacrifice the exchange with just going castle and then bishop e5. Maybe it's not the best idea to take the c5 pawn, but I do need some compensation. So like bishop c5, bishop e5, queen b7, and then I play with an exchange down. But I don't really like that position so much because I feel like after I take the c5 pawn, white has too much counterplay, so it should be better for white. So maybe there are like better options of sacrificing my exchange. I just don't know if I should. I like e4 because it closes white's bishop completely. And yeah, I think if she doesn't play c5 here, I should be okay. I know like king h1 is a very stupid move, but I was kind of calculating that because she's threatening the a7 pawn, but I think since I have b2, I should be okay. I just don't want to lose any of my pawns, and I just desperately want to castle because my king looks so weak. When she played e3, I was checking c5, and then there was some variation with ed4, rook e1, and then my king either goes to like d8 right in the middle of the board, and I was like very worried about my king, so I didn't decide to go there. I just really want to castle right now. I hope she lets me. If I think she doesn't play c5, I would eventually go there myself, except like without allowing queen d5 and everything like that. But yeah, I really just want to castle, and I kind of really hate my pawn structure on the queen side because they look so weak and it feels like they will drop any time. So I'm very worried about that. But yeah, I don't know. I think she can go c5. I don't know how bad of a move bishop f8 is, but bishop e7, bishop d4. I'm checking queen a5. Maybe that could be a decent idea to avoid the pin and at the same time threaten c5. But then again, bishop g7, and my king is stuck again. Okay, I just realized she has bishop g7 and queen h5, so that has to be a horrible idea. Maybe something like queen d7 could be working, but queen a4, and then rook d1, bishop f1, the bishop comes to play, which I hate. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to do about bishop d4. I'm not sure if bishop d4, bishop f6 is a good idea, getting double pawns on the king side, but at least I hope I have a better bishop, and I don't see a way for her to attack it immediately. But again, my king is not able to castle there, so I wouldn't like that very much. Yeah, after bishop d4, it looks a bit dicey, and I'm yet to find the move. But hopefully, when she plays it, I miraculously find it. Let's see.
A lot of insights from Divya Deshmukh, and she has broken down the position in detail. She was really worried about a pawn push from her opponent Wenjun, but it didn't happen in the game. So I think right now this is good news for Divya that her opponent didn't play the move that she was so worried about. And of course, we also need to make sure that she realizes, Divya, being that there are a lot of refreshments and snacks in the playing hall because she says she's hungry. Nandini, you mentioned how important it is for us fans to know about the human aspect, to know about the people behind the chess moves. And Divya has been really herself. I think we see her shine and just being very honest here.
She's been a breath of fresh air really in the chess world, particularly amongst the Indian chess players, because typically we've seen them being fairly shy, especially in the confession room. They're not as animated as Magnus could be, or Hikaru is fantastic in a confession room scenario as well. But I think Divya is she's very candid and glamorous. She looks fantastic. I remember when she won the World Cup, a lot of athletes from different sport, different Olympic sport suddenly took notice, and they're like, "Oh my God, this youngster, she looks really nice, and she's actually won the World Cup. That's incredible." So I see her as a fresh of breath there. I think she's, of course, we've had Humpy, who is the queen of chess in India, but I think Divya is kind of paving the way for youngsters to come into the sport, and she's not all chess. She's said before that this is not the only thing I focus on. I like to study psychology, and I'm pursuing a degree in that. So she's the new Gen Z kind of player, typically, I think.
And we love that. Simon, I think you're already getting inspired for your next videos. Is that what I see in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, she's interested in psychology. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And winning the World Cup is prestigious. It's a lot of work. It's a big event. So yeah, I wonder what's gonna be the result tonight with Wenjun. That's gonna be spicy.
Yeah.
We got so many insights from Divya in the confessional booth, and it was really great to see. We very rarely get that many confessions. Usually, when I used the confessional booth a couple of years ago, I was just there for like 30 seconds, just shared some thoughts really quickly. But this is kind of a dream for us commentators. She did mention that she was worried about this pawn push followed by centralizing the bishop, with a double threat here, threatening to eliminate the pawn, and also if black were to defend this pawn, there was this move, bishop to e5 here, centralizing the bishop and attacking the queen and the rook. So this was Divya's worry, but Wenjun chose a different path. She actually developed her queen one square forward and connecting the rooks. And here I quite like Divya's position. I think her play is very straightforward. She can now get the king to safety, castle here, and I really like this rook on this square pointing down on the side of the board. And what Divya pointed out was very important, that this bishop here is actually quite bad. It's pointing towards this pawn, but this pawn is very well protected. So Divya doesn't have any weaknesses, and she has some nice pawns in the center. So I actually like black's chances here. The only thing I was worried about a bit earlier was Divya's time, but she seems to have caught up on that.
Both,
So,
I've noticed that both have pushed the f pawn on the f. I don't know how to say the alley. So, like, they both have done that, and I've heard from interviews from Ben Fingold. He hates it. He doesn't recommend this.
It's
right?
usually considered to be very risky to open up for your king like this.
Yeah,
but at this level, they're that good that they can break some principles.
So for beginners,
never do it. But if you're a grandmaster, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to put it. You got to know the principles to be able to break the principles.
Yeah.
And here, Divya has two choices, I believe. She might push this pawn one square forward, which is a very natural move, hindering the white bishop from activating on this square. Or Divya might just get the king to safety immediately. She was very keen on pushing this pawn here to stop the bishop from activating. So we might as well see that immediately.
What if the queen give a check on the left side of the board, the white queen?
Yeah, that's possible. You can give a check. However, black will just stop this check by developing the bishop, and suddenly you actually
doesn't help.
So there's a lot of players on the beginner level that think that if you can give a check, it's a really good idea and it's a big achievement, but it's actually just a myth because
You have to have a plan.
You have to have a plan. Like if you actually give a check and your opponent answers that check by just developing their piece and block the check at the same time, actually the check is pretty useless. And here the white queen has to move away, so you don't really achieve anything.
It's the importance of tempo, right? You don't want to give your opponent a chance. And
yeah, giving the opponent chance, but also now, if we think about it, this queen here is doing a good job protecting the pawn here on b2. And if the queen moves away, like we saw in this case, suddenly no one is protecting this pawn. So there's it's not an easy position for white, I would say, because this bishop is very passive. So I'm curious how this is going to go forward, but a very interesting position.
And while Divya is thinking, I think this is a good chance for us to also bring in the game theory section of our broadcast, because every day we will have these incredible statistics to break down to you and also for us to analyze. This is game theory in Norway Chess Women, showing who would be the most likely tournament winner. So according to these statistics and previous performances of the players, Wenjun has the highest chance to win the tournament. This is obviously before today's game, so not considering how they will be performing today, but these are huge numbers. And what I'm extremely surprised about, Nandini, is that it's giving Divya quite a low percentage, while I would consider her actually one of the top stars for who could upset Wenjun. What do you think?
Absolutely. She could be the dark horse in the tournament, and she's making a debut here in Norway Chess. So she's obviously enthusiastic to do well here. So don't write her off just yet.
Yeah, I'm also surprised by these numbers. I don't think there should be such a big gap. Especially in a tournament like this where you have all players are very strong grandmasters, so I think it's much more even than the graph is showing here. But of course it is very important to get off to a good start from a psychological aspect. As we also know, Divya is studying psychology. Like if you win the first game, you just feel so good, you feel energetic, and it's a big boost.
It would be a big boost for sure for Divya. And I'm also curious how game theory looks like for Norway Chess when it comes to, is it Magnus? Of course it is Magnus, but look at that bar. 58.4% chance for the world #1 to win the tournament. This is quite a large margin. Nandini, what does this graph show to you? What do you think?
I mean, we are playing in his hometown. Obviously, he would like to win it here, but I would definitely like to see a different winner this time. I may not be liked very much in Oslo for saying this. I've been told he's very, very popular here, probably more popular than the Prime Minister of Norway. This is just what I keep hearing about
Definitely
Magnus.
more famous than the Prime Minister.
He's the only one who's more famous than the Prime Minister.
No, I said Magnus is definitely more famous than the Prime Minister of Norway.
Okay.
But yeah, he's truly a national hero.
Yeah.
And he's been world #1 for 15 years.
Yeah.
There's very few people that have been #1 for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, it's incredible. He might just get that record too if none of the Indian guys, fight for that spot. I'm sure he'll get that record of being the undisputed king for 20 years.
I think it's going to get harder the next few years, but right now it's a very solid margin. He's world #1 and world #2, I believe, has 50 points less, and 50 points at this level is so tough to get. Like, you need to do well in so many events and get points here and there.
Yeah.
But I think this number showing the 57.4% is too much because anything can happen in such a tournament. There's so many aspects that go into it, so it shouldn't be that big of a difference there.
Yeah. But just going back to that last year's win when Gukesh beat Magnus, I think it kind of broke that glass ceiling. It was that moment because it made people realize that this undisputed king, the GOAT, can actually be defeated.
He's not untouchable. He's a human as well. I think you're very right that was a crucial moment. It could happen this year again. Same event, same time control. Magnus has been spending a lot of time in this game, so time scramble and time trouble will be approaching. He still has much less time than his opponent Alireza Firouzja. So let's check in with just the current position and assess what has happened, Arjan, when you see this middle game, and what are the factors that matter here the most.
It's a very fascinating position. Actually, we only have seen one pawn trade so far, so we have a middle game position where almost no pieces have been traded. And there is quite some imbalance in the structure here. We see Magnus has this pawn on this c4 square here, which I've put an arrow to, and Firouzja has this knight in the center. Magnus has a strong bishop on f5. So every piece kind of has an interesting function here. But I have to say, I so far really like Alireza's chances, and also it has to be pointed out that he has 30 minutes more on the clock, which is a really solid time advantage, especially with this time format that we've been discussing. Getting into time trouble here can be very, very costly because you don't get any extra time before move 41. Magnus on the last move is improving his rook placement, and he really wants to get his counterplay going on the queen side here. So by this last move here, he's preparing that pawn push. And note that if he would have done that on the last move, it would not be a good idea because the knights would be hanging here on the side of the board. Magnus would lose his knights, so that's why he places rook here to support the knight, so he can put his pawn 2 squares forward. What do you think when you see this position, Simon?
To me, it's pretty common for white in my games when I play to put it when I play the Queen's Gambit to put it on e5. So I think it's a really normal move. Would you say? It controls a lot of squares on the board towards the black king. So to me, it looks good for white.
Yeah, so I mentioned that black's plan is to push on the queen side here and take space, and you might wonder what is white gonna do? What is white's play forward here?
I would maybe push the A pawn, the left pawn.
You can consider to push the left pawn here, but the drawback of that move, as we talked about earlier, you have to be so careful about pushing the pawn because it has a drawback that you can never take back pawn pushes, and here it actually weakens this square here on b4, and now Magnus would get the opportunity to jump in on the knight on this square, and suddenly he eyes 2 very important squares here, and this would not be a good situation for white as the knight gets very strong. So actually in the current position, this pawn does a very important job stopping black from taking advantage of that square. I actually think Alireza is looking at probably moving this bishop away and try to expand on the king side here. Is really a position where Magnus is focusing on the queen side and Alireza is focusing on the king side. And if he gets his pawn going, it can be very dangerous for Magnus. But a very, very complex position here.
But if you do that, you're breaking principle of like the king safety, you know, because it can get really messy for white if you push his pawn in front of him. You know, it's more attacks.
It is more attack. Another useful advantage of playing this move, the bishop to the side, is that if Magnus now would just continue with his plan, expanding on the queen side, actually white has a serious threat here of eliminating the black knight, and after black captures back, suddenly no one is defending this pawn in the center here, and this is a very important pawn. Generally, if you lose a central pawn, you're in huge trouble, and this move here does create an important threat of taking a pawn. So Magnus has to take care of that. Maybe he's gonna jump in with his knight here. Anyway, it's a very complicated middle game position, so it's full of life.
I agree that this is such a complicated and critical moment. At the same time, I was wondering, from your perspective, Nandini, we have these 2 superstars facing each other, and usually it would be a normal chess game. But the context is that Alireza Firouzja is injured. Yeah. He has his leg up on a chair because of his sprained ankle. This must be quite an unusual scene in general, since you represent so many other sports as well. Yeah. chess is a mental sport where you can play also if you're injured.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, there was a lot of uncertainty. I did have a lot of media asking me if he's pulling out of the tournament, because he did pull out last week from another tournament he was expected to play in. And but Shell Mudland said no. He's coming. He's definitely coming, and we're making all sorts of arrangements to ensure he has a good outing in the tournament. So I'm not surprised at all. And I've actually interacted with Alireza a couple of times in previous chess tournaments, and I think he has a very different kind of mindset. I think that's what sets him apart. And I've seen him play in the Global Chess League as well, and he's played Magnus a couple of times there. He's given Magnus a run for his money in those matches too. And personally, he's my favorite, really. I really liked his personality. I like the kind of chess he plays, and has a very different kind of style and aura to him, compared to any other chess player, I would say. Yeah.
I agree with you, and that mindset that you mentioned. How would you describe what stands out to you about his personality and what he brings to the chessboard? Because you're right, he's very successful even against players like Magnus.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Aryan would be able to speak about his chess expertise, but just I think while we interact with him, we get a sense that here's a player who. The opponent doesn't really matter to him. I think that's the kind of feeling I get when I speak to him. I think he's more focused on what he can bring to the table, and I think that is a standout quality, according to me, about Alireza. Yeah.
Alireza does play very entertaining chess. He never shies away from complications, and I always have to say his body language is a bit funny to me. He just looks very chill the way he's sitting at the board today. He's like playing the goat of chess, but he kind of like, I feel like the Indians are a bit like more tense. They're more serious sitting there, but Alireza is a bit of a.
This is just a coffee house game.
Yeah.
I'm here playing against my Paul
And
Magnus.
honestly, I wish I was a bit more like that when I was playing, because I think most players, you get a bit nervous, like tense, but sometimes it can be good to be chill as well. And if you take some of that pressure off your chest, you tend to play better and enjoy it more.
Yeah.
And so far, it's been working well. I think he's been putting some pressure on Magnus's clock, and I like his position a bit more. Also, it has to be said about Alireza. He's known for being a speed chess shark. He's really good in shorter time controls. So that is also something Magnus does take into consideration. If this game ends in a draw, they do play an Armageddon game after with lower time control.
Yeah.
And Alireza is extremely strong in these shorter time control formats.
Yeah.
We saw earlier this year, there was the speed chess final in London back in February, where I believe Alireza knocked out Hikaru Nakamura, which many people know as a streamer and one of the best blitz players in the world. So Alireza is really like on the top there.
Yeah, Alireza is one of the. I think he's top 3 actually in blitz right now. So really a good blitz player, and.
I have some funny stories about Alireza, because he's also from Iran, and my parents are from Iran, and I've known him since I was 11 years old. And I remember back in 2018, me and Alireza, we went to Oman together at a training camp that Magnus was organizing. This was 8 years ago, and I was kind of like being at a training camp with Alireza. We were staying in the same room, and he was just playing like a lot of blitz on chess.com. And I remember back then, like, he kind of grew up online. He was playing on chess.com like 5 hours every day. Is really a product of learning by doing, I'd say. And it's a bit of a different approach than like studying all the old books and having a very strict training regime. But Alireza was just playing and learning by experience, and it was very inspiring for many people.
Would you recommend it to our viewers as well, or do you think it's very personal what works better? How to approach if you want to get better at chess, what do you do?
I think generally it's very personable, but the number one thing is that you should try to have fun when you're practicing chess. And this is also something Magnus has been talking a lot about when he's asked about chess training and improvement. And he says the number one thing is to enjoy what you're doing. And I mean, some people improve a lot by just playing so many games, and that worked for Alireza. And I do think when you're enjoying it and having fun, you tend to improve more. So let's say if you're reading chess books and you're really not enjoying it and you prefer to play blitz games online, that can work for some people. So it really depends.
I think both Simon and I are taking notes here on how to get our chess at a better level. But those who may not need that much improvement, I think, are the Indian stars in the lineup here, because we have already mentioned with Nandini how there's this young generation from India, both in the Open tournament and in the women's field, and they are just the youngest participants. Doesn't matter who their opponent is, they're just going for it. When one of them is Pragg, Pragg is known for having beaten Magnus Carlsen when he was a teenager. What does that say about someone still really young? Praggnanandhaa, still only 19 years old, but he was even younger when he beat the best player in the world.
He's a prodigy, no doubt. I think he's been playing chess for the last, 17 years, came into the sport because of his sister. In fact, fun trivia, his mother trained to be a practicing nurse, in fact. And we've seen her accompany their children, both the siblings are accompanied by her when they travel to Norway Chess as well. Incidentally, she's not here this time, but she apparently had her passport ready to, travel to different parts of the world to work as a nurse, but something happened and she never got that opportunity, ended up getting married and then had the children, and now she travels the world, gets the stamp on her passport thanks to how well these two kids are doing in the sport. And that was just a fun trivia about Mrs. Nagalakshmi, who's a huge support, I think, for Pragg and Vaishali. And just speaking about Pragg, I think yes, he's aggressive in his game. He's actually beaten Magnus, I think, even here in Norway Chess earlier when he's played probably in 24. But he has this sense of humor, that not too many people have. In fact, yesterday at the press conference as well, he was the one who was making those tiny little jokes that was getting everyone, laughing on the table. So I think Pragg that way is the naughtier one of the lot right now in India, really. Yeah.
It's great to hear these insights from you, and obviously we have seen the family bond and how much it matters. Every player has someone here supporting them, whether it's a parent, whether it's a coach, whether it's a partner. And in case of Pragg, it always has been this bond with their mom and the sister participating last year as well. They are one of the strongest, if not the strongest siblings in the world. Both of them are grandmasters. It's so special.
It is. It absolutely is special. And I know they have a very good, understanding between each other. They're supporting each other in their performance, and it is special, I see even when his mother is here, she's usually quietly sitting in one corner. She has a banana in her hand, usually just to see if the kids take a break and come outside. She's readily there to, hand it over to them. I think that's what makes it so special. I think when we talk of champions, we don't really talk so much about the support that they're getting back home. And chess really is a profession right now in India. Probably 20, 25 years ago, nobody would have thought that you can make a career out of chess. There's that story with Vishy Anand as well, when he was traveling on a train. I think an older gentleman asked him, "What do you do for a living?" And he said, "I play chess." And the gentleman didn't know he was speaking to Mr. Vishy Anand himself. So he said, "No, young lad, you need to be Vishy Anand to make a living out of chess." So he said, "Yes, I am Vishy Anand." So it's such an interesting story. But now you have so many players in India who can actually make a living out of playing chess, and Pragg is one of them. He's actually backed by one of the biggest corporate houses in the country. Adani backs him, and he's doing really, really well. No doubt, and like I was saying, at no point in the history of the sport in India we've had more than 4 players in the top 20 of FIDE ranking. So I think these are the stats that really make people, not just people, but brands and corporates and even the government to kind of take note of what's happening in chess, really. And sometimes I feel like these players don't really understand. They're so calm, nonchalant, they come in, they say, I'm just here, I'll play my game, I'll go sleep in the room, I'll enjoy, coming here, and that's about it. But there's so much, rallying behind them and their performances. Yeah.
Huge interest and huge support. And I see, Aryan, you're ready also to break down how well is Pragg doing in today's game against Wesley So here, because his opponent is a former world #2, 3-time US champion, has been in the elite for so many years, one of the most consistent players. So not an easy opponent, but Pragg has the white pieces, and I think he's got all the ambitions. Nandini, you are right that he doesn't fear anyone. He would go for the throat of any of his opponents. I see that knight on the right side of the board looking promising, and Pragg's king still in the middle of the board. He hasn't castled.
We have a lot of moves in this game. It's already move 22. So compared to the other games, a lot has been happening here. We have seen a queen trade, and we're already in an endgame. And I really like Pragg's last move, activating the knights, putting a lot of pressure on this pawn. So now it's really, the ball is in Wesley's court here. He has to find a way to deal with this pawn that is attacked. And one way I would not play with black is capturing this knight, which does get rid of the issue of protecting the pawn, but at the same time that leaves white with a bishop pair here. And one thing about endgames is that if your opponent has the bishop pair, it can get really, really dangerous. And here these bishops are looking very, very strong, pointing towards black's king. And here I really, really like Pragg's chances. So I really don't think that Wesley should capture this knight. I think he's gonna move his knight back to this square. It seems like the only way to protect this pawn.
But what about the rook c6, for example?
Rook, the white rook?
The black rook.
Oh, the black rook to c6. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. That's a good question. So that does also protect this pawn in the center. But the issue with that is that if you put the rook on this square, suddenly no one is protecting the knight.
Oh.
Because if you think about it, this bishop here is taking care of the knight, and if you put the rook here, you kind of block the bishop. So it seems like we got a move there, and Wesley decided to capture the knight.
It's surprising, since you were highlighting that it's a move that you normally wouldn't want to go for.
I would be scared to make that move, but Wesley has planned his next move, puts his knight in the center, attacking the white bishop. If he decides to go for this, he has probably thought about something very concrete. This is a kind of a position where if white gets to stabilize with the two bishops, white will have a very big advantage. But Wesley has probably found a way to immediately get some counterplay. And now, after Pragg moves the bishop, say if he goes here, which looks natural to me, because if you move the bishop back here, Wesley probably gonna activate the rook all the way to this square, but this looks
annoying, right?
Looks a bit awkward for white to deal with the rook there.
And also I see like on the right side, complete right side, the rook is open to attack the king, which there's the two bishops pointing at the king, and now the rook is coming.
The rook on h1 does have a lot of potential, but you kind of need the other rook to support it for it to be dangerous.
Okay.
I think a natural move for Pragg in this position would be to move the bishop one square back to also not let black invade here on this square. But now Wesley can think about a move like activating the bishop to the b5 square and
offering a trade.
Offering a trade, and what is nice about that is that if white accepts the trade, suddenly white doesn't have the pair of bishops anymore, and this position would be very acceptable for Wesley. So ideally, Pragg would like to keep the bishop pair, but at the same time, if you're gonna hide the bishop all the way here, it looks a bit like you are kind of saying goodbye to this rook on the corner activating.
Yeah. But you talk about bishop pair. Why is it so important to keep both bishop on the board?
The reason for that is that the bishop pair, they work really well if they're connected. They kind of just control so many squares diagonally. If you think about it in endgame, the bishop moves much faster than the knight, so the knight has to always move like an L, right? But like the bishop can go so far, it goes diagonally, so it can, let's say, go to the other side of the board much faster than the knight. And here, I was surprised by Wesley's choice, but actually when I'm looking at it, it's not so easy to maintain the bishop pair for white as black is ready to activate here. So
okay,
let's see what Pragg does. I don't think Pragg is in any danger. I think it's pretty balanced probably, but it doesn't seem easy to keep that bishop pair. So Wesley So is known to be an extremely solid player. He's very strong, and he's been a consistent top 10 player for the last 10 years. Has been number 2 at his peak, as Anna pointed out. He was the 2800 player a couple of years ago. Also been the Fischer World Champion in 2019. So he has quite a career so far.
Yeah, definitely not an easy opponent, but I have full faith in Pragg. I think we all do, that he will figure out what's the best way to continue the game here. Can he hold on to the pair of bishops, or will he trade that piece for black's knight? This is something that he'll be deciding here, pondering over this choice. Actually, no, he doesn't need more time to think, because he moved the rook all the way up to protect that bishop. Let's take a look at this move before we move on to our next game, Arjan.
So after seeing this move, I really think that this is going to be the first game of the day that ends in a draw.
Which is good news for us, because this is the only chess event where you are rooting for a draw in a way, because then we get Armageddon. Nandini, your thoughts on Armageddon, if this game will head to Armageddon, and in general, for the Indian fans, what is it like that there is a winner in every match? You can make a draw, but then you have to play again, and there will be a decisive result.
Yeah, I think that's the most standout feature of this tournament that gets everyone excited. Even the media absolutely loves this new format. I think it was introduced only a couple of years ago, and there's always a question around this format as to, you know, why they introduced it, what was the thought process behind it, how do the players perceive, you know, the whole Armageddon, time format. But personally, for me, I get very tensed. You know, I'm stressed when, you know, that happens, and I mean, just going back to Pragg or any of the Indian players, since they go into the Olympiad this year, this tournament is extremely important. It's an indicator to see where they stand, you know, the kind of form they are in, and yeah, I think like Arjan said, if it goes into Armageddon, I think I'll be sweating a little bit sitting here.
The Armageddon is kind of like getting penalty in football. I remember when I was much younger, I was watching football, I was always hoping for penalty. And I think you can kind of say it here with the Armageddon. It's really like that.
Yeah. But I have a question. The first thing you said after the rook went on h4, on the right side of the board, you said it's going to a draw. Why do you see it right away? Because of the trades?
The reason for that is that actually after Wesley is gonna take the bishop, and we're probably gonna get massive trades. And on the top level, it is known that opposite color bishop endgames are very dry, and often both sides cannot do much, because these bishops are really like neutralizing each other. And here it's honestly just not so much pieces left. Like both sides have bishop, rook, and 6 pawns each, but it's just kind of like fizzling out to a draw here. And the reason I said that after the rook here is that if Pragg would try to keep the bishop, we would still have some spice in the position. But after this move, Pragg is really signaling that he's given up his ambitions about to have any winning chances, which means that this opening didn't really go in Pragg's way, and that actually often happens when you're playing Wesley So. He's one of the best prepared players in the world, and it's very hard to kind of get something spicy against him.
But I've heard before, I don't know if that's right, but isolated pawns are usually not good. So if all the trades happens, like you said, you have white isolating pawn, is it gonna be hard to keep it alive?
So this pawn is indeed weak, but it's just like white will protect it, and it's just still too little. Like even if you were to win this pawn, now the issue though is that if you try to go around and take it, actually white will push one square forward, and say we would get a situation like this.
And now that's
something on the top level that they would call a dead draw, because these bishops are opposite colored bishops. Let's say if black puts the pawn here, the reason we call this such a dead draw is that this bishop here, it can never really attack black's pawn, like this pawn here. I don't know what happened there.
Now it can.
now
it can.
Now it can by magic, but it goes on dark squares, so it can never target the pawns that are on light squares. And the same goes with Wesley's bishop. So right now it seems like we're gonna get a lot of trades. So my prediction is that this is gonna go to an Armageddon within an hour, I would say.
That's not bad news for us. I think we are all rooting for more chess, more Armageddon. And while we figure out if this will be soon a draw or not, I also want to talk about, of course, the compatriot of Prague, the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Domaraju. His opponent today is the #1 player of Germany, Vincent Keymer. And we did catch Vincent on the way to the playing hall about his thoughts on today's game against Gukesh.
Vincent, just 2 days ago, you finished your tournament, winning a Grand Chess Tour, now coming here. Which mood are you in?
I'm quite happy, of course, also a bit tired. It was a tough tournament and it will continue being tough here, but it's a great event and I'm really looking forward to playing here.
And you're facing today the world's youngest chess champion, who you're also been second to during the match. What can we expect from today's battle?
I suppose a big fight as usual.
Best of luck to you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Vincent is already at the board. Of course, that happened an hour or so ago when Vincent arrived at the playing venue. On the left side, we have the youngest undisputed world chess champion, Gukesh Domaraju from India. Nandini, we need to emphasize and ask you even more about what that moment was like in India when Gukesh became the world chess champion.
I mean, I can't find words to describe it. I think it was a huge, huge moment. I know, we've interacted with him several times, and we know this young boy came into the sport wanting to play Magnus, beat him at a world championship, and bring the world championship back home. I think that was what was his biggest motivator to even come into the sport. He said it several times in interviews. Although it wasn't Magnus who was his opponent, I think the way that the tournament transpired, it looked from the very beginning that Gukesh could win it, and I think mentally he really stood out in that tournament. He is a calm player, aggressive on the board, but can be very calm. And I think the tears said it all. I think it came as a huge relief also. You're trained by 5-time world champion, and he is your mentor, and here you are winning it. For all the Indians, I think it was a very, very proud moment, and we're so happy with how Gukesh's career trajectory is going. Seriously. So I think it was a historic moment for India and Indian chess, no doubt.
Historic moment, and he still is the youngest world chess champion in the history of the game. When it comes to Norway chess, last year's participation, that was the moment that went viral when Gukesh beat the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, and that was the first time Gukesh managed to beat Carlsen in a classical game. So he went from winning the World Chess Championship to then taking down Magnus, even if it wasn't an official World Championship match, but huge moment again for him and for India.
Absolutely. And I think he was asked every single time, that do you think you have it in you to beat Magnus? And when he actually did that here, like I said, it was that, breaking the glass ceiling moment for Indian chess. And just to watch that, again, he was relieved, of course, there was a bang and he was taken aback a little bit. And we were all taken aback too, wondering what happened. But there was that sense of relief because every single time he's meeting the media as well, that was the question he would get asked. And for a youngster like that to beat someone like Magnus, I think it was a very, very big deal. I think it took some pressure off his shoulder last year when that happened. And like I said, it gives a different kind of confidence when they get a result like that.
And it might happen this year as well, because as you said, he broke that glass ceiling already. He might just do it again. And will he do it in today's game just to start off on the right foot? Aryan, I'm looking at you and what we have in this current moment. Gukesh having more time and taking a bit of a stroll in the playing hall while his opponent, Vincent Keymer, is thinking. Could you break us down the current situation and the factors that matter here the most in this position?
Right now, the position looks pretty balanced. I'd say by the last move, Gukesh advanced his pawn 2 squares, which was very natural because it was under pressure here by the black queen. So he defends that pawn, and right now he's threatening to eliminate this pawn here, which is undefended. So Vincent has to think about that. A move I was thinking about is going with the knight all the way back to the home square, the initial squares, which might look very strange to the viewers, because why would you go back with the knight that was developed? But the nice thing about moving in a way is that these rooks are now looking quite nice, putting pressure on this pawn. And keep in mind that now if white decides to capture the pawn on the side of the board here, that would be a huge mistake, because white's queen would be in danger here after black eliminates the white knight.
I was thinking about that move. I was like, I was about to ask you, is it a good move? But now I see the bishop can take the knight.
It's a bit of a tricky move here. Knight back to b8, and I would think that Gukesh has to protect this pawn now. So probably move the rook back 1 square. Overall, I'd say a pretty balanced position. This pawn is a bit weak, but also this pawn is a bit weak, so they kind of neutralize each other. But I mean, if I had to bet, I would really put my money on a draw here, because right now there's not much spice in the position.
But the queens are still on the board, so that means there's still hope for.
There is still hope. Right now, I'd say Vincent is probably quite happy with his position, and he has no problems with the black pieces. And these players know each other very well, as we talked about. Vincent worked in the team of Gukesh for his last World Championship match, so it's always a bit strange to play against someone that you have a personal relationship with.
What is that like? Can you describe it to us and to the viewers? Because you have more insight to being a coach, to being someone's supporter.
Yeah.
And in this case, that Vincent helping Gukesh get that very much deserved title that he worked for, but now he has to face him and try to beat him.
It's a bit of a weird feeling. I actually think I'm probably the only player in the top 100 that has worked with 3 top players. So I worked for Anish Giri, I worked for Fabiano Caruana, and I worked for Levon Aronian recently. So it's been very funny, and I've played against all of them. I remember I played against Anish a couple times, and we had worked before, and we were just smiling a bit in the beginning of the game. It's just a weird feeling. And with Magnus, it was weird. I always been friends with him, and yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of, you don't really want the pairing, but of course you cannot really avoid it. So, yeah.
How do you deal with that situation? Is there any way that you can approach it where you can put aside friendship, and the friendship is before the game and after the game, but during the game?
Well, friendship is one thing, but the problem, for instance, when I played Anish Giri back in 2022, we had worked a lot together earlier that year, so it was kind of an interesting situation because with the opening situation, it's like if you play an opening that you've worked with Anish or he plays something that I know, so you're both like a bit confused. So he ended up playing the London opening against me, and I wasn't sure because if I would play what I knew the best, I knew that he knows what I know, and it's just very confusing. It's a weird situation. So I played something instead that I didn't know that well, and then I got busted.
It gets in your head.
It gets a bit in your head, but I think these two players, probably Vincent only worked for Gukesh in the World Championship, so I don't think they've worked that much together, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem.
And since you mentioned your teammate and friend Magnus Carlsen, he is again in the confessional booth, which is something that we are always delighted to hear. And let's listen in what Magnus had to say about his today's game against Alireza Firouzja.
So I gotta admit that I didn't really see the plan that you had with Bishop G3 and F4. That's kind of pretty dangerous for me. I think Rook C1 was a key move that he played. If he goes Bishop H4 immediately, I move my knight, knight E4, and I think he's fine. Sorry, I think I'm fine. But with that move, originally I kind of wanted knight A5, but I felt that he's going to give up his rook for the bishop, probably, like bishop H4, knight B3, he takes an F6, bishop F6, and then rook C2, and I mean, I win in exchange, but I think I just lose. So B5 was forced, and now I have to give up a pawn. I think in some lines, if he goes bishop H4, I think I cannot do anything but knight A4, knight E4 still. Now the point is that since he has forced B5, I cannot take back with the knight with the pawn on C6, so we can take on C6, rook C6, bishop E7, and my original idea was to go queen E7, knight D5, and like queen D7 or something, and claim that I have a compensation. But the more I looked at it, the more I didn't believe it. So I'm gonna have to go knight takes C3, and I think regardless of whether he takes my queen, or goes like rook, a rook takes C3, queen takes C7, bishop D5, rook D6, then I think I have decent compensation, but it's a bit shaky. A lot of lines have to give up the exchange. Sometimes he gives up the exchange, but very interesting position.
Magnus Carlsen saying that it's quite dangerous and the position is shaky. Also talking about a lot of variations that I think for the rest of us human beings, mere human beings, it's a bit hard to follow. You know, blindfold chess, what is he talking about? So Arjan, could you please break down some of the variations and moves that Magnus talked about, and why is he worried about his position?
A lot of insights there from Magnus. So he told us that what he's worried about in this position is the move I was talking about, bishop to h4, moving the bishop on the side of the board, but putting pressure on this knight. And this knight is very important because it protects the black center. This very, very important pawn in the center of the board is defended by this knight. So if that knight gets eliminated, the center collapses. And here Magnus mentioned that knight to e4 is a must, because now he is trying to defend this pawn, and then he mentioned a lot of complicated variations. White takes the knight, and now if black captures back, he would lose a pawn here as white trades the bishop, black takes back, and then white eats this pawn in the center here. And he concluded that this position, he was thinking originally that he had some compensation after moving the queen one square, but the more he was thinking about it, he realized that he should be worse here. So he didn't like this outcome so much, and then he started to think about what happens if after white takes the black knight, maybe he can take the white knight immediately. I mean, this looks super confusing to the viewers. It looks confusing to me as well. It's everything is hanging right now, and But you know, at this level, these players go so deeply into like nuances and move orders, and it's just so much precision. And now, after takes, basically what he was saying was the rook will take back, black takes the knight, because if you cannot really take the white bishop here because the queen is hanging. So you need to take back the white knight. White trades the bishop and then takes the pawn in the center. This is like a variation that is 5 moves ahead. And here he was unsure about the position. White is a pawn up, but black has some compensation. This bishop is strong. This pawn is a bit weak. Anyway, he said it's a very interesting position.
Yeah.
So he thinks his position is a bit shaky, but at the same time he seems to be enjoying the fight.
When I'm looking at the board, I see like the black pawns on the left side are ready to get pushed. That's what's maybe scaring me a little bit. But how do you feel about the storms coming in?
That's a very important factor that you're pointing out there. Black's triumph in this position is these pawns on the queen side. He has 3 pawns against 2 pawns. So he will eventually try to push these pawns to put pressure on white. Because if you just stand there, white is eventually going to roll over you after pushing the pawns forward. So black is really dependent on creating a counterplay on the queen side. So it's going to be a bit of a race if we get this line. But for now, Alireza is taking his time, and one very important factor is that Alireza has been catching up on time. Like earlier, we saw Alireza having 30-minute time advantage, which is huge at this point. Well, now I do think Magnus is getting more confident as Alireza's clock is going down, and the way it's going right now, I think it's going to eventually turn into a wild position, and then you really need time, because otherwise, with low time, you can really make a lot of mistakes.
I think that is very promising for us chess fans and the viewers. The less time, the more dramatic the positions, so many complexities as well. And Magnus Carlsen might lose that central pawn, as he was describing it in the confessional booth. We will let Alireza figure it out, although I thought he was about to move. No, it was just to change the posture, get even more comfortable at the board. We will take a short break, and thank you, Nandini, for joining us and also bringing all the insights from India and from across the globe, because this has become a revolution, I think, globally, how the Indian generation, the youngsters, are taking the world by storm.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much.
We have had so much fun with you in the studio. We hope you'll be back. And we want to tell our viewers to not go anywhere, because we do have a very special interview coming up with the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, on his thoughts on the event. We will be back after a short break. See you soon.
I'm extremely happy to be joined by Magnus Carlsen, the 21-time chess world champion and the GOAT of chess at Norway Chess. Magnus, do you even keep on track of how many editions you won?
That's a very good question. I struggled a lot in the first editions of Norway Chess. I had a couple of results, 2015, 2017, when I scored, I think, -2 and -1 respectively. I mean, I won in 2016, and then from 2019 on, I've won most of them, I think. So, I don't know, probably like 7 total, 6, 7, something like that.
Correct, 7.
Okay.
So
soon to be 8, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, so far everyone who we ask who predict from the women's tournament, they predicted you to win. And for someone who is new to chess, what would you say you're the best known for in the chess world?
I think I'm known for a lot of things in the chess world, but playing style specifically, I'm known for playing endgames pretty well, which I think is fair enough. I think to be at the highest level, you kind of need to be good at a lot of things, but that's generally where I've kind of had the biggest edge.
Definitely, everyone is struggling in the end games. You can even like 4 against 3 in the rook end games. And
No, even I struggle in games all the time. They're deceptively difficult.
And how did the chess come to your life, and how did you realize that you fall in love with the game?
I started playing chess originally because I wanted to beat my older sister at chess, and my father, he was and still is a keen amateur player, and he kind of figured that I might have some talent at it because I really enjoy just sitting down and doing something for a long time. Like, I was a fairly patient kid. It took a little bit of time, but eventually I really got into it. I haven't looked back since.
And everyone is very happy that you went for chess, definitely. How would you say your building family changed your approach to the game?
I haven't noticed too much change in the way that I play, but I did notice that the first time I lost a classical game since I became a father, I don't think it was the only factor, but I took it very well for my standards. Like, usually I would be a lot more upset, and yeah, he just, lights up my day anytime I see him, so I cannot stay too mad after losses.
Would you say that he helps you in a way to go through the tough times after the losing games?
Yeah, for sure. It's very nice to have that support from my wife and my kid. But yeah, I mean, chess wise, otherwise, like, I try to get decent rest, decent sleep during tournaments, and fortunately we have a support system where I can do that even now.
Definitely. And what would you say does a good training day look like to you nowadays, since so many things changed?
I don't train a lot, so for this tournament, like, I've looked at some opening stuff, but otherwise I haven't done too much. So I am not a great role model for a lot of kids these days, because I mean, most of my training is playing.
But still, you're number one for almost 15 years now and the strongest chess player in the world. How would you explain this situation that you're not the world champion to someone who is new to chess?
I was world number one at some point, and then I decided to play the World Championship, and through some skill and some luck I managed to do that, and then at some point I didn't want to do that anymore. I stopped doing that, but I still love chess, I still love playing, and when I do play I'm still fairly good at it, so I'm happy with that. But nothing is like too different now, I would say, from what it was about 15 years ago. I'm very happy with the way things are, and I have no desire to compete for the championship, and don't have a ton to prove.
Talking about the new World Championship, the organizers behind the Norway Chess introduced a new title, the Total Chess Championship. What do you think about this new title?
I think it's excellent that you have a format that combines a lot of different skill sets. I do think there's a lot of merit to playing classical chess, but I don't think that a short classical match is the way to necessarily say who's the better player. So more games, different formats. Yeah, I think it's excellent.
Definitely. And I have a question about the other event which is happening, Norway Chess Women, already for the 3rd year with the Equal Prize Fund. How would you say, which impact does this event have on the chess world?
I think the event is great for those who play, and I'm sure it's great for a lot of young women and girls who follow to see that they can get to the biggest stages and be appreciated. There's there's been a couple of really fun tournaments so far, and as a chess fan, I love to follow it myself.
And I have a final question to you. Finally, I mean, we have this year Stavanger shift from Stavanger to Oslo of the Norway Chess. How does it going to be to play chess, Norway Chess, and the home ground for you?
No, I've loved playing in Stavanger for many years, but it's super nice to live at home. Unfortunately, I moved out of the city now, so it's a little bit of a longer commute to get here, but I'm sure it's going to be fine.
So you're going to travel from your home to the games?
Yeah. I might actually go by train, since train station is fairly close by, and traffic can be a little bit difficult sometimes, but we'll see. I just want to, be at home with my wife and kid, and that's kind of more important than whatever logistical issues there might be.
That's the most important. Thank you so much, Magnus, for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome to Norway Chess 2026. Here, every move matters. Every second changes the history. Norway Chess 2026 brings together the world's top chess players for another spectacular edition. And for the first time, the tournament comes to Oslo, the capital of Norway. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women each features 6 elite players competing in a double round-robin tournament, where every player battles each opponent twice. If a classical game ends in a draw, the players immediately battle again in Armageddon, where one final game decides everything. What makes Norway Chess so unique? The equal prize fund for both events, with 1,690,000 Norwegian kron in each tournament. And for fans, the action goes beyond the board. Inside the confession booth, players share their thoughts and emotions live during the game. Speed, pressure, and emotions. Welcome to Norway Chess 2026.
And as we are returning from our break, we do have the first result of the day, and that is between Muzychuk and Jiner, a draw in a rook endgame. And here comes the handshake, which means that the first Armageddon of the day will be at Norway Chess Women. So the ladies will have a bit of a break here, and shortly they will return to this very same board, because in Norway, at this special event, yes, you can make a draw in classical chess, but then you need to fight again, and there will be a champion determined. There will be a winner in this match. So the players are being informed now by the arbiter how much time they have. It's usually about 10-15 minutes maximum until they need to return to the playing hall and fight it out in Armageddon, which I think is a good reminder for us to talk about that format again. It's very new. It's not the usual classical chess tournament format, and that's what makes it so refreshing. Nandini, you already highlighted how, yes, it's not that simple to understand at the start, like, what is that? Well, why?
Yeah.
But when you break it down, it actually creates a really exciting scenario.
Absolutely, and I think the defending champion now playing the Armageddon, I think it'll be interesting to see how she takes the winning points there, really, and kind of goes on the right path towards defending her title, probably.
Exactly, and she has to play for a win, because Muzychuk will have the white pieces in Armageddon. So that means in Armageddon, white will have 10 minutes, starting out with more time. Black will have 3 minutes less, only 7 minutes, but black does have draw odds. So in case of a draw in this upcoming Armageddon game, it will count as a win for black. That is Jiner in this game. It creates a very dynamic imbalance where one player really needs to go all in and try to win, go aggressive. Also use the time advantage from white's perspective, while black will be solid, trying to defend everything, and a draw is a win from black's perspective. Simon, when it comes to this format, and how excited are you about your first Armageddon to witness here in Norway?
Yeah, I think it's exciting, and if I was doing this type of tournament and playing Armageddon, I think I would try to play on the psychological side and play random moves and really make the opponent like, what's going on here? And have this, this confident posture of like, that's all planned.
Aryan, what do you think about Simon's strategy? Would that work against you?
I don't think so. It would be a funny approach. Like, you would really like surprise your opponent, but at this level the problem is like they're just so experienced, so if you would try to put them off guards, they would just kind of like
laugh.
They would or they would like be taking advantage of it. But that being said, like with the black pieces, you have to play so fast in Armageddon, because you have 3 minutes less. And I've played many Armageddons here in Norway Chess before, and it's a very unforgivable format. Mm-hmm. Like if you make one slight mistake with white, suddenly you don't have winning chances. So you need to play very fast and confident.
And I think that's what we will be witnessing. But while the players are taking that short break before the Armageddon between Anna Muzychuk and her opponent Jiner, we do have this crucial game between the most experienced player from India, Humpy Koneru, here in the field, facing the three-time world Blitz champion, Bibisara. When it comes to this game, before we head into the actual position, Nandini, you already have talked about Humpy briefly, but I think to the viewers that might not know her, how big of a star is Humpy in India, and what is it that she achieved when she was the one crossing that 2,600 rating barrier back in the day?
She's a legend, pure legend. Like I said, she is the queen of chess in India, and I think until she came into the sport, we always, it was Vishy who was, we related chess to Vishy. Of course, chess is an ancient sport in India. We have it, we have the references that goes back to our mythology. We call it Shatranj in India. And it's been a sport we've followed for ages. But the revolution really started with Vishy. But a little bit before that, in the 70s, we had the first IM in India. So since then, we've had, 95 grandmasters in just from India. And we're probably a little bit behind US in terms of the number of grandmasters we've produced. We're in that path where, we're just 5 short of that magical 3-digit, figure of having grandmasters. And the best part I like about this sport is there are equal number of women also dominating in the sport. And that really kind of started with Koneru Humpy. The kind of contribution she's made to Indian chess is immense, continues to be extremely relevant. She's won that world championship last year, I think, in Blitz. And although I think this year she's not played enough tournaments. Norway Chess is probably one of the most prestigious ones she's playing after giving the Cyprus candidates a miss because of the whole geopolitical issue. But I think just what she's done for the sport is remarkable, according to me. Especially as a woman coming into the sport at least two decades ago almost. I think her achievement will always be remembered and regarded as one of the greatest in women achievement in sport for sure. Yeah, and I hope she does well in this tournament. I was hoping she'd win it last year, but she didn't. But I hope she gets a good start here, truly.
Let's see how her chances are in this game, because she has just moved her king out. So I think this is something that we do need to address. And I just wanted to add to that story that how much of a legend Humpy is, that she is still such a top player, and that is after her returning from motherhood. She's a mom, and she loves her family, and she cares so much for her family, and that's one of the reasons why she missed the candidates. But she is one of the best chess players in the world to this day.
And she's looking fantastic. She's extremely fit. She's lost a lot of weight, and I keep asking her, please spill the beans. How are you losing so much weight? And she's like, yeah, she's a lot into fitness now and eats the right kind of food and stuff. So these are things we never really talk about chess players, right? Their fitness and the kind of effort they put into their physical aspect of training. So I think Humpy is, I really, really look up to her. Yeah,
I think we all do here in the studio as well. And Aryan, since the moves are coming in, let's catch up with what is going on over the board, and why is the bar below the chessboard is showing that Bibisara actually has quite a significant advantage in this game.
Unfortunately, it's not looking so good over the board right now for Koneru. She has a very exposed king, and Bibisara has really been taking over here. I believe she's gonna activate the queen here to the f6 square, and note that White cannot really capture the rook here as the king is in check.
It's illegal.
It's an illegal move, and here Black's king is very safe, has the bishop around the king, while White's king is completely open here, and the opening seems like it went very south for Koneru, and Bibisara has gotten a very, very strong attack. And actually here it's very difficult for White to defend, because if you take the queen back here to take care of the pawn, Black has many attractive options. They can, for instance, push the pawn 1 square, and it's very tough for White the white king to find a safe home. Like if you go back, the queen comes to h4, and there's a lot of
that can be checkmate.
Checkmating threats. Like if you capture a rook right now, this is a checkmate.
Because the pawn is blocking.
The pawn is blocking, and this is also the move that is played right now by Bibisara. So it's very hard to suggest moves here for Koneru. You can maybe try to capture this pawn and defend the pawn with the knights, but I believe here Koneru might have planned. Maybe she can sacrifice the exchange here.
Really? Because I've been told like rooks worth more than a knight or a bishop.
Rooks are more worth than a knight and bishop, but the white king is very exposed. Knight takes d6. Maybe she can consider to put the rook, centralize the rook, putting pressure on the knight. I don't know what white can play in this position. There's no way to really take care of the knight, and if you end up moving the knight, you're dropping this very valuable pawn. Let's say you take here. Once Bibisara takes this pawn, the white king is in a lot of trouble.
You have to move the king, and then we have the same pawn move that you suggested. Okay.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Looks like bad news for white. A lot of threats against the white king here.
Yeah, when you have a lot of pieces towards your king like this, it's usually not a good sign. And right now, all the white pieces seems to be on the queen side, on the left side of the board, which is maybe not where you want it.
Bibisara has been playing really precise in this game, and we should tell the viewers that Bibisara actually has a very special second here. It seems like Sindaro, the recent candidate winner, is going to play the World Championship against Gukesh. He's been seen on the flight and in the airport making his way here. So
yeah, and
that's a nice nice helper to have.
Yeah.
And speaking of the candidate winner, Javokir, he's gonna play the World Championship. He's gonna be the challenger against Gukesh. Nandini, how is it in India with what are the talks about? Are people still rooting for Gukesh? Are they? Do they think he still have a good chance to win?
Absolutely. I think first of all, it was a bit of a surprise to see Sindarov, win and him becoming the title. I mean, the opponent against the title defender Gukesh, and but of course, there's a lot of focus on Gukesh, whether he will be able to defend the title, and again, I mean, if he manages to do it, then again, it's rewriting history, right? There's a lot of interest in terms of India bidding also, to host the World Championships. Probably Tamil Nadu, where Gukesh is from. There's a new government there. It's an actor turned politician who is now the chief minister. And they also want to promote sports a lot. So they have already said that we would like to enter the bid to host the World Championships in Chennai. So I'm sure that's happening already to see if Chennai, Gukesh could be given that edge of playing in front of home crowd. But I personally would think that would be a lot of pressure on him if he ends up playing in India. So I think yesterday we did ask Gukesh, where would you like to play the World Championship? He's like, I don't think the venue would matter so much. But of course, I think in any sport, I think playing in front of home crowd is always, that extra pressure, I would say.
The last time was in 2013 with Vichy and
Magnus, yes.
And that's when Gukesh was in the crowd, from what I know, as a little boy, and being inspired by watching Vichy against Magnus Carlsen, and then Magnus took the title. So Gukesh, as a young boy, decided, I'm going to bring this title back home one day.
Yes.
Full circle moment if it's going to be in Chennai where he needs to defend his title.
Yeah,
inspiring.
Absolutely, yeah. Very inspiring, yeah.
And Sindaro, I think we all have been just amazed by how he dominated the candidates tournament, not being on anyone's bingo card to win the tournament, not even Magnus or the rest of the top players naming him as a favorite. And he did it by a huge margin. And now he's here helping his girlfriend, Bibisara, in the field. I think Bibisara was also in Romania where Sindaro was competing. It's just heartwarming to see how much they are supporting each other. And they're a power couple in chess, probably the highest rated couple, one of the highest rated couples.
Absolutely. I think she brings a lot of lady luck to him as well, I would say. You know.
We all need luck, and I think Humpy will need luck here, unfortunately, looking at that king situation and the variations you have highlighted, Aryan.
Yeah, Sindaro has definitely been doing a good job with the preparation here, as Bibisara seems to is getting off to a hot start here. It's unfortunately hard to suggest any moves here with white. Like, the critical variation is eliminating this pawn, but after Bibisara activates the rook, suddenly, like, you have to lose the knight or this very, very critical pawn in front of the king. So it's a bit of a house of cards in a way. Like, if you drop that pawn, everything falls apart as the king is so exposed. Koneru is taking her time here. We'll see what she comes up with. I believe the Armageddon game is about to start really, really soon. We're getting the first Armageddon game of the tournament between Anna Muzychuk and Jiner.
I'm thinking about a move. Let me know if that's good. But I would take the white, if I was it's white to play right now.
Yes.
I would take the white bishop and bring it to d3 in front of the rook to cover the f5 pawn. What do you?
It's a very interesting suggestion, and it's
not
like,
good.
It's not bad. It's a natural move. She might really play that. I would be a bit scared of a pawn push.
Oh, okay.
On the side here.
Drop the king back instead of that. But I'm afraid we will not have much time to analyze this in detail because the Armageddon is about to start. So we're going to head over to the other board because the action in Armageddon will be a lot faster. Anna Muzychuk is ready to go back to the playing venue as she will have the white pieces. She's going to start with 10 minutes and her opponent, Jiner, will have 3 minutes less on the clock, starting with 7 minutes only. But in case of a draw, it will count as a win for black. So draw odds for Jiner, more time for Anna Muzychuk. We will now soon figure out what will be Anna's opening choice because she has to go all in. She needs to go aggressive, choose something where she will have winning chances. Aryan, your thoughts on how to approach this situation and what might Anna change to not head to any of the drawish openings?
I do think Anna is going to start with the king pawn, 2 squares. I think that's what she's generally been playing in her career as much as I've seen her games. And it is very important to feel comfortable in your openings when you're playing with lower time controls. Because otherwise, if you get a position where you don't have much experience, you might use a lot of time. So I think she's going to stick to her main weapon, but probably a surprise along the way, which we're about to find out. We're seconds away from this game starting.
Nandini, are you nervous? You said that the Armageddon is very stressful even to watch.
Yes, my heart rate is going up already.
They shake hands and there we go. Oh, they're blitzing everything.
We do get the Roy Lopez. It's exactly identical as the classical game so far. But this game, this was the first move to deviate, I believe. I believe Jiner played the bishop 1 square forward on the last in the classical game. But Anna Muzychuk still prepared. This is all kind of standard, I would say. White gives up the bishop pair here, but at the same time does damage the black pawn structure as black is left with these double pawns. Now, Jiner might have to think about this pawn being under pressure.
Yeah, and it seems Anna really want to play fast. So Jiner is having less time as we talk about. So she's gonna be Jiner has to be really careful with the time situation.
She castles here. and Anna Muzychuk. Both sides are getting the king to safety. Pretty standard moves, defending the pawn. Is Anna Muzychuk gonna push this pawn 2 squares forward?
Yeah, that would be the best.
Is that what she does?
She pushed it 1 square to open up the diagonal of the bishop.
I like that Jiner is playing pretty quickly. One thing that can often happen in these Armageddons with the black pieces, if you end up in some pressure, you start using a lot of time, which can haunt you later. But here she's playing pretty fast. Also standard move, defending the center. Black wants to ideally improve the knight, get it to the e6 square or the g6 square. It's a standard plan in these positions. You want to improve this knight here that is in front of the black pieces.
And we see double pawns on the black side. Is it a problem, or that's fine? You don't.
So usually it's not a really big problem if you have one pawn next to the double pawns. And in this case, with the pawn being on this b7 square, which I'm highlighting, these pawns are not as weak because they always have a bit of support. Like if objectively speaking, black is doing very okay here. Anna Muzychuk might consider like going very active with a move like knights to the side of the board and trying to activate it. To remember that Anna Muzychuk has to win this game, so she has to go all in. And she...
Wow, she went for a king move into the corner. Arjen, can you explain what the king is doing there?
Usually, actually, moving the king to the corner in these positions indicates that white is very ambitious by wanting to push on the king side here. She follows up with moving the knight to the center of the board, and we'll see. So far, I'd say I like Black's chances here. She's also catching a bit up on time. Now it's soon to be a 2-minute difference. Started with a 3-minute difference. We'll see. Anna Muzychuk has to come up with a very smart plan here. Otherwise, Black's move are very simple. She's gonna connect the rooks and put the pieces on good squares.
Yeah.
So Anna has to prove her play here, and it's not easy. Like either you move the knight and you go for a very ambitious f4, or you might have to try to jump to this square. You have to put some pressure on black, so you cannot just do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nandini, your predictions on this game. I feel like I should have asked it before the game, but now I'm going to ask all of you. Will Anna manage to win with the white pieces in a must-win situation? Do you think she has it in her in this game, or will Jiner just be really defensive and unmovable target in this game?
No, I think Anna should be able to pull this one through. I think so.
Simon?
Yeah, I think she's doing pretty good right now. It's pretty balanced. Pretty balanced.
Okay. I'll put my money on Jiner then to spice it up. Yeah. Really? I mean I cannot agree with everyone. So here she's playing really fast, and she's about to catch up on the clock here. A lot of pressure on Anna here because she has to prove that she can create an attack on the black position here. This is a nice move to make, just kind of stabilizing the position, stopping any potential pawn advance from black. Now, black. If I would have the black pieces here, I'd just make a move like this, connect the rooks, improve the position a bit. What do you think here with black, Simon? Like,
yeah. I was saying like double the rooks maybe in the center for black.
Very natural.
I would also think about the queen side and pushing the pawns, because I feel like that c pawn is kind of powerful in a way, because they're doubled, but it seems like powerful.
Exactly, it is kind of powerful. That's why it was very important for Anna to play this pawn to this square to stop any pawn advance from black. I think Jiner's last move also makes a lot of sense, like improving the bishop a bit and opening up for the rook. Maybe it's time for white to put the queen out, and she does, connecting the rooks here.
What is the threat? Because I don't see it for.
There's no threat.
No threat?
She's just improving improving her position a bit. It's important to connect the rooks in the middle game, just having more harmony with the pieces. And Jiner is following your plan, Simon. She's
Is it
advancing.
a good or bad thing?
I think she heard me. I'm sending signals.
You're thinking like a grandmaster.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you should play there.
Well, some people say I'm Magnus, so yeah, I might be. I don't know.
Has he ever told you what he thinks about your imitation of him?
I don't know what he thinks.
Only his wife has.
Oh,
his
but
wife
that's
said,
approval. I think that
yeah.
Ella really likes the videos.
Yeah, Ella laugh and she's having a good time. She likes it. So if I have Ella approval, I'm good.
You're good.
I can sleep at night.
Meanwhile, we're getting some moves in the game. Both sides playing pretty quickly. Anna centralized the rook. Very natural move. This move is really nice by Black, wanting to activate the knight to the center of the board. And Anna is pushing the pawn 2 squares forward, which is really a must in this case. Like, she just has to push forward, because otherwise Black gets a lot of stability.
Oh, look at that.
And Jiner keeps going for Simon's plan. Advancing on the queen side here. And
what pawn would you suggest? Would you take or just let it like that if you were white?
It's a tough situation, because the problem is that if you eliminate the pawn after Black's knight jumps to the center of the board, Black's king is actually really safe here, and this pawn is a bit of a weakness.
Oh, the evaluation bar has suddenly just jumped up, showing an advantage. Now it changes its mind. So it's going back and forth a little bit in these last few moves. And now Black has some advantage.
I really like how Anna handled this. Instead of ruining her pawn structure by capturing the pawn, she's putting two pawns in the center here. And if Jiner tries to challenge the white center, maybe Anna just wants to support the center here with pawn to c3. The reason the bar jumped to the white side is thinking that these pawns are very strong in the center. But personally, I still really like Black's position. I think Black is very solid with the 2 bishops, and there's no weaknesses around the Black king for now. So I think Black has good chances.
Also, Jiner has done a really good job with the time that she had to start with. It was 3 extra minutes for Anna Muzychuk, and now half of the time advantage is gone. So clearly the Chinese Grandmaster has been very good at handling that pressure and also playing faster, because she needs to somehow make that time advantage disappear. Now with this queen move, the rooks are connected. This is what we were talking about earlier. You need to bring all your pieces into the game, and there's more pressure on those central pawns of Anna.
It's a lot of pressure on the center pawn, and Black has a really serious threat here of pushing the pawn 1 square forward, where if the knight moves now, this pawn would be undefended.
Yeah.
So White needs to take some care here. Anna jumps to the center of the board with a knight, but this allows Black to take it and damage the White's pawn structure. The more I'm looking at it, I really like Black's chances here. I think Black can, for instance, capture that knight and improve the knight situation, putting the knight on this square. And this pawn in the center of the board is weak.
And that's exactly what she has done. She has captured the knight. She has moved the knight to the side, attacking the central pawn. Now she's listening to you. I think we are a problem here.
Yeah, I mean, I see the evil bar just going around. The engine seems confused a little bit.
Jiner has been really good at neutralizing White's pressure here. Anna was trying to create an attack here, but Jiner has played really quite quickly and confidently, and it's hard to find a way for White to put some pressure in this position. Like if you push the pawn 1 square forward, trying to open up the Black king, I believe Black can just capture it, and you don't have any compensation for a sacrificed pawn.
And right now, Anna is taking her time, and I don't know if that's a good sign.
Yeah, I've played some of these Armageddons, and I know with White, you're just so kind of like desperate to try to find a way to put some pressure. And if you can't, it's a tough situation because you're catching up on time, and you have to just find something really fast. And
if it's a draw, we remember that you're giving a point to black.
Exactly. The draw is equal to a loss. With white, you get 3 minutes more, but you have to win.
Okay.
Maybe she's gonna move the bishop back 1 square to open up for a rook. But the problem then is that Jiner will just move the queen here and put pressure on this important pawn.
Oh, it's been more than a minute then since Anna made his last move. Okay, she just moved.
But now she has less time than Jiner, so the time advantage is gone. The position is not looking promising. This is really troublesome for the Ukrainian grandmaster.
She's trying to push this pawn forward, putting the queen here to support it. Black has a lot of choices here. I think she could just still put the queen here and maybe meet this move by pushing.
Ooh, but that seems to be a mistake. The evaluation bar is showing now that white is doing really well again.
Let's see. It's not clear to me why this is so good for whites. Let's see.
Is it about?
I think it's a mistake with the bar actually, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, and now it's catching up. Now, Nandini, you caught it first. You are doing better than our bar here. It's confused.
Yeah, the bar happens to be confused a bit. It thought that white had a strong resource here, but it turns out that that's not the case. Anna puts back the bishop to a bit of a passive square here next to the king. But now black is up for choice. Jiner could, for instance, put the bishop on this square, pinning the knight, and still this pawn is a bit weak here. So white is struggling to find the real threats in the position, while actually for the first time I believe Jiner has more time on the clock, which not a good sign for whites.
More time and pressure on that central pawn. Also, the rook trade happened on the open file, and now you can take the other rook as well. But the more pieces that are traded, it also means best case scenario is a draw for Anna, but that equals with a loss. She cannot just go and try to save the game by making a draw.
And would you say like maybe black is a lot better because of the pieces activity? Because we see, yes, there's the black rook in the back rank, but now there's the white rook and the white bishop on the back rank. Everything seems stuck.
White is a bit cramped for sure. And now this pawn push is nice, forcing this knight to move. And where do you actually move the knight here? You can try to centralize it by putting it on this e4 square, but now it seems like black can eliminate this pawn in the center here.
And Anna only has 43 seconds left. That's all her remaining time.
And that does happen. She takes the pawn. Anna takes black's pawn. So now material is equal, but in the following position, black's pieces are very centralized.
Do you like the trading idea from Jiner?
I would say, considering the fact that she only needs a draw, it's right strategy. And now she's invading with the rook. Black is, so now we're off to the endgame, where it's very important to improve your king. When the rooks and the queens are traded off, you want to centralize the king, and that's what both sides are doing here.
20 seconds left for Anna. She might just lose on time.
Oh.
It's a big error here. The program stopped working for me.
I think if we bring the players on our big screen so that we can see the action on the camera, that would be probably our best view into this final moments of the Armageddon. Anna Muzychuk down to her final 11 seconds. Could we bring them on the gigantic board? I want to see the players. I want to see it on camera. Can we zoom in onto... amazing. Thank you so much, production. This is it, the final moments in this crucial Armageddon game. Anna Muzychuk down to her final 8 seconds. Jiner on 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Anna is trying to make it to 40 moves, so she gets 10 seconds. Is it 1 second or 10 seconds per move?
1 second only in Armageddon, so not much
1 second
increment.
per move. She's making sure she's not losing on time here.
1 second is only the time to move the piece and press the clock. It's 1 second.
Exactly. That there's no time to think for Anna Muzychuk. She's down to the wire here and also defending this endgame where she has to play for a win. A reminder that she's in a must-win situation in Armageddon.
She's been doing a good job. She's been playing very quickly. I believe she missed a moment in the last move where she could push a pawn, but after the bishop trade, it does look really, really safe for black right now.
8 seconds for Anna, 7 now.
It's very nervous moments with low time for both.
They might just repeat moves here, but no, Anna goes to the other side with the king. The pawn was attacked, the knight guards it for now, but eventually you need to move away and give it up.
Oh, now the white pawn is falling, no? Yeah.
Yeah, this is
it
going
doesn't...
south for Anna.
Yeah.
And now the other pawn is also falling. There's only one pawn left for white, and that's being attacked right now. If the final pawn is eliminated, white has no pieces to win the game. You cannot win the game with just the knight. Winning position for Jiner, but even in case of a draw, it counts as a win for black in Armageddon.
She just secures the draw there and a match win for Jiner. I would say she played really well this game with the black pieces, neutralized the pressure white had in the opening, and well-deserved victory there for Jiner.
What a finish that was, and while we were following this Armageddon game, Pragg also has finished his game. So let's listen to Pragg after the game he finished.
Pragg, going to the Armageddon with white pieces, are you happy with your colors?
Yeah, it's what I got, so it's not really something I can do. Yeah, it will be interesting. I'm hoping for a fight.
And what will be now your preparation before going to the game? Do you have your second here to consult you?
Yeah, my second should be here, but I haven't seen him yet, so I should find him. Okay, I see him. Yeah, I will probably discuss something.
Thank you, good luck.
That draw means, Nandini, that we will have even more Armageddon. Praggnanandhaa will be in the same situation as Anna Muzychuk. So white pieces in a must-win situation against Wesley So, that's going to be quite a tough one.
Yeah.
But they will have a few minutes to catch their breath, take a bit of a moment, and then they will return to the playing hall. While in the meantime, of course, there's so much action to cover. We also have, of course, the main clash of the day, Alireza Firouzja against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. So let's head back to the playing hall and see how that game has evolved in the last couple of moves.
We've gotten a lot of moves in this game, and it still seems like Magnus is under some pressure here. Material is equal for now, but Alireza is activating his rook on the previous move. Does move the rook from back to the home square, back to the initial square, but puts a lot of pressure on this pawn here, which Magnus needs to take care of. At the same time, Magnus has a strong bishop on this square, and he ideally wants to centralize the knight, but if he does that right now, drops an important pawn on the side of the board.
Yeah.
Earlier, I was very worried about Magnus's time situation, but it seems like he's fine now.
What do you think about the rook, the black rook, on A8 on the complete left side of the board? Would that make sense, supporting the pawn?
That's a very natural move. The problem, however, is that if you put the rook to A8, white will capture the knight, and how do you capture back now?
With the queen?
Yeah, if you capture with the queen, suddenly there's nobody taking care of this central pawn. And
So
if you lose this pawn, you're gonna lose the body on the side as well.
Oh, that's...
so
yeah.
Magnus has to take some care here, but I think a great move would be tucking the knight back to
Oh.
the center square here, while you protect this pawn and protect the pawn on the side. So now if Alireza were to capture the knight, you could take back, and you have both pawns.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Defended, but it does look a bit dicey. I don't know. White could consider a move like g4 here, which is very aggressive, opening up for the king. But this bishop doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. Like if you move it back here, Alireza has some tactical options by by creating a fork on this square, hitting the rook and the queen.
It happens a lot in my games.
Yeah, we always have to look up for the forks. Very dangerous.
Yeah.
And if you go back to this square, then Alireza can capture this pawn. So I'm not sure. It looks like a bit of a unpleasant position here for Magnus. But he does have a very strong bishop here, controlling a lot of light squares. So he should have some resources.
But the knight move would be your top recommendation.
That would be my top recommendation.
Okay.
Maybe he will do something like moving the bishop back here, and after this move, sacrifice the exchange. And here, the white king is open. Maybe the black knight can ideally get very activated on the side of the board. So black has some compensation for the sacrificed exchange.
So much happening.
Do you think it's the most likely that he's considering this sacrifice, giving up material for activity?
I think Magnus likes to sacrifice for activity in general, so I'd say it's probably something that is on his radar. But it's a big decision, because if you misevaluate it, you can end up in a lot of trouble. But right now, I actually don't really see a lot of other moves. Like if you move the pawn one square forward. Okay, we actually...
Oh, he jumped into the central square with the knight. So instead of the other knight move, he chooses this knight jump.
Centralizes the knight, and this means that he is giving up this important pawn on the side of the board. So he's probably planning to...
But then he can attack the queen.
Eliminate this pawn here and threatening the queen. Alireza has to move the queen maybe to this square. I was just worried about this pin here. The knight is...
Yeah.
The knight is pinned. Maybe after black moves the knight, white can put pressure here on this knight.
That's not what it's not what you want to do.
Yeah,
for white for black.
Tense moment here. That's Magnus's idea, to give up that pawn and allow the white rook to infiltrate black's camp with that very annoying pin. A pin would be this situation where the black knight cannot move away, because then you end up losing the queen. So it's a really powerful tactical pattern in chess to use the motif of a pin. I think it might be where the game is heading if he's really planning to trade his pawn for white's pawn, so that he would end up having a passed pawn, Arjan, right? That would be a passed pawn for black.
Yeah. I think one other resource he's considering here is just to sacrifice this pawn completely and play this move, pushing the pawn one square forward and getting rid of this really annoying knight. And now we can get a situation where white captures the knight, and in this situation, white is a pawn up, but actually black has a lot of compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and the reason for that is that this knight is really, really strong. This bishop is really, really strong. This pawn is weak, and this bishop is actually a huge problem for white, because it's very passive. Like if it would be on this square, it would do a great job protecting this pawn, but now it's really very, very passive. So it might be that Magnus is considering this direction. Body language, it looks like Magnus is not too stressed right now. He's looking up at some other games, and time is about even. We're gonna get a big fight here, I believe.
In that final position that you were showing, would his idea be that in case at the very end of the line, white wants to hold on to the pawn by eliminating the black knight, we're going to end up in the situation you described earlier in a different game, that there are bishops left on the board, but they are on opposite colors. They never see each other, and these situations can be quite drawish in endgames.
They can be very drawish in endgames, but a very important point here is that there are queens on the board. And if the queens are on the board, the opposite color bishop situation can be quite different. Because here, if we compare the bishops, the black bishop is very centralized in the middle of the board, while the white bishop is on the side of the board and pretty useless. So this would be a really good outcome for black, having a much superior bishop, and they can try to activate their pieces here and put pressure on white's king. So this is a situation where white is a pawn up. The black bishop is so strong that black is in very good shape.
So this would be a dream scenario for the world
for
number
Magnus.
one. And he would be very happy to give up that pawn for that position. I wonder what Alireza will be considering, because he's also the kind of player that would rather give up material and not take it. He loves activity. He loves playing aggressive. And Nandini, you were talking about his mindset, that how he's just going for it. It doesn't matter who his opponent is.
Yeah.
He will try to do it. What could be the way? I wonder. Aryan, do you have any suggestions for Firouzja here? What other options he has?
He could try to maybe protect this pawn by putting the bishop all the way back. But again, as you pointed out, Alireza he likes to have activity. And one thing I have to say is, like, Magnus is extremely good at recognizes his opponents. He always plays his opponent and not always so much the board. He's a very, very practical player. And that's been one of his main strengths all these years. He knows his opponent's styles and tries to match that a bit. So here, I'd say sacrificing a pawn, like, he might not have done this against another player, but he knows Alireza doesn't like. He likes to be very, very active. And here, yeah, it's tough. I think Alireza should try to capture this pawn. At least having a pawn up is something Magnus needs to prove.
I think I would just protect the c pawn with the queen. No, that seems maybe more logical for me.
So you put the queen on this square?
On c1, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also it's definitely a very natural move. He might do that, and maybe later you can trade the queens. I believe maybe
trade
here,
the queens, because obviously the threat is the a6 pawn, and then the queen is going to take the white queen for to not lose the pawn, I guess.
Yeah. So one idea for black would be to move the knight all the way to the side of the board, but black wants to put the pawn here and put the knight on this square, putting pressure on this important pawn. And here, still not easy for white to find moves. Like, you could trade queens, but then black will trade, and
it's falling.
The problem is, if you get to this pawn, this pass pawn here is going to be very resourceful. So we'll see. Maybe Alireza will be just super ambitious and push forward here. I mean, we talked about Alireza wanting to go forward.
I would love to see that. Nandini, when you see the situation and knowing Alireza so well, do you think this is what we might be seeing? He's really just trying to find what's the most aggressive way to go forward.
I'm really rooting for Alireza here. I know I'm in Oslo, where I should be backing Magnus, but I have my heart for Alireza, and he could pull off something here, really. Quite a calm player.
Yeah, maybe this is an interesting idea to push the pawn forward and maybe then eliminate the pawn. Because if we get the same variation here, where black sacrifices the pawn, maybe at the end of this variation now, suddenly white can try to shut down the black bishop from activating. Putting a pawn on this square, really making this bishop weak on this h7 square. What do you think about that, Simon?
We've seen a lot of not a lot, but maybe 3 games where the pawns in front of the king are pushed really far away. And I've been told all my chess career to not push the pawns in front of the king. except maybe in an endgame situation, but we're clearly not in endgame. We're in middle game. So
yeah, that's true. Generally, you're not supposed to push the pawns in front of the king, but sometimes you can end up in some desperate measures. And here, this bishop is generally really strong in these positions, controlling a lot of important light squares. I guess like we illustrated better if the knight is not on that square, and that's the reason you might really want to shut that bishop down.
Okay.
But I'm really excited about this game because look at the time situation. They're both getting very low on time, and Alireza with his health situation too. I don't know, is it going to be easy for him to play very fast if he gets that low on the clock?
That's a good question because they're approaching time trouble and there is no increment before move 40. We see on the right side in the corner, it says move 20. So they still need to play 20 more moves before there's even extra time. Meaning that you have to play 20 really difficult moves with just 12 minutes on the clock versus 17 minutes.
No increments.
No increment until they complete move 40. This is going to be very dramatic, and that's how that viral table slam moment happened too. No increment until move 40. Very complex, difficult position.
But they're the best in the blitz. I mean, yeah, definitely. I think they're used to it. But when it's classical, you know, it's not forgiving.
I think we're very close to get the second Armageddon of the game of the day with Prague against Wesley starting very soon, because that game ended in a draw.
It will start in just a few minutes, so I think it's a good moment to discuss what we are going to witness there and get the predictions in before we see the game, because I was not fast enough last time. Nandini, starting with you. Prague will have the white pieces, but he's in a must-win situation in Armageddon. Do you think he can do it against Wesley So?
It'll be a tough one, but I think Prague should be able to do it, yes.
Simon, do you agree with Nandini?
Yeah. I'm not sure. But I mean, no, I really don't know. I really don't know.
That's a good prediction.
No, yeah, okay.
You're very political here.
Yeah, I think Prague's. Let's go Prague.
Let's go Prague.
Let's go Prague.
Arjan, are you always against everyone else? Do you need to take the other side? Someone goes for Wesley?
I'll put my money on Wesley. Wesley is solid like a rock. It's very hard to beat him.
I agree. I agree. He's very solid. But
I would
Prague
much
will
rather
go
have
for it.
black against Wesley in the Armageddon game than white.
Because he's so solid that it will be harder for him to try to have to win on demand.
I'd say so, yeah.
That's a good point. And in Armageddon, like, you are given the same color that you had in the classical game. So it is Prague who will have to go all in. He will try his best, that we know. And the Armageddon game will start shortly. Until they make it back to the playing venue, we're gonna focus on this game between Alireza and Magnus. There's a trade now. The bishop has captured that central knight of black.
Yeah, we're getting this variation that I was talking about, where Magnus sacrifices a pawn for pretty nice compensation on the light squares. Alireza decides to not trade the knights. Probably wise. He wants to put the knight on this square to control some important squares, and keeping this rook active here on the side of the board.
So a pawn down?
Pawn down for Magnus, but he has nice compensation.
And we do have kickoff in the Armageddon, so we're gonna go to this game straight away. Later back to Alireza against Magnus. Praggnanandhaa in an Armageddon game where he has more time on the clock, but he has to play for a win with the white pieces against Wesley. So will he able to do it? We're zoning in on those opening moves. Arjan, what can you tell from what you see currently? And Wesley also grabbing already a piece to fidget with. That's important. A lot of players do that.
Yeah, we have the game starting with Prague against Wesley, and it's a bit of a different opening than the classical game.
A reverse Sicilian.
A reverse Sicilian. Prague is trying to surprise Wesley. Wesley a bit is gonna develop the bishop now. Wesley gets the king to safety, and they're making their moves very quickly as they should. Pragg is getting ready to castle, or so, you know, sometimes in these positions actually white doesn't castle and just goes for like a very aggressive attack, moving the rook and putting yeah, and that's actually exactly what he does, and I'm very happy to see that he's going for blood.
This is all theory now.
I don't think it's theory. I'd say it's a very common idea in these positions to not castle and sort of go all in here by pushing the pawn in front of the rook. Because if you think about it, black has castled while white's king is still in the center, and
Pragg needs,
it gives you the opportunity to...
He needs to take risk, and this is what we're seeing. Pragg is going all in. That's amazing.
Pragg is going all in. We're probably going to see a queenside castling here, and this is really the approach you need to go for against Wesley, because if you just make normal moves, he's very, very solid and will neutralize. You have to take some big risks and play some unorthodox chess.
Nandini, when you see these opening moves and the approach of Pragg going all in, attacking already on the right side of the board, his king in the meantime is still in the middle. What is it that is going through your mind and also your heart? Because you said you were really nervous before in the previous Armageddon. Now it's your boy Pragg playing here with the white pieces.
Pragg. Go Pragg all the way. Go Pragg.
This is a critical game and critical moment, because we do see those pawns being pushed. So what can Wesley do against this attack, Aryan?
It looks unpleasant for Wesley. These pawns are going really fast forward, and once the pawn gets to this square, it's very, very close to the black king. So I'd be very scared here if I was in Wesley's shoes. And this is exactly what we have. Wesley's trying to strike in the center here, but I don't see a way forward for him, because if he tries to get some counterplay, I believe Pragg can just eliminate this pawn, and Wesley doesn't have much compensation for it.
He's not even castling. He's like, no, I'm just pushing my pawns. Castling can wait. You know, I'm not scared.
And Pragg is very soon 4 minutes up on the clock. Wesley is deep in the tank here. Activates the rook, but it doesn't really stop Pragg from pushing these pawns.
Logical.
So, but the big question is, should Pragg push this pawn or should he push this pawn?
Oh, we don't see it on the board right now.
So he has those two pawns that are very close to the black king, and you could push the left one or the right one, depending on what's the best way to open up the position. And also this question that, the white king is still in the middle of the board. Do you think, Aryan, that at some point we will see Pragg castling on the left side so that he can connect his rooks and the other rook would join in the attack?
It's very likely, I would say, but I've also seen situations where white just keeps the king in the center and just plays with the pawns. But I would say here I don't see a problem with castling in this position, just getting the king to safety. There's no big attack for black on the queen side for now, so I think Pragg has the time to castle if he wants to.
I like the dark square bishop of Pragg. I think it's seeing the... Oh, he just castled?
Yeah, he does do that.
What do you think about this dark square bishop? Oh, now maybe...
It was really beautiful until Wesley decided it's too beautiful. I need to block it somehow.
Maybe that's why Wesley So did that, right?
Yeah, I think it's a must for Wesley, because he really needs to get some counterplay, as Pragg was rolling over the black king. So Wesley has to act immediately, and his idea here is that if you take the pawn...
Yeah, you're gonna lose a pawn in the process, no?
Yes, I can't. The board is not working properly. I'm trying.
The knight jumped in the middle of the board instead of capturing the pawn, which looks very scary. It's coming closer to the black king.
And now maybe Pragg is gonna jump with the knight on the side of the board, trying to activate it even more.
Well, now white is suffocating right now, I feel like. No?
Yeah, it's looking
Yeah,
menacing, the white pieces. I really like your idea, Aryan, with the other knight jump to the side of the board to get. And that's what exactly Pragg is doing now. That knight is ready to jump even further ahead into black's position. Look at those two knights, just one move at a time, getting closer and closer to the black camp. Nandini, excitement, nerves, predictions. You
nervous.
said he's gonna do it.
I'm certainly nervous. It'll be great to see Pragg take a win here, really.
It seems like he has a really good chance, but Wesley is defending very precisely too by pushing that pawn, guarding the square where the knight wanted to jump.
Wesley, known for being a very tenacious defender, it's very hard to crack him. But this looks extremely unpleasant for him. And now Pragg still needs to find the clincher here. Like it's not that easy to break through, but I think he can maybe just improve his bishop.
But right now the white pawn is attacked. No. Oh, there's a bishop. Okay, guarding. Okay.
I think he might just move his bishop one square forward. Maybe to this square. Unfortunately, the board is not working right now, so I cannot really
in front of the queen.
So I think we're just gonna focus on the.
Oh, that's what he does.
Focus on the full board.
He moved the bishop in front of the queen.
And the knight jumps in front of the black king. It's an interesting setup. Usually we would see a bishop there, which we call the fianchetto bishop, but now it's this knight sitting in front of the king, trying to attack the white pawn on the edge of the board. Forcing a decision in a way, right?
Now the board is working, so we can show some variations here. Wesley's trying to activate his knight finally, getting it to the center of the board. So let's see here for Pragg. He has to make a choice what to do with this pawn.
Yeah.
If he pushes it one square forward, Wesley will just move the knight, and it's
a lot of pressure on the G pawn, right?
A lot of pressure on the G pawn. I would probably take it or put the knight back here to put more pressure on the G pawn. It's still we might see some sacrifices on this pawn here. It's so much pressure on it.
Mm-hmm. And we have the first battery of the day, right? With the bishop and the queen. It's called a battery when they're line up to.
Pragg has given up the pawn. He said, I don't care that you're capturing my pawn. I'm just going to push mine. So he's going forward, not caring about the pawn on the side. Black is up on material. Pragg still with the time advantage and also the pressure, the activity of his pieces. But can he do it? Is there a tactical blow here or a way to continue the attack, Aryan?
Pragg is really creating fire on the board here, pushing all his pieces forward. And I really like this approach. Maybe he should just push the pawn one square forward here and later bring the rook.
And that's exactly what he did. He is following your pattern here. The pawn has been pushed. It's threatening to be pushed even further and attack that black queen or trade to open up the file.
I still really like Pragg's chances here. It just looks so passive and unpleasant for black to play here. I believe he's just going to improve his rook here. A very natural move, improving the rook, and later, if he wants to, he can go after this knight to destroy the black pawn structure, and he does make this move, and Wesley's clock is ticking. He's catching up on the clock, but it's just very hard to play. I really want to try to put play the bishop back to this square here to be able to take this knight, because remember that this knight actually cannot really move. If you move it back, this move just wins the game for Pragg with a double threat on the queen and the knights.
Oh,
and so he has just played your move, Aryan. The bishop is attacking the black knight. It cannot go back for the same reason that Aryan was pointing out. There's a pawn fork. The queen and the knight would be hanging. Knight back to the edge of the board. That is a very ugly move.
Maybe I should just play guess the move at this point.
You're very good at it, Aryan.
I'm trying, but Wesley by his last move, he's trying to open up for his rook here to create some counterplay. A pretty good move. I think Pragg might play this move one square forward here with a pawn to support this knight. Eventually, Pragg wants to eliminate the knight on the side of the board and bring his queen in to try to checkmate the black king.
So you would not take with the bishop.
I'm just worried
right
about
away.
if I take that, you push the pawn 1 square forward, and this knight might be hanging. But white. It feels like white is really up for choice here.
Wow, I didn't see that. Thank you, Arian.
Now Pragg has less
But
time.
he goes for your
really?
variation here, so he's probably figured it out.
Going for the chaos, allowing that pawn push that is being played by Wesley. So the queen is hanging. At the moment, Pragg is up a piece, but he has to move his queen, and then both the knight and the bishop are in the air.
Gonna move the queen to the home square, going back to the starting square, but keeping an eye on the bishop and getting very, very close to the black king, which is very naked at this point. I really like Pragg's play now. He's finally getting his queen to the king side.
Have you seen that? He left the bishop hanging.
He left the bishop hanging, but black's bishop is also hanging.
Oh.
It's still a really strong move, because once the bishop moves back, the white bishop will still be hanging, and there is nowhere to move it. It's trapped.
There is no way to move it, actually. If you move it back, white is going to win tactically here by capturing this pawn, and if you capture back, white will capture it again.
Wow.
You can't capture it
because of the fork.
Because of the fork, which wins the queen. So I believe it's actually pretty much over right now. Wesley doesn't have a defense.
So
Goodness
Pragg is
me.
going to win.
Pragg is going to win. We might see a resignation, actually.
He doesn't want to resign. He's taking the pawn with the bishop. Knight captures. And the queen is pinning that knight, so it's up a piece for Pragg now.
This move wins now.
White wins.
And Pragg has just played it. So the knight jumps away, and then you also save your bishop after the queen trade. The bishop is being taken by Wesley.
The bishop has been taken by Wesley. If Pragg wants to now, he can win an exchange by trading the queens and giving this fork check. But Pragg can also just capture this pawn and has a devastating attack. Everything is hanging in the black camp.
I think he'll go for that. He has just taken that pawn. He doesn't want to win the rook. He wants to checkmate the black king.
Wesley probably gonna move the rook 1 square up to defend the pawn. He does. No, he played the queen.
Would you trade?
Trading is a very safe win, as you're gonna win an exchange, and he does. He's gonna give this check on the next move, winning an exchange, and
there you go.
Also the game, going into an endgame with big material advantage.
His only disadvantage, though, is the time now. He started with more time, and he's down to a minute and a half. There is no increment until they reach move 40, and even after that, it's only 1 second. So Pragg really has to speed up.
But I believe his position is going to be easy to play now. He should be in control here.
So Pragg is trying to make a battery with the rook, no?
He's just trying to invade the black camp. This move is very strong because you can move the rook into the black camp as he does. Right now, the rooks are really powerful, not to mention that white is an exchange up here. So and look at this bishop on the back rank, which is far from great.
Yeah, an exchange up being that he has a rook for a minor piece. Minor piece is a bishop or a knight, and they are not the same value. A rook is more valuable than that knight that Wesley has as compensation. He's trying his best to defend. He's trying to hold on to those squares around the black king, but it's such a tough position now with the rooks invading.
The rook's invading, and eventually we're going to see a pawn push here by Pragg, opening up the black pawn structure. But right now, Wesley doesn't have any moves. He just cannot breed with his pieces.
So even though you're attacking with the both rook, you would still push the queen side?
It's just kind of the box opener, I would say, pushing the queen side, because once you get that pawn there, there's just no way for black to hold everything together. But there's different ways. I'd say here, he's just kind of holding black down right now.
Okay.
And there's no way for, like, this bishop is struggling a lot, and black cannot activate their pieces. I would expect Pragg to push this pawn forward now.
He's about to reach for the rook. He's attacking the knight now, which is defended, but he's ready to bring the other rook onto the edge of the board.
This is really a move you don't want to make with black, as it opens up for the white bishop, but he didn't really have a choices. Pragg was doubling on the back rank, putting pressure on this bishop. I think Wesley is...
Sacrificing the rook by moving the bishop instead.
Pragg can just take the rook now.
It's being captured, and this might be the final moment in the game.
It is a strong. Yeah, Pragg found a way that's wins immediately, and he's soon gonna get 1 second, which gonna make Wesley resign the game.
We can
Praggnanandhaa with the extra bishop. Nandini, I think your prediction might be coming to fruition here. This is the handshake. That means that Praggnanandhaa wins the first Armageddon of the day with the white pieces. What a fight this was, and going all in, Praggnanandhaa.
Well done, Pragg.
Yeah,
well
Pragg.
Done. Great start.
You really pushed this pawn, huh? In front of the king at the beginning. It was amazing to see. I was a bit scared for him, but he knew what he was doing.
It's very strong game by Pragg. Extremely convincing play, and beating Wesley like that is really not an easy thing to do. So very, very impressive.
One of the most solid players, Wesley So. Unmovable target, but Praggnanandhaa has done it. He managed to win in a must-win situation, and we still have 4 games underway. Let's head back to Magnus Carlsen's game, because we left it in quite a critical moment. Alireza, Firouzja, we actually, before we go there, we do have another game that we will have to, we are waiting at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm just as confused as the players. Maybe I need a break here to recharge my batteries, excuse it. When it comes to the Armageddon, we have seen 2 Armageddons. I do want your predictions, everyone here, on out of the 6 games, how many will finish in a draw in Classical and head to Armageddon, therefore, out of the 6 games? We have seen 2 already.
I think the six games are gonna end in a draw. I think they want to get there to the point where they're doing the Armageddon. It's more maybe they're. It's often like that, right? In tournaments where like you want to set the pace and just play for a draw and then look after.
It is often the case, I would say, but historically in Norway Chess, we have seen a lot of blood in the first rounds with the Armageddon format, because getting the 3 points is so huge. Like, you kind of shoot up in the tournament standings immediately. So if they see the slightest chance to go for the win, they usually do. And I have to say, right now we have a lot of juice in all the positions.
So Nandini, what do you think?
I think I agree with you guys for sure. Yeah.
Nandini, how impressive this has been, witnessing it from the first row seat here, the best seats.
The best seat, I must say, and with the best companions here.
Thank you. You're the best.
Yeah. But I think it's a great start to the tournament. Some very, very exciting matches here. And I think Pragg's match definitely will make headlines tomorrow in India for sure.
We're excited to see that. And let's listen to Pragg himself, because I believe our reporter is already with the winner of this crucial matchup. Wesley So went down against the 20-year-old Praggnanandhaa in their Armageddon game just now.
Pragg, wow, what a game. Pushing all those pawns on the king side. Congratulations. Share with us what happened.
Yeah, I must have had something easier at some point, but in this format, it's not easy to finish it off, but I think I didn't mess it up. So as long as that was there, it's fine.
You told us also previously before Armageddon that you will prepare in some way. Was it your preparation for this game?
No, preparation was just regretting how I played in the classical, because there were like some exciting options which I completely missed. So that was a little disappointing, but I think I was just trying to play normally.
How did you manage after finding out those variations, to destroy basically him in the Armageddon?
Yeah, but that's what happens every game. Yeah, you find out that you miss standard things. So this was one of those days.
And tomorrow you're facing Alireza, who is playing here in the sitting conditions. Are you looking forward to the game?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think about it. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
A very deserved win for Praggnanandhaa in his Armageddon game. And we will now head to Magnus Carlsen's game. Sorry, I spoiled it earlier, but we, of course, had to listen to Pragg on his win in that crucial game against Wesley. So his opponent for tomorrow is the gentleman here on the left side, Alireza Firouzja. But first, he needs to finish his game against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Let's catch up with the board and what has happened in the last few moves, just focusing on the present moment, Arjan, and how are the chances of the players. This is move 31, so time pressure on both. 2 minutes for Alireza, 4 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. There is no increment until they reach move 40.
A lot of things has been happening since we looked at this position the last time. Alireza is still currently a pawn up, but Magnus has a really strong knight in the center of the board, while this bishop is still struggling on the back rank. It's really an interesting position because Alireza his clock is ticking and is down to 1 minute 30 seconds.
He got 10
Still
moves.
has to make 8 moves before he can get this 10-second increment. So I would be worried if I was in Alireza's shoes right now, because it's just easier for Black to play with this superior knight. Although he is a pawn up Alireza, but it's just very hard to make moves. He captures this pawn in the center. I would expect Magnus to activate his rook right now. Let's see what he does.
So Alireza is up on material, but the time is really low with no increment. Still 8 more moves to be played. Once the rook attacks the queen, it also will mean that Black is getting back one of the pawns, right, Arjan?
Exactly. Black is getting back one of the pawns, but Magnus also needs to take some care here. Like if Alireza moves the queen, for instance, it's very important how you capture back the pawn. Like if you capture it with a rook, that would be very bad news for Black, as you're getting checkmated here after this check, and suddenly the rook comes in the back rank and the king is in a lot of trouble. So Magnus needs to take some care here. He can take back with a knight and with a pretty safe position, I would say, as this pawn is falling. Let's see if we're getting some moves.
I think this is exactly what's happening. The rook has attacked the queen. Alireza moves the queen over to the right side, about to check the black king. Knight will capture that pawn and attack the white queen. The reason why Alireza looks up is also because they can see the move number on the projector. Their boards are up on a digital screen there, and it's important. They need to make it to move 40 to start getting increment. Increment is this bonus time they will get after each move from move 41.
Magnus really needs to take care here, because if he takes with a knight, there is this check. And now, suddenly, Alireza has a really fascinating option by moving his rook to this square.
Wow.
Sacrificing the rook.
Sacrificing the rook. But the problem for Magnus here...
And you could see the Magnus's face. Did you see? Like, he just, like, made that facial expression that this is something I missed. There's something I'm disappointed about. He is frustrated. This is a tactical pattern that he might not have considered when he chose to enter this position.
Maybe he has this move here?
Wow. Sacrificing the knight. I mean, moving the knight to sacrifice the queen because he's threatening a back rank checkmate.
Yeah, this is kind of wild stuff. A lot of really sort of like complex variations in play here, and both sides are really getting low on time here. Magnus needs to be very precise here. He really wants to capture back this pawn. Alireza gives a check. Magnus moves the king, and now it's a very important situation, because if Alireza can play this move, rook to a7, the point here is that if Magnus takes it, Alireza gets a winning position, takes the rook with check, and takes the knight with a...
2 piece for the price of 1.
Exactly. Piece up in a completely winning position. So I'm curious if Magnus has planned here a really tactical resource by moving the knight here, opening up for the black rook on e8, hitting the bishop.
So many
And now
tactics.
the point is that if you capture the black queen, white is getting checkmated. So
Magnus is down to 32 seconds and still thinking, because
really
it's so
wild.
complex. It's such a big decision to take, whether he can take the pawn or not. 25 seconds. This is move 33. He's going to lose on time. He has to make a move.
He eventually doesn't take it, but doesn't
Shaking
that
his
mean
head.
that Magnus is just 2 pawns down?
And now 19 seconds with 7 more moves to be played. The pawn is being
Magnus
pushed.
panicked.
But
He
he
had to take that pawn. That was the only move to be okay. Magnus panicked with
Didn't
low
see
time.
it. He
And
did
now he's
not.
lost.
He's down 2 pawns, down on time.
Magnus panicked with low time, and now he's just lost with 2 pawns down.
And he knows it. You
Brutal-
can see it on his body
brutal
language. He
situation.
knows it. The disappointment, the frustration. The knight is coming back, but it's 2 pawns that are marching up the board.
Really frustrating.
4 seconds left and he is resigning. The world number 1 Magnus Carlsen loses his first game here at Norway Chess 2026. The defending champion goes down against an injured Alireza, who just went ruthless over the chessboard. Wow.
That shifted so quickly. It's shocking. Like, it went from Magnus being completely fine, putting pressure on Alireza, to him losing in a span of 2-3 minutes. That shows the format here. It can really be brutal.
The format delivers. I was hoping for a table slam, but maybe it wasn't that much of a frustration yet.
Oh, he was clearly frustrated, but yeah, no table slam.
He did a table slam with his head. He did like a move, like forward move like this, you know?
This was truly incredible. I think this is what makes Alireza such a special player, according to me. He's fantastic. I think he was calm throughout the game as well.
Very calm. He's still so chill.
Yeah,
He's just beaten the best chess player in the world, and then he sits in his wheelchair like this is just
Yeah,
you know. I'm
it's
just
a
going
normal
back
day.
to my room now.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is incredible first day at Norway Chess, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the show we hope for, especially with this time control. It really shows how unforgiving it is to get low on the time. Suddenly panic there, and Alireza leaving the playing hall in a wheelchair.
But after a loss, Carlsen is he comes back with great force. Tomorrow he's facing Keymer, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I think there was done statistics on Magnus after a loss, and he's extremely dangerous. Usually the
A
next
wounded
day
beast.
usually bounces back pretty hard. So yeah, I should never write him off.
And we do have a result also at Norway Chess Women. Bibisara wins with the black pieces against Humpy Koneru. We saw earlier that unfortunately Humpy's position was really difficult to play. So this is the first classical win at Norway Chess Women. Bibisara, the 3-time world blitz champion, does it and takes the lead at Norway Chess Women.
She's in great shape. Yeah.
A great game by Bibisara.
Do we have time to check the game or not really?
We have 2 more games on the way, but we do hope to interview the players that have just finished. So let's take a look at the arena as it is with only 2 games on the way. I'm still trying to figure out those final moments in the game of Magnus Carlsen, but who better to talk about it than the man of the hour, Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza, if you can tell us what has happened in the end, because the game finished so fast.
Yeah, I think it was a crazy game. I mean, it was always around equal, I think, and then suddenly it exploded. So I don't know what happened then, but I think I managed to keep my nerve.
There was a moment when Magnus was thinking so much for one move for 15 minutes, and at some point you had so much time on the clock, and then you catch him up on the clock as well. If you can, please tell us what was your thinking process at that time.
Yeah, I mean, my coach found this A3 today, Ivan Chaparino. It's a fantastic move, and Magnus didn't know it, so that gained a lot of advantage and made life much easier for me. And after I had always a bit pressure, but he played like very good. And then I think it was around equal, but at the end it was a mess. So.
I have to ask you about your breaks. For instance, you have an assist here when you want to go. So we saw you sometimes you were asking to go for the refreshment area. So how is it? How's the process for you here?
Yeah, my friend here helps me a lot. I mean, without him, I cannot play one move. So, but yeah, organizers managed to do fantastic job for me. I mean, I'm very appreciative of them, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Oh, what a great victory! Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And that's a very happy, but still so chill, Alireza Firouzja. I don't know. If I beat Magnus Carlsen, I think it would be the best day in my life. But for Alireza, it's just another day in the office. He has done it before. He'll do it again. And today, he delivered. He was the one who held his nerves. He did not panic. Magnus did under pressure, and he cracked. He managed to take the first win at Norway Chess. We still have the game of the reigning world champion here with the white pieces against Vincent Keymer. Let's check in with the current position, Aryan.
Yeah, I'm done now.
We have so many interesting positions today. It's hard to keep track of all of them. I mean, this game seemed very solid at the start, but right now it's really looking good for Gukesh. He's currently
not easy.
Currently material is equal, but Gukesh can capture this pawn.
This one,
looking very bad for Vincent. I don't know how he has to take this pawn. Gukesh can move the king. The white rook is very active right now, and Gukesh has very good winning chances. Say he goes for trades the knight against the bishop, but right now, actually this knight in the center of the board is much stronger than the black bishop. The black bishop can never attack the white knight. Now Gukesh can capture the knight, and we have a position where Gukesh is a pawn up, but Vincent has these two passed pawns. Is he gonna go up with the king now or go down? If you go up with the king, Vincent can capture this pawn. White seems faster here in the race. See, the time situation is really getting. I mean, they're down to increment here. They're not gonna get any more. I mean, they're playing on 10 seconds per move. It's gonna be a very wild finish.
60 move on the board.
This is the longest game of the day so far, 60 moves and still going. But great chance for the reigning World Chess champion to get his first win in this year's event.
Yeah, anything can happen right now when they have 30 seconds each. It's very difficult to play precise. Black has these two passed pawns, but white is trying to activate the king here. He wants to walk up his king and try to create checkmate threats. Vincent down to 15 seconds. I still think it's easier for Gukesh to play this position.
But maybe from a GM perspective, it's easier. But me, if I was playing white, I would think I'm losing right now. Just because of the pass pawn on the queen side for black.
They look very fast. I agree with you. They're very advanced. So
like, what do you do?
The problem, though, is that it's not so easy to advance it. Like, he pushed it one square, but you cannot push it again as the knight stops this square. So you need a couple extra moves to push them, because if you
seconds left for Vincent, he might flag
two
two.
pawns, they go
one. Oh God,
slower.
he made the move with 2 seconds only. My heart, my heart.
I think that's a good move. He's getting his king away from the back rank. I think Gukesh is gonna move his rook now,
and Gukesh cannot take the pawn because it's guarded by the bishop.
Extremely nerve-wracking finish here.
Only
Pushes
a few
his
seconds
pawn.
left again. 5 seconds for Vincent. 4, 3.
I'm not sure what that move is about.
It did make Gukesh confused, and I think that's what he needed, because he needs his opponent to spend time too.
You see, making your opponent confused is always the best strategy.
A check to the black king. I agree with you, Simon, that here it's needed. Maybe the knight will come in with 2, but then the bishop can take it. So the rook is going to the left side of the board, attacking the pawn.
Very natural move, trying to capture one of those passed pawns.
But it's being protected now by the other pawn.
Can you just put, one move forward and then...
Good move. Good move by Gukesh. He has to capture one of those pawns, and then he's not going to be in danger anymore. Is Vincent gonna move his rook to defend it right now?
He might do that. I think he's about to reach for the rook to protect it.
D1. Oh.
It's the only way to hold on to the pawn.
I believe Gukesh is gonna move his knight right now to attack the rook. Goes up with the king. He's clearing up the path for his central pawn. He wants to push his passed pawn.
And Vincent also is activating his king.
Is Gukesh gonna push now? I would move the knight if I was Gukesh. I would move the knight to C. He does move the knight to C6. Really has to try to get one of the passed pawns. I still think draw is a likely result here, as the material is getting very, very short.
And yet another pawn is being captured. Now they're trading their pawns. Bishop takes the white pawn. Now the knight takes the black pawn. The bishop attacking the rook. It has to hold on to the white knight, so you need to keep it on that rank.
We move the rook one square, makes sense. To the side.
Why not behind the king, so you're protecting from checks?
You can do that too. That's also natural. He might do that. He moves it one square.
You did your proposition.
It's sometimes just better to place it on a square that's not on the color of the bishop, especially in time trouble.
Yes.
So there's no way the bishop can attack it.
I believe Vincent is gonna go for
3
this
seconds
pawn
left for
now.
Winston
Good,
too.
good move by Vincent.
Attacking the pawn and playing here with our nerves almost flagging. The knight attacks the rook, but offering a trade. The bishop could take this knight.
Our fork
I
is
think
coming.
Vincent is going to take the knight, and
He does
now
so.
we're in a safe territory, I would say.
A rook endgame with just a handful of pawns left.
Is this a draw?
Rook endgame with 2 pawns each. Now Vincent is going to take the last pawn, I believe, and...
Oh, he gives a check first. Where will Gukesh go with his king?
Actually, right now, Gukesh is the one that has to be careful.
He's hesitating. He chooses that square up the board on the dark square, but the pawn is being pushed 2 squares away from promotion for Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent is not looking for draws.
Definitely not looking for draws.
It's not easy for Gukesh now, because if you stop that pawn, Gukesh is going to take the other pawn.
He's pushing his pawn, but that's so much slower than the black pawn.
Vincent should just take this second pawn. Now Vincent is a pawn up, and he has 2 passed pawns.
Ooh.
Looking very dangerous for Gukesh.
Gukesh went from a better endgame to perhaps a losing endgame.
Really, anything can happen with this time control.
The rook is coming back to
Gukesh is
guard
in a lot of
the
trouble
pawn.
now, because you can't keep pushing your pawn, and Vincent has 2 passers.
And that's because Gukesh likes to take risk and not take draw for
Vincent is going to activate his king now.
And that will attack the white pawn and also help the passed pawn.
King 1 square forward. Yeah, he does.
So the final pawn of white is being attacked. It's about to be captured with check.
You need to protect. Oh.
Check to push the king away, but now the king can go up the board and help the passed pawn of black on the left side of the board.
And then Gukesh is going to try to move his king to push his passed pawn, but I believe it's too slow. I think black's pawns are
2
fast.
seconds again for Vincent.
A trade is offering.
A king and pawn in game, but the black pawn is promoting in 2 moves. Just 2 more moves for that pawn to become a queen.
Oh, we're going to get a very tricky queen endgame. I think it's a draw with correct play, but it's very difficult with low time to defend.
Because the white king will move away and also start pushing his pawn, and it will promote with a check. Gukesh's queen will be a check.
Both sides getting a queen here.
Gives a check.
They have gained so much time with the 10-second bonus. Finally, they can breathe a little bit.
Gukesh is going to try to give all the checks he can, looking for a perpetual here. But it is very tricky because the black queen is going to come and try to defend the checks. And remember, guys, that every queen trade here is going to be winning for Vincent because he's a pawn up. So Gukesh cannot afford to trade queens. He has to give all the correct checks.
And that's why he moves his king out of that same 5 where the black king was. He's trying to make sure that when he gives checks, the black queen cannot cover and offer a trade or check at the same time. The pawn is being pushed by Vincent. 3 more moves for that pawn to become a second queen on the board.
It's much easier for Vincent to play here because his job is only to push his pawns while Gukesh has to find the right checks. And now Vincent is probably going to defend with his queen, so getting the queen back to the king.
So you think
I expect queen f5 here.
So you think with correct play from both sides, it's still a draw at this point?
So I'll say on grandmaster level, this is usually very, very tough. I think usually the pawn wins in these scenarios, but if Gukesh finds all the right moves, it's a draw.
Okay.
There's actually already, I see here that Gukesh has went wrong and Vincent is winning here objectively, but this can shift all the time.
6 seconds left.
Very difficult in practice because you need to find all the right checks. So usually the pawn wins in these situations.
So low on time, Gukesh, and he has to play so precisely. He keeps giving checks to that black king.
Gukesh is thinking which check to give. There's so many of them. That's the problem. Like you don't know which square to choose. It's actually back to a draw right now. Vincent is probably gonna play his queen up to defend the check.
Another check on the diagonal. The queen is coming back to block it.
Perpetual? Maybe?
Vincent will try his best to avoid it, but up to now, Gukesh has done a fantastic job at finding the right checks.
On seconds.
How many repeating move will lead to a draw?
Gukesh made the wrong move again now. It seems like black can escape the checks. And now the king can go 1 square up. And suddenly there's no checks. I mean, you can give a check, but then the pawn pushes forward. Keymer has made some big progress here.
Now the pawn is being pinned. That's the way Gukesh is avoiding that Vincent can push the pass pawn further.
It's a good move by Gukesh, pinning the black pawn. I believe Vincent can move his king up right now, and suddenly there's no way to. And he does find that move. The problem now is that if you give a check, if Gukesh gives a check, Vincent will block the check by giving a check, and suddenly forcing the queen trade, which is winning for Vincent. So a tough choice for Gukesh now.
He gives a check from the other side of the board.
But now Vincent can push his passed pawn.
And block the check. That is looking very promising.
Yeah, advancement.
Four seconds left for Gukesh. 3. He made a move with 2 seconds.
Still precise player required by Vincent, but this is now a winning position. The pawn is only 2 squares away from promotion.
Will we see another check with the queen, pushing the white king further back? What a great location for the black queen. They're supporting the passed pawn and also guarding squares where the white queen could give a check.
Oh yeah, now it's really difficult for white to do something, I guess.
Yeah, and in case of that final check that Gukesh has, the black queen would guard the square that also gives a check to the white queen, to the white king. It's really difficult now for Gukesh to make a move. 5 seconds left. He's about to move the king. 3 seconds.
Keymer now moving the king, ready to push the pawn. I thought he was going to go to the other square.
A check from the diagonal. And Vincent is just marching up the board.
Anything can happen, but Gukesh seems to be winning here.
Vincent is winning, yes.
Vincent,
Gukesh is trying really hard, but unfortunately, as much as we are wishing him well and wanting him to do well, he might just go down in this first game at Norway Chess. But it's still not that simple because the pawn is pinned. You cannot push it. So Vincent needs to move the king out of the pin.
Still a lot of precision required. Now moving the king out of the pin, ready to push the pawn. Gukesh is going to give a check now, probably in the back rank. He does.
And now you cannot block it with the black queen because that would give up your pawn. 7 seconds left for Vincent. 6, 5. Another check. Will Vincent block with the queen or move the king back? Moving up the board. At least Gukesh has gained some time with these final moves, the 10-second bonus, but it's still so tricky where to give the checks and how to prevent black from pushing the pawn. It's 2 squares away from promotion.
Vincent is trying very hard to find a square to hide the king so he can push his pawn. But it's really not easy. Gukesh is putting very good resistance here.
Will now the black queen block and then try to march the king? It seems to be the strategy of Vincent.
In this situation, the best thing is to do as much check as possible for Gukesh's side, right?
Yeah, Gukesh has to give checks, otherwise Vincent will just promote his passed pawn. Now he's trying to defend with the king. Sorry, defend the check with the queen.
The queen is blocking again, but there's further checks to come.
Repeating the position there, Vincent.
He needs to be careful not to repeat too many times. If you repeat the same position 3 times, that is a draw. Queen check from the diagonal. Vincent can't just block again because he will start repeating too many times the same situation. But now the king is blocking the pass pawn.
Vincent is struggling to find the right plan here to push the pawn forward. This queen endgames are really, really tricky. But I still believe it's too tough to defend for Gukesh.
The king moves out, but it's still a pin over that pawn, so black cannot push the pawn just yet. 5 seconds left for Gukesh. 4, 3. He moves the king into the corner to try to hide it from checks as well, counter checks that is. 5, 4, 3. Vincent, you gotta move. 2.
That's a good move. That's a good move by Vincent, I think. Now, if the white queen checks, he can block it.
Queen check. The queen blocks, and now this is the situation where you cannot give a queen check on the edge of the board because that would have led to a queen trade.
You pin the king again?
Indeed, the pawn cannot be pushed because of the pin over that pawn. Gukesh is defending so well. He's trying everything he can. Vincent changes his mind, moves the queen now to just do 1 square up the diagonal.
Wow, he almost lost some time there. He had only 1 second when he made the move.
Wow.
1 second. Check on the edge of the board. The king goes back. Another check. Where will the king go? Goes back to the edge of the board.
Really nerve-wracking.
He nearly lost on time, Vincent Keymer. He's trying his best to win, but he nearly lost on time.
I think he's doing a good job here. It's not... Gukesh has to try to pin the pawn again, but it's really getting short on squares.
He does so again, as you said, Arjan, pinning the pawn.
He should not be getting to 1 second again there, Vincent.
He definitely should not do that. 7 seconds, he makes a move now. We do have the Armageddon at Norway Chess Women just starting, but we will stick to this game for now because it's the final moments between Gukesh and Vincent Keymer. Pinning the pawn again now through the diagonal. Queen check.
So hard to find the winning construction here, but Vincent is shaking his head there. He's really not sure.
He centralizes his queen, which guards the corner square where the white queen could have given a check.
Now there's no check from white. Like, is there a check? Oh yeah,
there is one check. There is one check on the all the way to the e7 square. He finds it. But now there is no check, so he has to pin the pawn again.
Yeah, same strategy. He comes back with the queen, pinning the pawn. So
feels like this is a position we've seen before.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Vincent can't make progress. He's trying, but Gukesh is so tenacious in the defense here, finding the best moves.
It's really instructive. Like people at home, you always want to pin the king.
Yeah, and Vincent is so unsure. He was reaching for the king, and then he gives a check.
But did you see Gukesh is trying to talk to the arbiter there?
I think he's trying to play the draw.
Ask for the move repetition. Or he wants to count the moves for 50 moves, maybe.
Could be the case too, because if you don't make any progress in chess in 50 moves, no pawn push, no trades of pieces, then it is a draw.
But it's not even close. It's almost it's close to 30 moves, so it's still far from 50 moves.
Yeah, I wonder what he was going to claim if he thought that the position was repeated 3 times. The pawn is pinned still, so no progress there. Will Gukesh give a check, or will he move his king again? He's reaching for the queen. Check on the edge of the board. The king is now again blocking the pawn, so black cannot make progress with that passed pawn. Vincent is trying to use the extra time he has gained with the bonus time. But Gukesh is really trying to see how many moves have been played. He needs to figure out for himself.
Wait, did he stand up from the chair there with
He did.
20 seconds?
He did, because he wants to know, I guess, if he's getting any closer to the 50-move rule. That would be that there is no progress in 50 moves. But 50 moves is a really long time. Many, many moves to be played.
Yeah, he's really hoping for a draw right now.
So again, we have a situation where Gukesh doesn't have a check, but at the same time, Vincent is not threatening to push the pawn. Trying really hard to find that key square to promote. It's very tough with the time situation.
Extremely tough, but he almost went down to the final 3-2-1 moment. Makes a move with 4 seconds on the clock.
So if the pawn stays as the same place
for
after
50 moves,
50 move, that means it's a draw.
Yes.
Yes, because there's no pawn moves and no trades.
Mm-hmm.
So no exchange of pieces and no pawn pushes at all. Not even one single one.
Still has to happen for 19 moves more for it to be 50 moves. So
okay.
Still a long way to go.
And if Vincent manages to push his pawn in a couple of moves, then the move count resets. So we'll have to count another 50 moves.
Yeah.
The queen gives a check. King coming back. I think Gukesh might just pin that pawn again. This has been his strategy. Very good defense by the reigning world champion.
Yeah, it is the third time actually. But the problem is that he doesn't know to claim it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the time to check it.
Time. So the arbiter can only intervene if it's the 5 times same position, not 3 times. So, but it is the arbiter's job to intervene if it's 5 times.
This is a special rule in chess that if the position repeats 3 times, you can claim the draw, but you need to go and call the arbiter, stop the clock, claim the draw yourself. The arbiter will not intervene, as Arjan has already explained. It has to happen 5 times for the arbiter to actually stop the game. Check again. King is going back to the edge of the board. Will Gukesh pin that pawn again as usual? He's going for the same defense. Looking at the move count, because it's getting closer to move 50.
It is getting closer to move 50, but it's still around 12 moves left.
12 more defensive moves to be played. Vincent is giving a check. King stepping out. The pawn is still pinned, so you cannot push it. No progress with the pass pawn.
It's really instructive, by the way, to pin the pawn of the next to the king, and he cannot move. He cannot move the pawn. That's just amazing strategy.
Very, very good defensive technique indeed by Gukesh, who is going back now to the edge of the board with the king. It's safer to tuck it away, not go aggressive, not go wild. It's just safer while it's not in any other checks. And he's trying to repeat the position, of course, because it's Vincent who has to make progress. I think Vincent seems quite frustrated. It's been the same position for about 40 moves by now. No progress.
He's going to pin the pawn again. The good thing for Gukesh is that he's seen a lot of these positions now for the last 10-20 moves, so he can just repeat the same defense mechanism.
He already has about a minute on the clock. He has been gaining a lot of time. Check now on the diagonal by Vincent.
If Gukesh wants to claim a draw, he has to stop the clock.
And he does it. He's claiming draw. He's calling the arbiter. He says that this position has been reached 3 times. So now they will need to verify that with the arbiter.
And if Gukesh is wrong, he's going to get punished by Vincent getting 2 minutes extra on the clock.
Ooh.
So it does have a cost. You cannot just claim the draw at any point. You need to be really sure that it happened. And that's what the reigning world champion is doing. A claim for a draw.
But I don't think it's the case. Yeah, and now the arbiter is adding time to Vincent's clock. So now Vincent has more time to figure out the win, which is far from ideal for Gukesh, but at least Gukesh gets some time to breathe.
So he had that 3-fold repetition earlier, but he claimed it in the wrong moment and gets punished for it.
It's really tough to know the moment it happened.
Very, very tough. Good thing for Gukesh is that the 50-move rule is approaching.
Yes.
He steps out of the check.
10 moves left to the 50-move rule.
10 more moves, and the position has to stay the same. No pawn pushes. No trade of pieces.
But Black is actually very close to making progress here. He has to jog up with the king right now. And it seems like he's about to find it, actually. No, he had to go to the other side. He went to the wrong square. He had to go to the G4 square.
Yeah. It was so close. And he had the time to think more, but it's just the nerves, the tension. He didn't think more, even though he now has 2 minutes on the clock. You can feel that both players are under so much pressure. Vincent chooses to spend more time now, but had he done it a move ago, he would have found a better move for the king. He gives a check now.
It's going to be really tough for Vincent now, with only 7 moves left to find a winning method. And actually, right now, I see the table base is saying it's a draw.
Gukesh's king comes closer to the black king. Arjan, do you have to claim the 50-move rule yourself as a player, or would the arbiter intervene?
No, arbiter only intervenes if it's 75 moves.
Wow. I'm hoping that Gukesh is counting those moves. I'm hoping that he's counting till 50 because it's close, but he has to know it. He has to claim it. Another check by Vincent. The king goes back to where it was. Gukesh is defending so well.
Super close to a draw now. The players have more time on the clock.
How many more moves till the 50 move rule?
So let me see. It was to be. It's 137 now. Has to be 142. So it seems like it's 5 moves.
5 more moves. 5 more moves, but Gukesh doesn't know exactly how many more moves he needs to survive.
The good thing for Gukesh, though, if he ever gets in trouble and the pawn is about to push one square,
He
he
will
can
claim.
stop the clock as a last sort of effort.
Yes, true. He will
So because he has
definitely claim.
nothing to lose if he does that, and it's very close now.
The king goes back to the edge of the board. Vincent has been trying so hard to make progress, but he cannot find a way through the defense of the reigning World Chess Champion. It's a bit of a breather for Gukesh as well. He might be able to check the move count, the move number on which they are.
Hats off to Gukesh for defending so well. It's incredibly hard to find the right square.
Very difficult.
Vincent is leaning forward, trying to see, what am I missing here?
I think he knows that it's really close, the moment where Gukesh can actually claim the draw. And he cannot make progress. He's not finding a way.
10 second. Okay.
The queen is covering some key squares from the white queen, but still there's no progress. You cannot push the pawn. It's still being pinned. "12 seconds left for Gukesh."
Gukesh is really getting low on time. Gives this check, which is still fine for him. I mean, he's just 3 moves away from being able to claim the 50 move rule draw.
This is some progress for the black king. At least it wasn't there in the last many moves, but it also means more checks to that black king. Just 2 more moves for Gukesh. After 2 more moves, he can claim the draw. Gives another check now on the edge of the board. 1 more move and it's a draw. The king goes up. Just 1 more
Just
move.
give 1 more check.
1 more check and Gukesh is safe.
But if you give a check, then black can block the check. It's a very tricky situation. Because he has to know that it's 50 moves.
And he doesn't know. He's looking up though. He's looking up to see the move number up on the projector.
Vincent should just block the check right now.
He'll
But
get another check from a different square.
But I do think if Gukesh ends up in trouble, he will stop the clock.
Yes, he will claim before there's any pawn push or trade. He's looking up again at that projector, but he's not sure how many moves, on which move was the last pawn push or trade. The king is now blocking the way of the pass pawn.
You know what's very funny? I'm following the game live and it just claims a draw because it thinks it's 50 moves. But it's not the case. It's still going on.
The players do not know. They have to keep the game going. The arbiter will only intervene if it's 75 moves without progress. Gukesh is claiming the draw. He's calling the arbiter again, and this time it is correct. 50 moves have passed without any progress on the board. And there's a handshake, a draw between Gukesh and Vincent Keymer. But do you guys know what that means for us? Great news. Even more chess. Because these two will have to come back and play an Armageddon.
Yes,
they are not
that's
going
great.
anywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Getting more chess soon. And actually there is a game ongoing right now between Wenjun and Divya Deshmukh.
And this is an Armageddon where Wenjun with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. Divya started with less time but draw odds. Let's check in with the current position and how are the chances of the youngest participant of Norway Chess Women against the reigning women's world champion.
It's looking great right now for Divya, but her king is very exposed. If Wenjun can get to that f7 pawn, it would be very dangerous. She's pushing that pawn one square forward.
Which one? Okay,
this
g3.
A couple of
finally we get
moves have been
board
played.
here.
We're catching up with the players. 25 seconds left for Divya, though she has to speed up.
Why did
it
Oh
was?
gosh! Oh no! Oh no!
What happened?
She just made a mistake according to the board, but I think
but the
her,
queen disappeared.
Her queen
Yeah, the queen
magically
disappeared.
from the board. I think our board is hallucinating here.
Yeah, why there's no infiltration with the white queen on the back rank?
Yeah, so white played this move to stop black from trading queens.
Okay.
This knight does an excellent job stopping this check and eyeing this f7 pawn.
Divya is
Wenjun
living
is
off of
eventually
the
going to try
increment.
to push the pawn here. It's actually very tough for black to defend here. Divya is a pawn up where her king is in a lot of danger.
And she has such little time. She's living off of the 1 second increment, but now down to 3 seconds only. 3 seconds. What a tough situation. The pawn is already marching up, trading that pawn in front of the black king. 1 second left for Divya when she made her move.
Is she in time?
I think if we focus on the camera, if we can zone in on what's happening, because it's the final 3 seconds for Divya Deshmukh.
I think she got the increment. She's safe now.
1 second, but how safe can you be with only 1 second over the board? 2 seconds
Oh,
left.
that's so impressive.
Winning the queen! Winning the queen with 3 seconds on the clock. Divya Deshmukh turns
That
the
was
tables.
so sharp by Divya. She spotted that so quickly.
I don't. To be honest, guys, I don't understand what happened.
Wenjun blundered her queen in the end.
Oh.
And Divya spotted with only 3 seconds on the clock. How impressive that is. The 19-year-old rising star from India wins her game against the reigning world chess champion. In such a clutch moment where she was about to lose on time. She was down the wire with only 3 seconds left on the clock.
Great start for Divya, making her debut in the Norway Chess Tournament by winning the Armageddon game against the reigning world champion.
Huge win for Divya, and we will have one more Armageddon game to finish the day, the icing on the cake. We will take a very quick break before the players come back to the final game of the day, which is going to be between the reigning world champion Gukesh against the German #1 Vincent Keymer, who must be disappointed that he didn't manage to convert his advantage in an endgame against a Gukesh that has been defending so precisely and claimed the draw with the 50-move rule. We will see you guys in a few minutes for that final Armageddon game of the day at the other end of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and the Norway Chess Women. We are being joined by the winner of an incredibly exciting game. Divya, you have just taken down the reigning Women's World Champion in an Armageddon game where you had 3 seconds left on the clock. Can you talk us through your emotions and what was going on with the time control?
Thank you. First of all, I'm just glad that I did not know the time control. So when I was playing on 3 seconds, I thought maybe at least I have like 2 or 5 seconds of increment. If I had known that I had only 1 second of increment, I probably would not have gotten into this situation.
On our end, I thought you were so confident that you are happy to play on with just 1 second. So it really shows that sometimes it's better not to know that 1 second is the only increment in Armageddon. And even that you reached move 40 so that you started getting that increment, but you spotted so quickly that move that wins the queen of Wenjun. You were spot on, so sharp.
Thank you. I think it would be fine even if I knew the increment because I think I can play fast.
Do you find it easy enough to play that fast over the board as opposed to online? Where do you think you're faster?
Yes, definitely. I am very bad at online. I end up I'm very slow with the mouse.
Oh, same. But I thought I'm just old, you know, and you are here the youngest participant. So I'm feeling a little bit better about my mouse skills now. But over the board, it seems to be harder. Not for you. You play so well, so quickly, so sharp.
Over the board.
It's easy. Guys, it is easy. Divya says it's easy. Do it at home. Win a game with 3 seconds on the clock against the world champion. That is your task for the day. Tell us more about your participation here, Divya, because this is the first time you are playing and your first opponent was one of the toughest you can face, the women's world champion, and she won in 2024 the event. How did you prepare for the event, and what is it like for you to play in this event where the prize fund is the exact same as at Norway Chess?
I'm very honored to be here and very grateful. I honestly did not expect to be invited, so it was a very pleasant surprise for me. And yeah, I mean, I think all of the opponents here are just extremely strong, so it doesn't matter if I play with them the first round or the last round. I think either way, it's going to be a very tough competition, and I think it has just begun. So yeah, still a lot of rounds to go.
Great start for you, and we do have a rewind of that crucial final moment in your game in the Armageddon against Wenjun, where you had 3 seconds left on the clock. She gave a check there on the side of the board, and this queen move, she did not see what you spotted immediately. The knight jumps away with this discovered attack. Can you give us some advice, and to the viewers as well, how to be as sharp as you to spot it immediately?
I think it has a lot to do with my upbringing because I have been a tactical player in general. So for me, tactics come easy, whereas other things come in a more difficult way. So for me, this is kind of like my forte.
I think we are all very impressed, and we are also impressed by the fact that you were the only female player to visit the confessional booth. What is that like for you, that you can talk to the camera during the game, and you went back twice? We really appreciate that.
I think it's very fun, and honestly it was kind of like a stress relief because when you're playing chess for so many hours you cannot talk and you just have to listen to the voices in your head. So having a platform where you could just let everything out, I think it was quite fun for me, and I'm sure it was entertaining for the viewers. So yeah, it was fun. I think I was just mainly talking about my calculations.
The calculations, we were following along the lines. You also mentioned about the snacks, everything. And it's important because it's a long day. So I hope that you realize that there's a lot of beverages and snacks for you guys there in the playing hall.
Definitely. Snacks are really important.
Any favorite snacks during a game?
I like chocolate, some specific types of chocolate I like, and banana. And I really like the dried mango here.
Dried mango. I was eyeing those. I think, Simon, you were also looking at those snacks that are next to the chessboard.
Yeah, we need to keep some food in our system if you want to perform like you did. I mean, tomorrow you got Humpy. How do you feel about that?
It's going to be exciting. Right now, I'm not thinking about that. I just want to go home and sleep it off.
Do you have some confidence boost after this game?
Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, just the starting, so it can go very well or it can also be disastrous. I'm keeping watch.
How is the experience playing in a library in this setting with so many fans?
Oh, it's very beautiful. This is the most beautiful place I've ever played in, and yeah, it's really fun. Also, I love that there is a live audience and they're watching
And sleeping.
Maybe just the first hour. There's the calm before the storm. Then they realize that everything is hanging. 3 seconds left on the clock.
I think they actually left the ones who were sleeping. But yeah, it's quite motivating to see so many people following.
And before we let you go, we do have a final Armageddon game coming up, and I would love to have your thoughts on that game and your prediction. Gukesh will be facing now Vincent Keymer. Vincent had really good chances to win in the Classical,
Yes,
but
I
he
saw
couldn't
that.
convert. So he now will have the black pieces in Armageddon and draw odds, but less time against Gukesh. What are your thoughts on that game, and what would be your prediction for the result?
Honestly, Armageddon is a time control that it can go like really well or in disastrous way. So I really cannot predict an Armageddon game. If you ask me to predict a classical game, maybe I can, but Armageddon, it can be anything. It also depends on how much time Gukesh spends so that he doesn't match with Vincent on the time. And yeah, the position, if they get into a choice position, then it's Vincent's game to take.
That's very true, guys. I also want your predictions. I'm not gonna let you off of the hook.
Well, I think Gukesh is a world champion for a reason, so I think it's going to be really hard. We just saw in endgames how tricky he is and how defensive he is. So yeah, that's going to be difficult for Vincent, I think.
But Gukesh has to win, so can he do it? He was really good at the defense, but a draw is not enough in Armageddon.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But
Keymer is coming right off a hot streak right now. He won the Superbet Classic. Is in great form. So I would put my money on him. If I would have to bet.
Fair enough, fair enough. We will soon figure it out. And thank you so much, Divya, for joining us. Congratulations again on the win. And now that you know the time control, I hope you're ready for those 1 second increments. Maybe a bit more time next time.
Not likely, but I'll manage. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The players have just taken their seats. They are ready to start the final game of the day. Gukesh with the white pieces has 10 minutes. 3 more minutes than his opponent, but Vincent Keymer has draw odds in this Armageddon game. So in case of a draw, it counts as a win for black. Those are the rules for Armageddon here at Norway Chess. So we will have a winner in this game no matter what. And when it comes to the opening choice, Arjan, are you any surprised that it's now the left side that's being developed, the knights, instead of the usual knight jump on the right side?
Gukesh is going for the Vienna opening, which is a really fun opening where you're playing a bit unusual here. White very often puts the knight on f3 very quickly, while here he's delaying that that development. I believe now he's gonna develop his knight to this square, or he might also put it on this square. But it's a bit of an unusual move order. However, Vincent is reacting really fast. Is this something you've seen before, Simon?
this position, yes, I think yes. Isn't it called the Giocano piano?
Gucci piano, Italian. Yeah, that's actually. I believe the knight goes to this square in that opening, but I think Keymer now is going to capture this knight because you have to take some care as now white castled, so the knight is not pinned anymore. So if Vincent would castle here, he would lose the knight. So he has to. He's taking a bit of time here, but the standard move, I believe, is to eliminate this knight. Let's see what he does. It takes the knight. Pawn takes. He's probably going to go back with the bishop to this square.
And why not a5, for example?
Good question. If you go to a5, bishop is just a bit misplaced on the side of the board, while on d6 it's more centralized. It's also defending this pawn. So Vincent is more prepared against this pawn push.
Yeah, Gukesh push the f pawn.
Very ambitious, and he needs to. The black king is still in the middle of the board, so Gukesh is trying to open up the position before the black king gets into safety. We see a trade by Vincent, and maybe this next move will give him that one move that he needs to castle.
It's very funny, actually, because this game really reminds me of the Wenjun game against Divya Deshmukh, where Wenjun also had this pawn push. And
True.
Vincent captures
Similar,
and
yeah.
gets the king to safety. I don't think Gukesh is unhappy with the opening outcome here. His position is full of life. This is a great move. Taking
space in the center.
Taking space and controlling some key squares. These two squares are very important, as the black knight could jump around here.
Vincent's queen is coming out all the way to the edge, so now if the knight moves away, there's a problem around the white king.
I believe, I was going to say Gukesh is going to improve his queen. It pushes the black queen away. The queen doesn't have a lot of squares.
Yeah, the queen has to move. Not too many options.
If I was Vincent, I would probably put the queen on this square, because I also only need a draw, so I don't mind the queen trade.
Trading, yeah. But what do you think about that pawn push on g3? Do you think it's a good move, exposing your king?
I would say it's a bit of a risky move, but given the match situation, Gukesh has to take all the risk. His queen was a bit annoying here. Vincent plays this move, and naturally Gukesh doesn't want to trade queens. He wants to keep a lot of life in the position.
But that's quite an unfortunate setup for Vincent's pieces. Now the black queen is blocking the bishop, so it's going to be harder to develop the rest of black's pieces. You need to move the queen again in order to be able to move your bishop, so then you can move your rooks. It's very clumsy there. Everything is very crowded. So for Gukesh, that's great news, because he has this extra time now for his attack. He might try to bring even more pieces toward the king's side. And the knight goes to the edge of the board, already targeting that pawn in front of the black king.
Setting up actually a really nice threat here of moving the bishop all the way to the final square on the side of the board. So if Vincent doesn't take care here, Gukesh has a winning threat, sacrificing the bishop, threatening this pawn, and if you take it, there is this really beautiful fork here.
Oh my god!
Winning the black queen. So I believe Vincent has to make a move like f5 here to
so that
open
the
up for
rook
his rook.
sees the square where
So
the
the
knight
rook takes
is
care of
heading.
this square, anticipating this dangerous move. Is that on the board? No, he's actually thinking.
But he's taking so long. Vincent is still in classical chess mode in a way. He started with less time, but now his disadvantage on the clock is even bigger. 4 minutes for Vincent against nearly 8 minutes for Gukesh. The queen comes back to the edge of the board, but it seems to be questioned by the bar.
Oh, it's questioned by the bar. Maybe Gukesh has a tactical opportunity here. I would really put the pawn here instead to defend the king. A bit surprised by the last move. It feels like white should have a tactical shot.
What would be the way? What do you think, Arjan, what your instinct is telling you?
I think you can still put the bishop here.
Wow.
Because
and if it's taken?
If it's taken, you can play the queen to this square. It looks very dangerous for black.
Giving up a full piece just so that you can attack a pawn with the queen, but the black king is alone. There are no defenders around it.
Because if you try to defend it, suddenly the rook comes all the way to f6
Wow.
and blocking the defense. The queen has to
Huge
move,
attack.
and this will be checkmate. So a
I think
really
Wesley sensing it. He's
great
about to
opportunity.
move. Gukesh, he's about to move, and I think he's sensing it. He's looking in that direction.
Great opportunity for Gukesh.
He still has so much
It's a
time
really,
as well.
really nice sequence.
He's zoning in on
he's
that
calculating.
idea. Definitely calculating
You
that.
can see his hand on his face. He's clearly calculating something here.
The good news for Gukesh is that he has more time than Vincent, so he can afford to take some time here off the clock. And one other variation here is that if you try to defend against the mate, suddenly white has this tactical sequence of giving this check, and suddenly
Winning
you
the
lose
queen
the
like
queen.
Divya did against Wenjun, and he did it. The bishop
Wow.
is being sacrificed. The reigning world chess champion is giving up a full piece for the attack. Black can take that bishop, but the queen will attack the pawn, and there are not enough defenders around the black king. Wow, what a move.
And he just drank some water. You know, it's just like...
Showing some confidence there.
Yeah, he's just letting know Keymer that I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm coming, buddy.
Really stylish move by the world champion. I would say, like, making such moves like bishop to h6 is the best feeling in chess. It's... yeah, I really think Gukesh is enjoying himself right now.
And Vincent takes it. That's the only way he can continue. So he goes for it. He takes it. But what is he going to do about that threat now?
Maybe you have to... I was going to say you have to bring the queen back, but that doesn't work either.
Bring the queen back to...
You don't have any moves. I was going to say should try something like this, but the problem is that if you bring the queen back, white just gives this fork first, wins the queen. I actually think this is resigning territory for Vincent.
Really?
We might get a handshake here. There is no defense for Vincent. It's completely hopeless.
Can we actually have them on full screen? Because this might be one of those moments where Vincent realizes there is no defense. The reigning World Chess champion has sacrificed a full piece, an entire bishop, for this attack that cannot be stopped. How instructive that is. Black is up a full piece, but what we see is that there are so many pieces on the queen side and the pawn that Vincent has just dropped while fidgeting. He's so nervous. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows that this position is going down.
This is actually the first Armageddon game Vincent has played in this format as his first appearance in Norway Chess.
True, true.
Yeah, he's stressing a lot. I kind of feel bad for him.
Because he had the winning position in the classical game against Gukesh, but Gukesh defended so well. And now he's winning in the Armageddon. 1.5 minutes left for Vincent Keymer.
And he's
still struggling to find a move.
And you can see Gukesh, he pull up his sleeves when you know he's winning. That's his winning move. His signature, I might say.
If you try to bring the rook back to defense here, unfortunately for Vincent, this is a pretty nice checkmate as well.
Will Vincent try and find some kind of a way to sacrifice some of the pieces back? It's the only way to not get checkmated if you give back some of the material.
But Arian, there's nothing you can do from black. Yeah, that's a pawn push, but...
Yeah, he's trying this, but now
And now the black queen is guarded by the bishop at least, so he, for now, has held on to the queen and the king is guarded.
I think Gukesh is going to bring his bishop now to
a central square.
To a central square, pinning that rook, and that's...
And that renews the threat of the checkmate, the pin with the bishop.
It's a really nice checkmate too.
Beautiful checkmate threat, yeah. And he still has so much time. 5.5 minutes for Gukesh to find here the winning combination. The bishop pinning the rook seems to be really strong. This is a heartbreaking moment for Vincent Keymer after having had such a big chance to win in the classical game. And now he's going down in Armageddon.
He's taking his time here, as he should. He has more time on the clock, so it makes sense to try to go for the most precise. I mean, he could also capture that pawn with the rook.
That would be good.
Yeah, he's threatening to come with his other rook and double. The black king is really defenseless. And Vincent is very, he does go for that, and it's very hard now for...
You cannot take with the... Can you take with the rook if you're black? You exchange the rook, or it's not possible?
The problem with that is, I believe you can actually just capture with the queen here.
It's not checkmate?
No. This is mate. This is mate.
But if you...
Let's see what he does.
He moves the knight, but he knows that his position is lost. He's down to 25 seconds in a completely lost position against Gukesh.
What is the role of the knight that Vincent just moved?
He's trying to defend the rook, and if you take it, he wants to give this check to the white king, but I believe you can just move the king, and it doesn't really change anything.
So you give up your knight for activities with the bishop.
Exactly. It's just a last attempt to try to create.
Doesn't even take the knight.
Some play.
The king is trying to run, but there is nowhere to go, unfortunately, for Vincent Keymer. This is a lost position. Going back to the edge of the board. Is it going to be a knight check, the queen check? Will the rook come into the game? There's so many options here for Gukesh. He just takes that knight in the middle of the board and steps out of the check. Cool and collected. And
he resigns there,
resignation.
Vincent. Really beautiful game by Gukesh there.
Yeah.
Such a fine attacking game.
That's what we can see today. Pragg took some risk, Gukesh took some risk, and it paid off.
What a finish to today's round at Norway Chess. Gukesh coming back from the dead in that classical game where Vincent Keymer was so close to getting 3 points for the win in classical. And instead of the 3 points in classical, Vincent Keymer goes down against the reigning world chess champion. Much deserved for Gukesh, who defended so tenaciously. Had to use the 50-move rule to claim a draw against Vincent. That was the longest game of the day, and now he wins in Armageddon in such a convincing style, just going all in with the attack with the bishop sacrifice.
Shows the mental strength of the world champion, being able to fight there in a tough queen endgame. It was so difficult to hold, managed to make it to 50 moves, and came with energy to win the Armageddon. It was a really good finish for him for the day.
Simon, your thoughts on what you have just witnessed?
I mean, like seeing Keymer having like this winning position in the classical game. I'm wondering, like, how do you think as a grandmaster when you analyze that position after and you see that you were clearly winning but you miss your chance? Did that happen to you in the past, and how do you cope with that?
It's really frustrating, and I'm sure tonight Keymer will play through that game and realize the winning opportunities he had, and it's hard to forget about it. But overall, I don't think Keymer is going to be too upset, because it has to be said that he was actually in a lot of trouble in that classical game before he got to that winning position. So it was a sort of
was a good fight,
a back and forth game.
We are hoping to catch the reigning world chess champion and have his thoughts on the game. But before we do that, we also need to address the situation being that the only player that went down today in classical at Norway Chess is the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. So right now he's at the bottom of the standings. The defending champion, 21-time winner of world champion titles, Magnus Carlsen, started with a loss in the classical game against Alireza Firouzja. Simon, your thoughts first on this start for the man who needs no introduction, the local superstar. He still, of course, will be probably our most likely winner for Norway Chess, and he's a wounded beast. Dangerous wounded beast. But what are your thoughts on that start for Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, as we talked about earlier, when he loses, he comes back even stronger. This angriness inside of him is like, I'm gonna get it. And we saw it at the Blitz World Championship when he was one of the last, not at the last, but he was so far in the ranking, and he just won and won game after game, and he finished first. That's really impressive.
There's so many rounds in this tournament as well. I mean, you have 10 rounds, so it's just very early to say anything about the standings so far. It's actually Firouzja's first classical win, I believe, against Magnus. It's pretty huge for him. But yeah, that was a very exciting finish. But Magnus is gonna come back with energy tomorrow, so we should never write him off.
He'll definitely come back with energy, but let's bring up those results that we have mentioned. The Magnus Carlsen goes down against Alireza. Firouzja is the only player to lose in Classical, so 3 points for Alireza for that win against the world #1. The other 2 games ended in draws in Classical, and we had Armageddon wins for both Indian stars, Pragg and Gukesh, with the white pieces. And the man of this final hour, of course, is no other than the reigning World Chess Champion, Gukesh. Let's go over to our reporter on the ground and talk to Gukesh himself.
Gukesh, congratulations with a nice victory. Can you please tell us about this beautiful game that you just played?
Yeah, so the classical I felt like it was a very good game by both for a pretty long time, and then time scramble happened and probably a lot of blunders. I was winning, he was winning, but yeah, it was super tiring to defend this queen end game. But yeah, I was just happy to get to the Armageddon, and I guess in the Armageddon from the opening I got a pleasant position. So
yeah, let's get back to the classical portion. You were the one who was pressing the whole time the game, and then somehow in the time scramble you found yourself into the queen end game when you had to defend. Was there a moment that you thought that, oh no, I might just be just worse and lost?
I mean, I knew that at some point I was probably losing. I don't know if I was, but that's what I felt during the game. And also this final position, I think with the pawn on g3, maybe it's a draw. But yeah, it was super tricky to defend regardless. And yeah, it was not pleasant. Yeah, like you push the whole game and then you finally get some winning chances, but like completely lost control. But okay, it happens. Yeah, the format is like kind of created for these games to happen. So yeah.
Did you ask like 3 times to check if it was 50 moves, or was it 2 times?
Yeah, it's 2 times. I didn't know that like I cannot like voluntarily ask. Yeah, so I have to claim to ask. And at some point, like, I mean, I suddenly thought I'm losing, and I thought, okay, let me try my luck. Yeah, so I just claimed, and luckily during that time I found a defense.
What a trick. And the last game, the Armageddon game, what a beautiful bishop h6 sacrifice. Was this something you came up on the board, or it was some from your preparations?
No, I prep ended basically soon after the opening. I was just freestyling, I think, and this bishop h6, it just felt like there should be something, and I was lucky to spot it. And like very often these kind of things don't work, but like the geometry just works perfectly in my favor this time. Yeah, but it's one of the pretty variations. I mean, pretty moves I've played. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, what a nice start, and best of the luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the reigning World Chess Champion Gukesh Domaraju, who saved a really difficult endgame earlier in the classical game against Vincent Keymer. Very back and forth game, as you mentioned, Arjen. So he had his chances earlier, then had to defend a really tough endgame. Ends up winning in Armageddon, and now is in a great shape to continue on that trajectory where, again, the only player who lost today in classical at Norway Chess is the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And as for Norway Chess women, we also had so much drama, so much action. These are the results from the first round, with the only classical win going to Bibisara with the black pieces against Humpy Koneru. That's a huge win for the 3-time World Blitz champion, who is supported here by the candidate winner, Javokir Sindarov. Great preparation for today's game for sure. And the other 2 games ended in a draw in classical, but wins for black in this case in Armageddon. So at Norway Chess, 2 wins for white in Armageddon, and at Norway Chess Women, 2 wins for the players with the black pieces in Armageddon. We do have an interview with Bibisara as well, and I would love to hear her thoughts about this crucial win with the black pieces and being the sole leader of Norway Chess Women after day 1.
Bibisara, congratulations on starting with an important victory with 3 points against an experienced player. Please tell us what happened in the game.
Yeah, it was tough game. I think after the opening I have very good position and then I have big advantage, but somewhere I missed it, and then she have maybe a little bit better position, but in the time side note she's blundered and I won.
How happy are you starting with these 3 points with such a strong tournament?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Always it's very pleasant to win with black.
Thank you so much. Congratulations and best luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Bibisara, the sole leader of Norway Chess Women. It's her first time playing here, and she starts with a huge win with the black pieces in classical against Humpy Koneru. When it comes to today's round, we have seen so much action, both in classical and in Armageddon. I want to hear your thoughts on this, both Simon and Arjan. What would you highlight that was the biggest moment for you, the most exciting, something that stands out? Simon, starting with you.
I think it was clearly the game between Magnus and Firouzja. I think Magnus, his body language, the way he was furious about it, and I think it didn't go his way, but I'm sure it would come back. And yeah, that was really one of the most exciting games for me.
Certainly, it was such an exciting clash, and that panic on Magnus's face. It was Firouzja who held his nerves and managed to take down the defending champion of Norway Chess. Arjan, other than Magnus's game against Firouzja, what were some of the key moments for you today?
For sure, the battle between Keymer and Gukesh was very, very interesting to watch, because it seemed like such a calm game in the beginning, but then it shifted to Gukesh having a huge advantage, and then in the time trouble, Keymer took over, had a winning queen endgame. It was just very nerve-wracking to watch. We didn't know the result until the end. It was so back and forth. Yeah, I love the format, and we're getting so many interesting. We had so many interesting games today, so I hope for the same tomorrow.
Likewise, I think this is why we truly love Norway Chess. So many reasons why we love it, but one of them definitely is the format, where if it's a draw, we are actually happier. We get to see even more chess, and that's what we are bringing to you tomorrow as well. Day 2 will feature Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer, Wesley So facing the reigning world champion Gukesh, and Alireza again will have the white pieces, and this time his opponent is Praggnanandhaa. While for Norway Chess Women, we also have quite the pairings. It is Jiner against the tournament leader Bibisara. Divya will face her compatriot Humpy Koneru, and the defending champion Muzychuk will be playing against the reigning women's world champion Wenjun. We so appreciate everyone tuning in, and we would love to have you tomorrow for day 2 as well, here from the heart of Oslo in Norway. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and the action is only just starting, really. There will be 10 rounds in total. Today was day 1, 9 more to go, 2 weeks of excitement, drama, and action, and hopefully maybe even more table slam moments. I'm really rooting for that. We will see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. This is Simon, Arjan, and myself signing off, and we wish you a very pleasant day.
Bye-bye.